have the army." He patted his leg. "My fighting days are over." It wasn't a ceremony for the bards to compose songs about, Peer mused. Or at least, they'd have to use some poetic license. Hastily arranged, it suffered from a lack of pageantry. That was hardly King Bastian's forte, or Lord Russell's, or anyone else's, it seemed. Sometimes our family would benefit from a woman's touch, Peer decided. Not to mention any money they had went on food and wages rather than what his father would have considered a wasteful celebration. There was little enthusiasm for the coronation beyond the soldiers who had fought for Peer's father. The citizens of Verlaine, Peer gathered, didn't know his father or saw him as a foreigner. Strange when his father had grown up here. According to Esterel, Nicholas's hatred of his brother had, after so many years, poisoned many people against him. Thus, when the carriages had arrived outside the cathedral, the small crowd was in a curious rather than joyous mood. Bastien had insisted on walking inside unaided. He now waited on the end of Peer's bench, seated with his 3 sons, while the Bishop of Verlaine delivered his preamble. The cleric had been told, in no uncertain terms, to keep it brief. Even so, Peer, Esterel, and Sonk gave their father concerned, sidelong glances when he wasn't looking. He was drenched in sweat and clutched at his stick with white knuckles. Whatever he'd taken for the pain hadn't got rid of it, probably because his priority was staying alert. On the nearby rows were the noblemen of Giverny, some of whom had their families with them. Lords Russell, Caisson, Corien, Corbenay, Peer's friend, Gosser. These were the men who had risked much to put Bastien on the throne. Behind such important men were the citizens of Verlaine, the soldiery of Morbihan, and others lucky enough to be found room inside the cathedral for such an occasion. At last, Bastien was called up for the ceremony. He pushed himself into a standing position and maneuvered himself, weight bearing down on his stick, into the central aisle of the nave. Everyone around him wished to provide help, but knew they couldn't. He walked, painstakingly, toward the chancel where the bishop waited. The man had made it clear that it was the gods who would endow Peer's father with his royal powers and status. "I see no sign of them," Peer said to himself, unimpressed with the idea. "Still, if the gods are a king's overlords, it is more convenient if they are usually absent." His father approached the steps. A hush had descended on the cathedral so that all Peer could hear was the click of the walking stick on the flagstone floor, the noise echoing around the large space. Bastien placed his stick on the first step and maneuvered his injured leg, still in splints, at an angle so that he could get his foot onto it. He then shifted his weight and got the other foot up. Again the stick went on the next step, and he levered his leg up. But this time Bastien lost his balance. He wobbled, and time seemed to go in slow motion for Peer. He stared at the hand that held the stick, the whole arm shaking as his father tried to hold his weight up with it. Dread clutched at Peer's chest. "No," he thought. "Please don't let him collapse to the floor." It wasn't the fear of further injury, or even concern for what others might say. It was his father's pride that he cared about in those precarious seconds, as the man who would rule Giverny teetered on the steps. He righted himself. A collective breath of relief escaped from the congregation, and Bastien completed the final, laborious steps of his journey to the chancel. He looked out over the people gathered before him, stern-faced as ever, but perhaps, Peer thought, allowing himself a moment to appreciate his moment of elevation. "I, Bastien, swear to serve the people of Giverny. I will uphold the commandments of the gods. I forbid all acts of robbery, harm, and injustice, and will punish all lawbreakers, regardless of their station in life. I will show mercy and strive to remove the burdens of the people. I will bring peace to the land." The Bishop of Verlaine held aloft the crown of Giverny and then placed it on Bastien's head. A cry rang out from the Morbihan behind them, and Peer joined in, the shouts of affirmation filling the cathedral with noise. He looked at Esterel and Sonk. His brothers were shouting too. A grin came to Peer's face. He was surprised to find it was closely followed by tears. Chapter 16. Song. Valene, Kingdom of Giverny, 674. Song strode through the gates of the bastion, the guards looking uncomfortable in his presence, as they always did. He was used to those reactions. Out on the streets of Valene, on a crisp winter's evening, he felt free from the confines of the fortress. Free from Jesper. The man was the closest thing Song had to a friend, but he had become a permanent shadow during the last few months. Hard to shake off. Song knew, with Ramon gone, that Jesper felt responsible for his safety, but he needed time alone. A restlessness had come over Song in recent weeks. In Arbiost, his days had been busy, but he was no longer training with Ramon. The sorcerer had left in the autumn once he was sure the capital would be secure over the winter. All Song knew of his destination was the south. Ramon had given no reason. Song could piece together that the Haskin had unfinished business there, business that had been interrupted when he came to Arbiost to train Song. He was no longer required to take part in military training either, although no one had said as much. It seemed once his magic powers were revealed, that path was closed to him. Perhaps it was decided he didn't need it. He would occasionally walk past his old weapons master, Broncat, now Castellan of the Bastion. Broncat was civil, but he looked at Song like he had betrayed him. Maybe he had, in a way, keeping his powers secret from everyone. Most people now looked at him with either hostility or fear. But he was the king's son, and none dared say anything. When he was younger, Song recalled, he would have reveled in the idea of having day after day to himself with no commitments. But he had to admit he was getting bored. He felt a pang of homesickness, too. There were two people he really missed, his sister, Louise, and Rab. He'd found more love and acceptance from them than anyone else. He walked the streets of Valene through the city centre. It was dark, and the evening had a bite to it. The citizens who were out and about were hurrying, trying to get somewhere, their homes or the city's inns, warm and inviting on a chilly night. Song, though, headed east. "I have business on the east side of the city," he told the guards at the gate. They looked at him uncertainly, weighing up the pros and cons of letting the young son of the king through. He'd regularly gone to the east side of Valene in the company of Ramon and Jesper. Song could see in their faces they knew he had no legitimate business out there at this hour. But his reputation had grown since the battle at Corbenay. The young prince who had blasted mounted knights to the ground with his dark powers. Not someone it was wise to upset. They let him through. Song crossed the Cousel, the river that separated two very different places, even if they shared the same name. For while his father's laws ran unobstructed in the west, the east was a lawless place. That suited tonight's purpose just fine. The streets here were really just mud mixed with the excrement of man and beast. Song made no effort to be silent as he squelched along, no particular destination in mind. It didn't take long, on a night like this, for a young man on his own, dressed well, to attract attention. There were 4 of them he could see, maybe more he couldn't. He moved without warning, cutting between 2 houses. He heard them running after him. They shouted and hollered, the voices of young men about his own age, excited for the chase. Song moved to the back of a house and stopped, pressing himself against the wattle and daub wall. He concentrated on magic more complicated than anything Ramon had taught him. Though Ramon's lessons had led him in this direction, it was the attack spells Ramon had got him to change their appearance, from the orange-red of flames to the blue-white of lightning. An illusion. And if Song could affect what people could see in this way, what else might he be able to do? The 4 boys gathered about, searching for him. 2 had knives in their hands. One of these called out with a grin, "Where are you, friend?" Song's magic told them he wasn't there. It pulled shadows around his body. Would it work? Could he really make himself invisible? One of them approached, mere feet away. "If it doesn't work, I'll just blast him, Sonk told himself. The youth looked right through him. He walked over, mere inches from Sonk now. Sonk held his breath, nervous sweat pouring down his back and sides. Surely the boy could smell him, hear him. No, he went past, still searching. Sonk watched them wander about. What would they have done had they caught him? Those knives were surely a clue. Who else had they cornered or chased down on these streets? Wouldn't it be better, Sonk asked himself, to remove these thugs from the city? He could feel his magic surging. His veins flowed with it, his palms itched, eager to release it. They'd find the bodies, he reasoned, and who else would get the blame but me? Sonk waited until they had gone. He stopped the illusion. Instantly, he realized how tired he was. That magic had been surprisingly draining. He felt hollowed out, but the restlessness he had felt earlier this evening had dissipated. Was it the magic, he wondered, demanding release? Ramon had never told him that might happen, though Ramon, he was sure, didn't have the same power contained within him as Sonk did. He moved, making his way back to the bastion. The magic had worked, yet he still felt dissatisfied. I answer one question, and more come to replace it. Spring came to Valene, and Sonk's days remained empty. Unlike his brothers, he was not invited to play a role in his father's government. They sat on the council and were privy to decision-making. Sonk heard about things later, usually from Heirs. No, Sonk told himself, I'm not consulted on anything, but I'll be expected to jump to it if they have need of my magic again. This time, Heirs had a small audience in his room. Humbert and Jesper sat either side of Sonk, for Heirs had promised some juicy gossip. Aubrey has crossed the Causel, Heirs told them. Reports say his army's been raiding the lands of his enemies, including Lord Curian's, apparently, he said, with little attempt to hide his pleasure at that. Sasha, Lord Curian, was one of Esterel's friends. He'd travelled to Famiens in the autumn, along with Lord Chancellor Cason, to negotiate with Aubrey. They'd come back empty-handed. Aubrey still claimed the throne, and there was nothing they could offer to get round that sticking point. How many? Jesper asked. Sizable, said Heirs. As many as last year, they reckon. The Lord of Aurillac has joined him. Raymond of Aurillac was Robert's father. He'd used a punch-up with Robert to turn King Nicholas on their family, getting Heirs exiled in the process. Perhaps he thought he'd burned his bridges and had nothing to lose. But so long as these mighty lords supported Aubrey over Sonk's family, there would be no peace in Giverny. We'll have to see if Saliers joins them, Heirs added darkly. In his wisdom, the king had released their captive from the Battle of Corbenay at the end of the summer. Not everyone, Heirs included, had agreed with that decision, but Sonk's father had promised peace for Giverny in his coronation speech. Surely that meant giving people a second chance. If he does, the king will have no choice but to take his head, said Humbert. That's true, said Heirs, sounding brighter. Presumably the king is raising an army, Sonk said. Do we know who's leading it? All that's been said for certain, said Heirs, is that Esterel will be given command of the army and father will stay here. But there's no way I'm not going. It had been easy in the last few months to imagine that the conflict was over, and that King Bastien ruled the country from the Bastion. His father had made his appointments in government. Cason retained the Lord Chancellery. Lord Russell had been made royal steward. There had been a big ceremony, much grander than his father's own coronation, in which Esterel had been confirmed as his heir and given the Duchy of Morbihan, just as Bastien had held that title under Nicholas. The people of Valene had cheered, and the future seemed secure. But of course, that wasn't true at all. Only half the kingdom recognized the royal writ. Many still gave their loyalty to Aubrey. For all his father's efforts at peace, it seemed only war would settle things for good. The army was seen off from the capital in a display of support. King Bastien made a rare public appearance to lead the ceremonies. Sonk wondered what he thought, sending all three of his sons off to war while he stayed at home. still too weak to lead his men. But his father wore his mask of strength and certainly didn't confide his feelings to Song. The king charged his son and heir, Esterel, with protecting the kingdom from Duke Aubrey. Song's father divided his personnel and forces between those who were to fight with Esterel and those who were to stay to defend the capital. As well as his sons, Bastian sent his steward and closest confidant, Lord Russell, with the army. But he kept with him Broncat, whose guards defended the bastion, and Corbenay, whose soldiers defended the city. Lord Casin also stayed in the capital, his experience vital to keep the royal administration going. Esterel took the army northwest. The pace was reasonable. Most of the soldiers didn't have the luxury of riding on horseback. Sasha, Lord Curian, who knew this region, directed the scouts. Aubrey's forces were operating in the region south of the castle, but their precise location needed to be pinned down. By the time they stopped for lunch, the local population had given Sasha's scouts enough information for a decision to be taken. Song was invited to Esterel's war council, something that wouldn't have happened if their father was in charge. With them were Payer, Lord Russell, and Sasha. Sasha summarized what he'd learned.
The main force is due north. They've been going for easy targets, clearing out food stores, taking livestock, putting buildings to the torch. They've ignored any place with solid walls and a garrison. The Duke of Famine's living up to his nickname,
Payer sneered.
There's a crossing point where they are? Asked Lord Russell.
There's a ford nearby, said Sasha.
So, if they see us coming, they can withdraw into Famine's, said Russell. Make us cross the river and fight them there.
That's what they want, said Payer. I have a better idea. Head west into the lordship of Aurillac. Put his lands to the torch, see how he likes it.
Hold on, said Sasha. That's all very well, and I understand you have a personal quarrel with that family, but they're attacking my people. We can't just walk away and leave them defenseless. Heads turned to Esterel. He had the final say. The king's orders are to win the war, not an individual battle, Esterel said. On that basis, chasing them into Famine's gains us little, and is the more dangerous option. Raiding in Aurillac has a certain symmetry to it and will keep us fed. It might even do more, drive a wedge between Aubrey and his principal supporter. At the least, it will be uncomfortable for Raymond of Aurillac to see his lands pillaged. Might make him and the other false lords think twice about where their allegiance should lie. It seemed to make sense. Sonk wouldn't have known what to do for the best. Russell and Payer nodded in agreement with Esterel. Sasha, he could tell, still wasn't happy, but he knew better than to argue the point further. At first, Sonk experienced a thrill of excitement at entering the lands of Raymond of Aurillac, the man who had a lot to answer for. It wasn't just the business of Payer's exile and subsequent maiming. If they'd lost the Battle of Corbenay, Sonk knew Aurillac wouldn't have hesitated in having Sonk's whole family put to the sword before placing Aubrey on the throne. After a couple of days, however, he realized Esterel's plans for him were limited. His brother had set up a base camp from which small sorties left with specific, scouted targets. Sonk was never included in these. Esterel told him the defense of their position from attack was the priority, and that Sonk's magic would be needed in those circumstances. Maybe that was the truth, rather than treating his younger brother like a child. They hardly needed him to help rob farmers, after all, and Esterel, though he had never really talked about it with him as a brother, seemed to have no problem with discussing Sonk's magic from a strategic point of view. Then there were the raids themselves. Sonk didn't know what to think. The victims were mostly peasants, men, women, and children who hadn't chosen to be part of this conflict. Hells, they hadn't even chosen Raymond as a lord. But they were the ones being punished. Any food they had left at this time of the year had been carefully rationed over the winter, and harvesting was a long time away. They'll starve. Maybe it does make strategic sense, Sonk tried to persuade himself. And maybe, almost certainly, I'm naive. But it still doesn't seem right. On the third day, with both his brothers leading their own raids,
Song found himself in the company of Lord Russell. He was more comfortable with the man than most people. He'd always taken on the rather odd role of intermediary between Sonk and his own father. Maybe it was boredom, but today he seemed more willing to talk than ever before.
Jesper warned us a long time ago that you might have magic. Your father's status has protected you all this time.
I know, Sonk said.
But at the same time, he needs to be protected from you. He can't be seen to be too close. Do you understand?
I suppose that makes sense, but come on. I revolt him. Always have. Russell sighed.
Your father was infatuated with Eleanor. Perhaps you can love someone too much. I always admired everything about your father, but when he lost her, I discovered a weakness in him that wasn't attractive. He's never got over it, and you, of course, remind him of it every day. I'm afraid there was nothing you could do. It's not about you as a person, Sonk.
No one had ever been as candid with Sonk as this, even if he had worked out most of the story himself over the years. Part of him wanted to know more. Another part wanted to bury it. Why didn't he get rid of me? He asked. It was the one thing about the whole situation he hadn't worked out.
He did. Sent you to a wet nurse out in the sticks in Morbaine. The plan was to keep paying the family to raise you as their son. But it was your eyes, all the devil nonsense. The locals said they'd kill you. The family said they couldn't guarantee your safety. Arbiost was really the only place where you'd be safe. So, you were brought back. Bastian saw himself as a great martyr for allowing the child who'd killed his wife back into the family home. He considered that enough of a concession. I told him you needed a parent. He said he couldn't do that. When Jesper approached us about you, I saw a solution. That man could be a father to you.
Sonk fought back tears. Jesper? His father? I suppose he was. A father to me, I mean. Hadn't Jesper's hut always been the place where he'd felt happy, secure? He didn't recall ever offering the man a word of thanks. Russell gave him an awkward pat on the shoulder.
Life hasn't been kind to you, Sonk, but it's not been so harsh. You've had good people around you.
Sonk nodded. It wasn't that he disagreed. It was just that, sometimes, it didn't feel enough. Chapter 17. Sonk. Aurillac, Kingdom of Javerne, 674. It was midday, but you wouldn't know it. Grey clouds hung above, and the camp was drenched by a persistent rain. Sonk and Jesper sheltered inside their tent in amiable silence. Jesper cared for their weapons, always content when working with his hands. Sonk listened to the rain, breathed in the smell of it, and watched the drops falling about the camp, where human-sized shapes huddled under blankets. Activity caught his attention as one raiding party entered the camp, and another left. Before long, the tent flap was pulled open, and Pierre and Humbert entered, dripping water onto the floor. They looked soaked through, a mix of rain and, by the reek of them, sweat. "Miserable out there," Pierre commented, as Sonk and Jesper helped them by unbuckling straps and pulling their hauberks over their heads. "How did it go?" Sonk asked them. "Same," said Pierre, who had led the morning's raid. "Aurillac is laid waste. There are few places left worth plundering." "Any resistance?" Jesper asked. "Nope. We passed a castle, a handful of faces peering over the battlements. I honestly believe Lord Raymond has taken every soldier with him. If we were minded to lay a siege, it wouldn't take long to reduce his strongholds." From what Sonk had gathered, the town of Aurillac itself had thick walls. There were half a dozen stone-built castles at strategic points. Otherwise, they'd run free across the region with no retaliations. It certainly suggested Lord Raymond had left his lands poorly defended, not anticipating Esterel's tactics. It was at the precise moment when Pierre and Humbert had stripped off their last items of wet clothing that Sasha paid them a visit. "Gods have mercy. There's a sight I wish my eyes could unsee." "What do you want, Corian?" Pierre growled. "Come to your brother's tent as soon as you are dressed. The Duke of Famine approaches." Sonk and Jesper waited for Pierre and Humbert to dress, and the four of them crossed the muddy camp to meet with Esterel and Sasha. "Scouts say they came across the enemy scouts to the northeast," Sasha told them once they were inside Esterel's tent. "The main force is probably 4 miles away." "The pillaging drew them here?" Sonk asked. "Looks like Aurillac is in charge," Esterel said in answer. "Famian's play was to lure us into his duchy. No reason for him to come after us here." Pierre seemed to make a calculation in his head. "If we get through the village north of here, we can position ourselves across the fields. They slope down to the east." Esterel nodded. "Lord Russell?" "He's just set out west," said Pierre. "Only about 400 with him." "I'll send a man after him," Sasha offered. "All right," said Esterel. "But we can't afford to wait for him. Pierre, you'll take the van. Humbert with him. Gather up the men you used this morning. I'll take the middle. Sonk and Jesper with me. Sasha, your 500 will be the rear guard. Lord Russell, should he arrive, will be our reserves. Any questions?" They acted quickly, rousing their sodden soldiers, barking out instructions. Pierre was shouting at the top of his lungs, cajoling his crew into moving again after they had just returned from their morning's efforts. He led them north out of the camp, towards the village. A handful of mounted scouts accompanied his 500 soldiers, but most of the horses were with Lord Russell, meaning everyone else had to go by foot. Even Esterel, he led the bulk of their force, almost 3,000 warriors. Most of these were the recruits from his new duchy of Morbagne, still not returned home after they left last year. They'd fought to put Bastien on the throne, and they would fight to keep him there. But also, Sonk knew, many wanted this conflict in Giverny settled, so that they might see their families again. The path they took was all churned earth, their boots squelching as the ground rose slightly towards the village. Sonk and Jesper walked behind Esterel. Either side of him were some of the best warriors they had, there to protect the heir to the throne. When they got to the village, the people had already disappeared into their buildings. "Buildings that might be useful in the event of a retreat," Sonk noted. Esterel had given the settlement his protection, making it safe from the raids that afflicted the rest of Aurillac. It had been a wise decision, giving them access to the resources and skills of the villagers in exchange for any unwanted loot. "Even if they've profited so far," Sonk thought, "no doubt they'd like us gone. They probably wouldn't object to a battlefield full of the dead to scavenge over, mind." It was a one-road village, and they were soon following Pierre's vanguard into the fields on the east side. The fields had only recently been ploughed and sown, the furrows waterlogged after so much rain. Fighting here would be a muddy mess. It reminded Sonk of his days on the training field in Arbiost. A moment of nostalgia came upon him, even though he knew it was ridiculous. He'd hated weapons training. But a part of him wished he were just required to slog away with sword and shield in the dirt, an anonymous warrior, rather than the responsibility and attention his magic powers brought him. Esterel peeled the middle guard away from the van. Now, with a clear view ahead, they got their first sight of the enemy. Horsemen ranged ahead of a long column of soldiers marching towards them. There was no doubt it was Aubrey's full army, drawn here by their pillaging of his close ally. "What a shameful waste," Jesper murmured. "What?" Sonk asked him. "See how similar the two armies are," the forester said to Sonk, keeping his voice quiet. "A war between countrymen is surely the most wicked of all." Sonk grimaced. He could hardly argue. Most of the men and women on either side didn't really want to be here. He knew exactly where he placed the blame, however. The Duke of Famians and the Lord of Aurillac had forced them into this. Esterel's middle division formed up. Behind them, Sasha arrived with the rearguard, taking up position on the left. Pierre and Sasha led much smaller units, whose job was to protect the flanks. Ahead of them, Aubrey was arranging his army in the same way. He seemed to have similar numbers. More cavalry than us, Sonk muttered. Esterel turned to him, having overheard the comment. Yes, we could do with buying some time for Lord Russell to arrive with our horse. I have an idea, he said, eyes twinkling. Sonk studied his brother. He was a ball of energy, as if made for moments such as this. A parley. Why not see what Duke Aubrey has to say for himself? Jesper, would you be willing to hold the white flag for me? Of course, Your Highness. Shall we send someone to invite Lord Sasha and Prince Pierre? Esterel pursed his lips. I love them both, but neither are the most diplomatic individuals. Sonk is a better choice. Let's keep our numbers small and encourage them to do the same. They had to find horses, for apparently going on foot to a parley was dishonorable. Sonk rode between his brother and Jesper, who held aloft a white flag. On Esterel's other side were two of his best warriors, there for security. They wore helmets that covered their heads, save for an eye slit, and at their belts were an array of weapons to deploy, if the need arose. Aubrey's forces were still being maneuvered into position, but Esterel didn't have a long wait before his counterparts arrived at their location between the two armies. There was a dozen of them, along with their own bodyguards and a man carrying the flag of parley. 6 noblemen accompanied Duke Aubrey. Aubrey and Lord Raymond, whom Sonk had met briefly in the Midderstep 2 years before, were the only faces he recognized. Raymond ignored him, while some of his peers couldn't stop themselves from staring at Sonk's eyes. Sonk wondered if these men thought so many of them might seem intimidating. He felt it had the opposite effect, as if Aubrey had a committee of noblemen to please, while Esterel was free to make his own decisions. Your Grace, Esterel acknowledged Aubrey pleasantly, as if he were meeting an old friend. My lords, thank you for coming to speak. Esterel, Aubrey said, refusing to call him Prince. You have something to say? The Duke seemed angry, sullen. Our armies met last year, Esterel said. Many died. It seems right to me to avoid shedding blood if we can. If that's what you wanted, said Lord Raymond, you wouldn't have ravaged my lands and abused my people in such a provocative manner. It didn't take long for him to get involved, Sonk noted. Perhaps I need remind you that your forces began the pillaging, Esterel countered. Nothing like you've done here, Raymond said, his face going red. It will take years for Aurillac to recover from this. I've given strict orders not to kill a soul unless my forces faced resistance. That's very different from ordering our warriors to kill each other. The best of our kingdom hacking one another to pieces, so that other nations might come and take advantage of our folly? Surely we can step back from that. I will allow you to retreat and return to Verlaine, Aubrey offered. My army will not hinder you. Why should it be my force that leaves? What then? Aubrey cried, his temper suddenly getting the better of him. Your family has seized the throne and now you order me to leave? Like a servant you have dismissed? Your arrogance is too much, sir. The lords muttered their agreement with this. My father did not seize the throne. King Nicholas made me his heir. That's the truth of it, whatever lies you spread. Maybe my uncle said as much to you, Your Grace. I wasn't there to witness it. But my father was the heir to Javerne. Everyone in the kingdom, from highborn to the lowliest, knows the laws of inheritance. Don't pretend you don't. This conversation is over, said Aubrey, turning away. Some other trial, then, said Esterel. What do you mean? I will fight you, or whatever champion you put up, said Esterel. The loser must retreat his army. That way we save the lives of hundreds of our best fighters. Aubrey's jaw dropped open. Is this all a game to you? Really, Esterel, said Lord Raymond. Your prowess with a blade is well known. But this is war, not another competition amongst your friends, where you can win and parade your prize around to your adoring supporters. If I ever had doubts about who should rule our country, they are gone now. 2-1, said Esterel. Your 2 best warriors against me. Aubrey shook his head. We're done here. He turned his horse about, his supporters following his lead. 3, Esterel called out to their backs. Any 3. Aubrey stopped. Sonk saw him share a glance with Raymond. The 2 men turned back about. You will swear, said Raymond, that if you lose a trial by combat, 3 swordsmen against yourself,
That your army will abandon Aurillac and not return?
I will so swear. Raymond was tempted to take the bait. He looked suspiciously at Sonk and the others. Sonk knew he should say something. Esterel, don't do this, he said in a worried voice. They may injure you. He gave Raymond a glare. Or worse. Esterel held up one hand. I've not asked for your advice, brother.
It seems to me, your grace,
Raymond addressed Duke Aubrey, that this man needs a lesson in humility. Not that I care about him in the slightest, but my people would be grateful if these marauders left. It might avoid a famine in these parts.
If the lives of your people are at stake, Aubrey said, then I am honor bound to agree.
He looked at Esterel, a slightly puzzled expression on his face.
We will find you 3 champions to fight.
He turned his gaze to Sonk.
I will tell them that if your brother is killed, they will also die. Would that ease your concerns?
Sonk looked back, surprised. Yes, thank you, your grace. Aubrey nodded.
Then let's get this done.
The space created for the contest came close to looking like a circle, except the warriors of each army were not allowed to get too close to one another. It left a gap through which Sonk could walk. No one saw him because he was invisible. No one heard him. On one side stood Aubrey, his noble supporters, and a select group of warriors. On the other, Pierre and Sasha had brought similar numbers. Lord Russell had joined them, looking perplexed, as if he had not yet taken in what had unfolded since he had left the camp at midday. Jesper stood next to him, an anxious look on his face as he studied the 4 fighters. It had been agreed that each would fight with sword only. Esterel had been keen to get agreement on this. Shields would have given his opponents too great an advantage, negating his skill with a weapon. All 4 were dressed the same, knee-length mail shirts worn over padded gambesons. For all Duke Aubrey's dubious promises about Esterel's safety, everyone knew the contestants were putting their lives on the line. At the same time, in a fight of skill such as this, none wanted to be weighed down by excess armor. Neither Esterel nor his 3 opponents wore helmets, which restricted movement and vision. The 3 men chosen by Aubrey were all about the same age as Esterel, skilled young warriors keen to make a name for themselves. There would be some glory in defeating a king's son and a great swordsman such as Esterel. That said, the best fighters and great lords would refuse to take part in such an uneven contest as this. The conversation died down as Esterel said some final words to his opponents and strode away, stopping when he came to his line of supporters and turning around to face them. From where Sonk sat on the ground, he could see a small smile of pleasure on his brother's face. Some might have seen it as a show of confidence, but Sonk knew his brother loved the melee more than anything. Sonk recalled the first time he had used magic, the fight with Robert on the training field in Arbiost. Broncat had chosen spear and shield. The magic had come unbidden, perhaps prompted by anger. Now he calmed his breathing and held his hands out before him, concentrating on the magic he would bring forth. Ramon had taught him to control his power, not to rely on his emotions. It was the most complicated thing he had ever done, for he had to concentrate on keeping himself invisible while intervening in his brother's fight with such subtlety that no one would suspect him. Warriors on both sides roared as Esterel and his 3 opponents closed on one another, meeting in the middle of the space. Few, Sonk thought, could be surprised at the tactics of his brother's opponents. As Esterel approached, the middle warrior moved to engage him, before retreating backwards. The other 2 moved to the side, ready to surround him if he took the bait. It looked like Esterel would, moving quickly towards his opponent. But when his 2 allies closed in, Esterel skipped to his right, isolating one of his opponents. His swing was fast and hard. It still looked like his opponent would block it, but Sonk tugged at his arms with his magic, meaning he got into position too late. Esterel's sword sailed over the block, landing a blow on the shoulder. The armor prevented a cut, but the force of the strike would still have done some damage. Before he had a chance to do more, Esterel was forced to dance away as the other 2 warriors closed in on him. This was Esterel's problem,
finding the time and space for an attack before an opponent came in from the side or rear. He moved in and out, trying to find a gap to attack, but his opponents were even more careful now, working together to see him off. Esterel was fast, no doubt, but he was expending far more energy than his three opponents, moving across the muddy ground. The three warriors shuffled warily about the space, content to wear him down. Sonk grew nervous. This wasn't a lesson to a bunch of kids, like the one Esterel had delivered on his visit to Arbiost. 2-on-1 would have been manageable, Sonk felt. 3 seemed too much, even for his brother. That meant Sonk would have to intervene more directly, but if sorcery was suspected, it would ruin Esterel's reputation. Then Esterel gambled. He came against one of the warriors, trying to get through his defenses. It all happened so fast, Sonk didn't know what to do. Should he help his brother get in a strike, or defend him from the 2 warriors who rushed him? Before he did either, Esterel took a blow to the side which sent him slumping to the ground, landing heavily on his knees. All 3 warriors came in to finish him. All Sonk could think of was to place a protective shield around his brother. It would save him, but would be far too obvious to every witness of the fight. He hesitated. Esterel suddenly twisted away, rolling as the blades came down, before getting to his feet and driving upwards. His hilt smashed into the unprotected face of his victim, who keeled over as if all his senses had been taken. Meanwhile, Sonk ensured that the blows of the other 2 warriors missed their mark, allowing Esterel to get away. It was 2 against 1 now, and the momentum was all with Esterel. While his opponents had looked in control before, the 2 remaining fighters suddenly looked ragged. Esterel baited them, moving in and out of range. They didn't seem to know if they should defend or attack. Esterel chopped overhead at one, forcing a high block. He swung a leg, hooking his opponents, before twisting his body into him with a shoulder barge. Completely off balance, the warrior tumbled over onto the ground. As the second warrior launched a swing at Esterel's lower leg, Sonk pulled at Esterel's blade so that it met the strike. To the onlookers, it looked like Esterel had produced a magnificent block, anticipating exactly where his opponent would strike. But it was Sonk who held the warrior's blade in place, stopping it from smashing into his brother's leg. Bent over, the warrior frowned, unable to shift his sword. As he opened his mouth to complain, Esterel's knee came up on his chin, snapping his head backwards. Almost dismissively, Esterel slapped the flat of his blade across the side of his head, and the last of his opponents was grounded. "Watch out!" Sonk heard Peer shout out as the second man threatened to get to his feet. Esterel was quickly onto him, the point of his blade leveled at his throat, so that he had no option but to drop his weapon. The warriors of Morbagne cheered and howled at their duke's victory. Looking at the other side, Sonk could see a look of sheer hatred spread across Lord Raymond's face. Some of his noble allies applauded Esterel, which must have galled him all the more. Duke Aubrey kept an even expression, though Sonk thought he caught a bewildered look in his eyes. Perhaps, in different circumstances, Sonk would have felt a measure of guilt at his role in the contest. But he and Esterel had just saved hundreds of lives, including those of Aubrey's followers, and he had no doubts that his actions were justified. Aubrey's first act was to check on his defeated warriors. Only one looked badly hurt, and even he was conscious, even if his nose was sheeting blood. Satisfied he would be all right, the Duke approached Esterel and held out his hand, which Esterel took in the warrior's grip. "Well fought," Sonk thought he saw Aubrey say, having to lip-read because of the shouts ringing out around him. The 2 shared a few more words, which Sonk couldn't make out. But it appeared that Aubrey was sticking to his word and would withdraw his army from Aurillac. The Duke of Famion still had his army at his disposal. He still claimed their father's throne. By most measurements, Esterel's victory had achieved precisely nothing. But when Sonk studied the faces of Aubrey and Raymond, he wondered if the encounter had caused an indefinable shift in the balance of power. "The irony is after Esterel's heroics," Sasha said, "that we need to leave Aurillac." That got a few smiles. 2 days after Aubrey's army departed,
they were meeting in Esterel's tent.
"There's not much left to take in this area," Lord Russell agreed. "And I presume we don't actually want to create a disaster here. We still have enough supplies of our own to go where we wish."
"That's all very well," said Esterel, "but I need suggestions about where to go." Song's brother lounged on a chair, a cup of wine in hand. He seemed bored now that his fight was done. "We don't want to live off the land of our allies. We don't want to upset our enemies because we're trying to win them over. We don't want to risk an invasion of Famians. It doesn't give us many options." Everyone looked at one another, but no one had a ready suggestion. Song certainly didn't know what was for the best. It did seem they had reached something of a stalemate in their campaign. But every day they did nothing. They still had thousands of mouths to keep fed. They could, of course, return to Verlaine, but Song knew his brothers were loath to end things, having achieved so little.
"Permission to enter?"
"Elgar," said Pierre, recognizing the voice of one of his soldiers. "Come in." A mustachioed Barisian entered the tent, one of the recruits Pierre had raised in Colderberg.
"Your Highnesses, lords,"
he said, nodding at everyone.
"We've encountered riders from the west. Say they serve the Duke of Martres. He's arriving with a force and wants to talk with you, so they say."
"Domard?" Russell said.
"He's playing his hand at last. Wonder what he wants."
"I pray Florent has finally convinced him to support our claim," Esterel said. "Let's hope for the best," Sasha said, "but prepare for the worst. If he's bringing a force, we need to make ready." Esterel drained his cup. "Aye, we'll ready our force just in case. Lord Russell, could I ask you to meet them and offer to escort His Grace here?"
"Of course."
There was only a brief wait before Russell returned to the camp with their guest. Song stood with his brothers, watching the approach of Domard, Duke of Martres. He remembered him from their one previous meeting, when the lords of Giverny had led their forces in the invasion of the Midderstep. He was closer in age to Song's father than the likes of Esterel and Aubrey. Perhaps that explained the caution with which he had responded to the contest for the throne, electing to stay out of it and hole up in Martres. Only a few armed men had accompanied him into their camp. One of them was Esterel's friend, Florent. The young man grinned over at Esterel and Sasha. That, at least, was a promising sign. The Duke dismounted and gave Esterel a perfunctory smile as he approached. "Would introductions be in order?" Florent asked him. Domard waved an impatient hand.
"I know who everyone is."
Telling his warriors to wait for him, he took Esterel's hand in the warrior grip before allowing the prince to lead him into the tent. Esterel put the Duke into a chair and took one for himself. Everyone else had to find a place on the floor. Goblets were filled with wine, and after the pleasantries were done, the real talk began.
"Florent here has been bending my ear every day to throw myself behind your father," Domard said. "In case you'd come to the conclusion he wasn't trying very hard."
Esterel smiled in his easy way. "Glad to hear it. I'd always thought of him as conscientious, but I was beginning to have my doubts." Domard smiled back.
"I won't hide the truth from my peers," he said, acknowledging everyone in the room. "Of course, both Bastien and Aubrey wanted my support, but I wasn't about to risk my position by getting drawn into it. They want the throne. They can bleed for it. But when I do give my oath, I keep it."
He scanned the room once more.
"Everyone knows that."
"I admire your candor, Your Grace. And does your presence here indicate you are closer to making such an oath?" Domard grimaced.
"Not quite. But we are in the endgame, don't you think? I heard a rumor that you and Aubrey avoided another bloodbath. That is progress, no?"
Esterel pursed his lips. "Maybe. Doesn't feel like we've got much further, in all honesty. A decisive intervention from you might persuade Aubrey that enough is enough, however."
"I hope to intervene, though not in the way you would wish. I would like to think we can bring peace to Giverny. To that end, I would like to offer myself as honest broker. I believe the time has come when Bastien and Aubrey might sit down together and thrash out a deal."
"We tried that over the winter," Pierre intervened. "It got nowhere, and Famians began raiding again this year." Domard sipped at his drink.
I understand, Your Highness. Those negotiations did not go well?
Lord Curian? Esterel asked. Lord Cassian and I visited the Duke and his allies in Famians. It was an utter failure, said Sasha. Our presence there was interpreted as a sign of weakness and only encouraged them to continue their efforts this year. I would like nothing more than for your initiative to work, Your Grace. So long as you understand, it was tough going the last time.
I understand, said the Duke. Keeping this between ourselves, he said conspiratorially, I may offer Aubrey an ultimatum. Something along the lines of we need to stop this, and if he doesn't, I may be forced to choose a side. You catch my meaning?
That could work, Esterel acknowledged. What do you need from me?
I will visit with Aubrey. If you could return to your father and persuade him to meet with Famians. He may feel he has the throne already and needn't stoop to it. I don't know, but I believe it would be in his best interests.
I don't think that will take much persuasion, Esterel said. But the king won't want to travel far. Esterel stopped short of saying their father was still not recovered. Showing weakness wouldn't help them any. But Domar seemed to understand.
I'm sure we can agree on a location. Take Florent with you, and send him back with instructions on where we can meet with the king.
Sonk caught eyes with Pear, who gave him a wink. Sonk allowed himself a smile. It felt like Javerne might be starting to heal. Part 4. The South. Sonk, Liesel. Chapter 18. Sonk. Verlaine, Kingdom of Javerne, 675. King Bastien feasted them in the great hall of the Bastion. The servants brought them the richest of foods and carried their old platters away. Musicians played for them. Wine and ale flowed, as much as anyone wanted to drink. Sonk sat at the second table between Florent, Esterel's friend, and Humbert. In Arbiost he hadn't attended evening meals. In Verlaine he did. No one had told him why that was. He assumed it was down to the influence of his brothers. Still, like everything when it came to their father, he'd driven a hard bargain. While Esterel and Pear sat at the top table with the king and chosen officials like Lords Russell and Cassian, Sonk did not. It was just as humiliating as not being there at all. Everyone in Javerne knew their place, and everyone now learned where Sonk, cursed son of the king, belonged. Florent and Humbert were as pleasant company as one could find. Florent was modest, friendly, and charming. Humbert down-to-earth and amusing. But Sonk couldn't help learning how the world worked. He was no longer a child, and he couldn't help dwelling on the fact that he was undervalued. He smiled at Florent and Humbert while staring balefully at the top table. Had he not, with Ramon, won the Battle of Corbonnet for these people? In doing so, saved his father's life and gained him the capital? The throne? Had he not helped Esterel to defeat Aubrey's 3 champions and end the civil war? Neither of them had publicly acknowledged his contribution. While they accrued the plaudits and the power, top of the Javerne pile, what had Sonk been given? A place at second table. Anyone else with my powers would have left, insulted, he told himself, gone where he was appreciated. The only reason I stay is family loyalty. But what has this family done for me? How long must I remain grateful that I wasn't drowned at birth? Excuse me, he said, standing, not really listening to the replies of those around him. He stalked out of the hall. He needed fresh air and time alone. His passions stirred the magic within him. He had learned to control it. One way to do that was to walk away from the things that riled him. Without really thinking about it, he walked through the corridors of the Bastion towards one of the outside gardens. "Sonk," a voice called. Jesper, my father figure, though sometimes he feels more like a nursemaid. Can I not have a moment to myself? Jesper was hurrying after him, a broad grin on his face. A second figure was by his side.
Sonk checked, his mind not registering who it was at first.
Ramon?
He said, surprised. The sorcerer looked tired, older. He gave Sonk a wry smile. They clutched one another. A wave of emotion swept over Sonk. He hadn't realized how much he had missed his teacher until he was here, standing in front of him. Off somewhere? Ramon asked.
I was just going to get some air.
We'll join you. Sonk led them out to the small garden. It was an irregular space, enclosed by the walls of the bastion. They found it empty since everyone else in the fortress was either getting fed or feeding others. Ramon sat, puffing with aches and pains as he did. Sonk stood, appreciating the cool air on his body. It's hard to believe how much you've changed, Ramon said, eyeing Sonk. It's been longer than I'd planned. 1.5 years, but when I left, you were a boy. I return, and you're a man. Sonk gave a small smile of acknowledgement, but his mood still wasn't good, and Ramon's words only seemed to niggle him. I have much to talk about, said the sorcerer, but please, tell me what I've missed since leaving. It seems King Bastion's position is now secure. Sonk let Jesper do most of the talking. The forester described last year's campaign against Aubrey, the pillaging of Aurillac and Esterel's victory in the contest with the Duke's 3 champions. How, afterwards, Domar of Martris had acted as a neutral third party in the negotiations between Aubrey and Sonk's father.
Virtually everyone received a royal pardon for their role in the rebellion,
Jesper said. King Bastion's willingness to forgive his enemies their crimes was still a source of debate in the capital.
Lord Gerard was the only one given up by Aubrey. Bastion insisted on his execution for his attempt on the life of Esterel. Everyone else has kept their titles and estates in return for their oaths of allegiance.
Well, sounds like it couldn't have gone much better, said Ramon. We badly need a strong and united Javerne. His teacher's words roused Sonk's interest. Who was we? And why did they need Javerne to be strong? I need to tell you both about developments in the south. While I have done my best to warn the rulers of Dalria about this threat, news has not spread as wide as I had hoped. Now, things will change. He paused, looking from Sonk to Jesper. I feel like I should start at the very beginning. 10 years ago. Jesper nodded his consent. Jesper has told you plenty of the stories from the Isherite Wars. He mentioned a man named Herin?
Brother of Clarin,
Sonk said, recalling the stories that had thrilled him as a child. Clarin had carried the shield of Persala, and was one of the heroes who helped Belwyn to destroy Dis.
Herin fought for the Isherites, rising high in their ranks. He turned at the last, bringing his army against them during the siege of Kalios.
He looked at Ramon.
You were in that army, he said to the sorcerer, and you fought with them outside Kalios, he said to Jesper.
He had forgotten that sense of awe he had first felt, knowing that Ramon and Jesper had taken part in such great events. The war in Javerne seemed to have sucked the childish delight in such stories from him. The reality was so much worse that it was unrecognizable compared to the heroics he had imagined.
7 years later, Jesper said, and Ramon and I still rode with Herin.
He looked at Ramon. You tell it, Ramon said to him. Sonk studied the sorcerer properly for the first time. Tired and worn-looking, he looked so much older than before he'd left.
The 3 of us were asked to do a service for King Edgar of Magnia, Jesper began. He wanted us to kill Gervais Salvinus.
Salvinus? Sonk gasped. The man who Paer had told him about with such hatred. Evidently, they'd failed their assignment.
Wait,
he looked at them both.
You used to kill people?
Yes. No, said Jesper. We'd never done such a thing before. But for Salvinus, we made an exception. We went to Essenberg, got close to carrying out the mission. We found ourselves in the crypt of the Dukes of Kelland. Salvinus and Inga, the witch who now serves Duke Leopold, were meeting someone there. Or something.
Something? Sonk asked.
Ezenakai, Lord of the Avakabi, he called himself, of the Lippers.
At the time, we suspected he was more than mortal. Now we know he is. He implied he ruled the Lippers through mind control. He was about to demonstrate this power on me when Ramon and Heron intervened. They stopped him just in time. Ramon and I managed to escape Essenberg. Heron never did.
Sonk could see the pain in Jesper's face. It looked as fresh as if it had happened yesterday, not 10 years ago.
Mind control?
He asked. His victims become puppets, Ramon explained. Unable to think for themselves, they simply follow orders. He shook his head. You would have to call it luck, terrible or otherwise, that we stumbled onto Ezanakai that day. We would never have known about him if not for that. He has gone out of his way to keep his powers secret. His Lipper army has, several times, tried to invade the lands of Magnia. King Edgar has a line of defenses to stop them. I have helped the Magnians repulse them. As far as the rest of Dalria is concerned, if the Magnians can hold them off without help, what threat can they be? Unbeknown to me, however, Ezanakai had made inroads elsewhere. The Sea Caladri, an isolationist people, have been completely turned to his control. It must have taken him years to infiltrate them, building up his numbers before they realized, too late, what was happening. They bring him the greatest fleet in Dalria. Nowhere is safe any longer. More recently, they stepped up pressure on Magnia. That is where I have been all this time, helping Edgar hold them off. The last attack proved to be a diversion. Cordons was invaded. They came from the sea and over the eastern border. King Glana didn't know what had hit him. Witnesses say he has been captured and turned, like so many of his people. The numbers under Ezanakai's control are growing. The more places he takes, the larger his army becomes. Soon, the balance will shift to him, and he will become unstoppable.
Soon? Sonk asked with a frown. He has the Avakabi, the Sea Caladri, and the Cordentines? Surely those numbers aren't enough to threaten the rest of Dalria.
When Ezanakai came to Essenberg all those years before, it was to confirm Inga's submission to him, Ramon said. We can assume she is still in league with him, and that Leopold's duchies won't raise a force against him. The Empire is compromised. Magnia is now dangerously outnumbered. Before we know it, this threat could be at the borders of Morbagne and Givern. This is why I say the unity of Givern is paramount.
Sonk shook his head. It can't be. It doesn't seem real.
This is the greatest threat to Dalria since the Ishurite Wars, Ramon insisted. More of a threat, because who is there with any magic to stand against the power of Ezanakai? Only me. Ramon's eyes held Sonk's. And you.
Me? Sonk yelped. If Ramon and Jesper weren't looking at him in deadly earnest, he would have thought they were joking. And you only mention this now because?
Because last time we spoke you were still a boy, learning your way. What effect might all this have had on you then? Even now, it is a lot for me to ask of you. But I need your help, Sonk. I will speak with your father as soon as I can. Among other things, I will ask him to let you come south with me. As soon as possible. You need to see things for yourself.
What did Ramon expect Sonk could do? The man sounded hysterical. He needed to calm down. There may not be any other sorcerers left in the human lands, Sonk admitted. Inga and Ramon were the only ones he had heard of. But what of others? The Caladri. They have many.
The Blood Caladri do, Ramon acknowledged, and we must warn them. But the Sea Caladri had Magi, and they didn't stop him. I know it's a lot to ask, Sonk. You would be leaving your family.
It's not that, Sonk said roughly. Gods, he'd had enough of his father and his place here in Givern. What if I don't have the power to stop this Ezanakai?
You don't, Ramon said simply. No one in Dalria does. He is a god, not a mortal. But you're all we have right now, Sonk. Sonk stood with his brother and Humbert, giving his room in the bastion one last look, in case he had forgotten to pack anything important.
"Will you be coming back?"
Pierre asked him. Pierre and Humbert were the only people who Sonk would miss. It kept his farewell short.
"I'm not sure,"
he admitted.
"It's this business with Cordons,"
said Pierre. Their father had allowed Ramon to speak his mind to the council. The sorcerer had left dissatisfied. Sonk wasn't surprised. Talk of dark magic and turning people into puppets would have drawn blank looks, he was sure. These weren't things his family concerned themselves with. Until they saw a threat to their own interests, they would ignore it.
"Ramon wants me to travel south with him,"
Sonk said.
"I don't know. For now, I'm just looking forward to seeing Luis and Rab."
That brought a smile to his brother's face. Things he understood.
"Aye. Spend some time back in Arbiost and see how you feel. I wish I was coming with you now."
Pierre looked around the room, as if he expected Ramon to pop up from behind a piece of furniture.
"Don't let that sorcerer pressure you into going if you don't want to. Just tell Esterel. He'll protect you."
Sonk, Ramon, and Jesper left Verlaine for Arbiost in the company of a huge army led by Esterel. They were the men and women of Morbagne who, now that peace had been restored to Giverny, were finally returning to their homes and old lives. Lord Russell had raised the cash to pay off their outstanding wages, and they were in high spirits, keen to bring their coin back to their families and tell them the stories of their exploits. Esterel rode at the head of the column, deep in conversation with his friend Florent. He had his own duties in Morbagne. He would have to tour his new duchy, show his face in each district, and take the oaths of his new subjects. Once he was done, he was to escort his sister back to Verlaine, so she could at last take her place at court. Louise had waited behind for 2 years. Sonk smiled to himself. He imagined she was quite cross by now. The army travelled the same way it had come 2 years ago, following the roads south. They passed through the same places. One was the village, outside of which they had met with Esterel and Pierre after their escape from Verlaine. New homes had already been constructed on the site, as sure a sign as any that peace had returned to the kingdom. Sonk was surprised to see no signs of the damage done.
How quickly the villagers are able to return to normality if left alone.
Further on, Jesper pointed out the location where they had left the road and gone to meet the army of Arnoul, Lord of Saliers. Sonk remembered the moment he had seen the enemy lined up, only a field separating them. Saliers had thought better of a fight that day, withdrawing his forces.
"Whatever happened to Saliers?"
Ramon asked.
"Esterel captured him after the battle at Corbenay."
"My father released him."
"Very magnanimous,"
Ramon commented.
"He never took up arms against us afterwards,"
Sonk said. Ramon nodded.
"Your father played his hand well. I had feared the war might drag on much longer."
"Maybe,"
said Sonk.
"Though almost all our enemies have held on to their lands and titles."
"You would have fought on for a fuller victory?" the sorcerer asked him. "Clipped their wings? Removed them?"
Sonk shrugged.
"I don't know. You said yourself you needed Giverny to be strong. How strong can my father be if his rival still holds Famians?" "A king always has enemies," Jesper said. "But your family now holds the throne of Giverny as well as Morbagne. If Aubry were to rebel again, he would get no second chances, I am sure."
Next, they passed through the newly won lands of the steppe. Steppe land no longer, for change had come here too. Settlements not any different to those found in Giverny and Morbagne were now established. These settlers grew crops as well as herding animals. Esterel stopped to talk with the warriors who manned the forts that their father had built. The local tribes had tried to take advantage of the conflict in Giverny to regain their lost lands, and Esterel was full of praise for the small garrisons who had seen them off. They all gazed at Sonk's brother with adoration, as he listened to their war stories and shared his own. Sonk was largely ignored, though some folk glowered at him, while mothers stopped their children from getting too close. Finally, they found themselves on the last leg of the journey. They closed in on their destination of Arbiost. the dense forest of Morbaine on their right. Morbaine seemed to be the one place that hadn't changed. As they travelled, more and more people said their farewells and left the column, heading to whichever corner of the duchy they called home. Only a few hundred of them reached Arbiost. They passed the fields on either side of the dirt path. By the time they reached the village itself, everyone was out, waiting to greet them. They lined both sides of the path, in front of the houses, cheering and waving. Some held aloft flags and banners, some held out flowers and other gifts. They passed the church on their right, the barns on the left. Behind them, the mill by the river. It was so strange to see everything, just the same as when he had left after so long. A crowd stood waiting for them in front of the chateau, where they dismounted. Before he knew what was happening, a dog bounded up to him, barking like a mad thing. "Rab!" The dog ran to Jesper, barked at a group of warriors, ran back to Sonk and licked him, before rushing back to Jesper again. Sonk smiled. The poor boy didn't know what to do. "Stop," said Jesper gruffly, and Rab did what he was told, though his tail wagged back and forth in barely contained excitement. Esterel, ignoring the nonsense, had already moved ahead to greet Louise, who stood flanked by the officials who had helped her to run the duchy in their absence. "You go on," Jesper told him. "You know where we'll be."
"Oh my goodness," Louise said when Sonk approached. "Someone's changed, and grown rather tall."
She held out her arms and Sonk embraced her, only letting go because so many people were watching. He could tell Louise had changed too, not in her looks, but in the way she carried herself. She'd been Sonk's age when they'd left. The old Louise would have screamed and cried and possibly punched one of her brothers for taking so long to come for her. But this Louise was the model of decorum, bringing her officials into the conversation and quietly praising their work to Esterel as they praised her.
"She's had to grow up," Sonk realized. "She's had a duchy to govern. A young woman who no doubt has had to fight to be taken seriously by those around her."
Louise made sure her officials had found everyone a place to stay for the night before she led Esterel and Sonk into the chateau.
"You can replace me and start changing everything tomorrow, Duke Esterel," she said archly. "But I want to hear about everything that happened while I was away."
Esterel and Sonk shared an uneasy look. Louise had known nothing about his powers before he'd left. He had forgotten and now wasn't prepared for the subject to come up.
"I want my sister to look at me like she used to," he complained to himself. "Not the way everyone else does. She was one of the few who never treated me like an outcast. All I've had to go on," she continued, taking them upstairs, "is the letters people sent, and there haven't been as many of those as I had hoped."
"Well, we've been in the field much of the time," said Esterel.
"I know. Here,"
she said, entering their father's solar. She sat them down by the window, drinks already prepared for their arrival.
"You've been living here?"
Sonk asked her.
"Well, of course. Father's not likely to come back, is he? Now I'll move out and Esterel can have it."
"I wouldn't bother," Esterel said. "I'll soon be touring Morbaine. When I'm done, I'm taking you to Vilaine."
"Who will run things here?"
Louise asked.
"Sonk?"
she asked, glancing at him. Sonk shared another awkward look with Esterel.
"No, I think Sonk has other duties," Esterel said. "I was thinking about Florent. I brought him with me anyway. See what he makes of the place. I trust him to do a good job and keep me informed." "I see. Well, tell me everything. Don't spare my sensibilities because I'm a woman. That would be most irritating."
Esterel began with the death of Nicholas and the agitation in the capital when Duke Aubrey had claimed the throne. He told Louise of his surprise at finding Pierre knocking on the door of his rooms at the Bastion, a huge bear of a man with him, who Esterel thought had come to kill him. Louise gasped and smiled along at his stories. Sonk grew nervous. How would Esterel tell the story of the battle at Corbenay? Would he describe what Sonk and Ramon did, or leave it out? He didn't even know which he would prefer.
"Are you all right?"
Louise asked him. Sonk smiled. She was good at noticing when he was upset about something.
"You know," he said, "I've been desperate to see Rab. Would you mind if Esterel told you what happened in Javan? Then maybe I can talk to you tomorrow."
"Good idea," said Esterel, sounding relieved.
"Well, all right. I have looked after the dog, though, you know."
"I know you will have," Sonk said, standing. Louise stood and gave him a second hug. This time Sonk didn't rush it.
"I've missed you,"
he said.
"Me too. There's been no one to play foolish games with."
Sonk left, a melancholy feeling about him. They both knew their days of playing games were long gone. He made the short, familiar walk from the chateau to Jesper's hut. As soon as he was through the door, Rab was all over him, licking and mouthing and barking. Sonk petted him until the dog rolled over onto his back, ready for a belly rub.
"He's been whining for you,"
Jesper said, pottering about his old home. It had a cold, unlived-in feel to it. The forester had got the fire going in the grate, and he had sourced some food from the kitchen. Ramon sat by the fire, leaving the chores to Jesper as he always did. He looked tired, though. He still hadn't fully recovered from his efforts in Magnia. Next to him was Tadita. Having quietened Rab, Sonk went over to greet her and was shocked as she gingerly got to her feet, shaking as she did. She nuzzled into him.
"She's ill?"
"She's old,"
Jesper said.
"Poor girl. 2 years is a long time for a dog."
"Feels like 2 years has been a long time for everyone,"
said Sonk. Chapter 19. Liesel. Atrabia, 675. "There goes the nanny," Idris commented, as Liesel overtook him and his sister. She was desperate to be the first over the rise for once. Idris hadn't always called her nanny, an odd term the Atrabians used for a female goat. This was the first winter she'd been able to match the pair. Cow had been his favorite name at first. Liesel just hadn't been used to walking in such steep terrain, where the air was so thin. She remembered having to stop, her lungs burning and her legs aching, while Tegan and Idris would stand waiting, sharing looks of pity and mirth. "Poor cow," Idris would say, before Tegan slapped him. "Sorry, poor princess cow." She got to the viewing point first and looked down. The sparkling blue of the Italian Sea stretched out before her. Down in the valley, she identified the thin blue strip of river that hurled itself from the mountains to the ocean. She would have called it a stream. It was a tiny fraction of the size of the castle. But here they called it a river. She followed its path and found Penfrin, their winter home, tiny and beautiful. The 2 years she had lived in Atrabia had been a culture shock for Liesel, and Penfrin, perhaps the most of all. It was a home for Gavin's immediate family only. The prince had sworn to treat Liesel as his daughter, and so she came to Penfrin every year with them. At first, she found it bizarre that the Prince of Atrabia would spend a third of the year in such a remote spot. He would jest with her that the Atrabians governed themselves and didn't need a ruler to interfere. Except it seemed to be largely true, and the contrast with the city life of her family's seat in Essenberg couldn't have been more extreme. The thought of spending so much time in a tiny hold in the middle of the wilderness had filled the old Liesel with a claustrophobic dread. Now, it was her favorite place in the world. It was a shame they were about to leave. Only the highest mountains kept their snow-topped covering. Spring was around the corner, and it was time to head west and rejoin the world. Idris and Tegan arrived and looked down, as taken with the familiar sight as she was. Idris leaned an elbow on his sister's shoulder. In physique, they were opposites. Tegan was small and muscular, with powerful calves and thighs, strong arms and shoulders. Her brother was tall and gangly, with unending stick-thin limbs. Prince Gavin had told her once he had been the same in his youth, but Liesel couldn't imagine he had ever been as slim as his son. In looks, though, it was obvious the two were siblings. Despite their fair skin, their eyes were as strikingly dark as their hair, and even Idris had lashes that made Liesel jealous.
"What are you staring at, woman?"
Tegan asked her.
"Oh," said Liesel, a little embarrassed. "I was just thinking how grateful I am for the last 2 years. You've become my best friends. I had few in Essenberg. There was Katrina, but she was married when I was 16.
Soppy cow, sniffed Idris with a straight face, though he had a sparkle in his eyes. Tegan slapped her brother.
Ignore him. He always acts like that when someone gets emotional. He's afraid of showing his feelings, that's why.
It was the kind of cruelly accurate criticism that only a sibling could give, and it made Liesel look away. She knew Idris hid behind his sharp tongue. Sometimes she wished she knew what he really felt. They made their way back down the mountainside, stopping in a sheltered spot to have their sack lunch. Afterwards, they connected with the river that would lead back to Penfrin. It churned across slate rocks, full with mountain ice melt. As they walked, the cloud cover parted, allowing the sun to warm them. It became surprisingly hot, and they stopped to take off their top layers. Liesel shrugged off her carrying sack and took off her woolen top, stuffing it into the sack.
"I need to get a drink,"
Idris gasped, grabbing his cup from his sack. Beads of sweat dotted his face, and the hair around his face was wet.
"Then get me one as well," said Tegan. "And Liesel."
They handed their cups over, and Idris wandered over to the riverbank.
"At least he's good for something,"
said Tegan, tying her sack up. The comment was more than a little unfair. Idris was one of those people who seemed to be good at most things without trying. Physically fit, he excelled at riding and hunting, and was skilled with weapons. There was a splash. Liesel turned her head. 3 cups lay on the riverbank. No Idris. She ran over.
"Idiot,"
she heard Tegan say. Liesel followed the flow of the river. There in the middle, getting swept along at some pace, was Idris. Jagged grey rocks loomed at various points along its course.
"He's there,"
she shouted over to Tegan, pointing. Tegan stood with her hands on her hips, shaking her head.
"I'll get him then,"
Liesel muttered to herself. She ran along the riverbank, eyes darting into the river to locate Idris, then back to the uneven ground in front of her. She had to navigate her way around the trees that leaned over the stream. For all her efforts, she wasn't gaining on her friend. Then he went round a bend in the river, and she lost sight of him. A fear gripped her. The river, she knew, was freezing cold. The thought of taking Idris's dead body to his father entered her mind. She cursed Tegan for not coming to help. Liesel followed the bank around the bend. There he was. Idris had washed up on a stony section of shallows, his legs still in the water. She ran over. Her foot slipped on a wet rock, and she almost went flying, only just regaining her balance. She reached him. His eyes were closed, and he wasn't moving. She knelt beside him, unsure what to do. Had he got too cold? Swallowed too much water? She put her hands to his chest, feeling awkward as she did so. He was freezing to the touch. She pressed down a little. She knew she was supposed to breathe into his mouth, but when she looked at his lips, she hesitated.
"Think, Liesel," she told herself. "Is he breathing?"
She felt stupid for not checking that first. She leaned over to listen. Idris's face rose. His lips were on hers, so cold to the touch. A bolt of desire ran through her body. For a moment, she lost herself to it, returning his kiss. Then she pulled away, gasping for breath. Idris sat up on his elbows, grinning at her. The whole thing had been one of his stupid tricks.
"You arse,"
she said. She felt stupid, embarrassed.
"There was nothing funny about that."
Idris lost his grin, and his face became more serious. "I got a kiss out of it, though," he said. "I've been wanting that for a long time."
"You stole it,"
Liesel said.
"Tricked me."
"Don't be like that." Liesel got to her feet and stormed away, back to Tegan. They walked back to Penfrin in almost total silence. When Tegan asked them what was up, neither answered her.
"Idiot,"
she said to Idris, assuming it was only his prank that had upset Liesel, and proceeded to glare at him the rest of the way. He is an idiot, Liesel told herself. but her lips refused to agree. They kept reminding her of how they had felt pressed against his. They left Penfrin 2 days later, using a trail that took them west through the lowlands of Atrabia. Liesel was pleased that Idris rode next to his father, meaning she could avoid speaking to him, or avoid not speaking to him. She rode between Tegan and her mother Bronn, both of whom were very good at talking about little things and at making her laugh. By evening, they had reached the town of Treglan, close to the Principality's western border. No one called Treglan the capital, and it was such a small place that Liesel was glad, for their sake, they didn't. But it was where the prince spent much of his time, a convenient place to meet with people. The family owned a townhouse, making it easy to settle in. It was a place where other members of the family often stayed, and the other main residents were already there. Emlyn was Gavin's half-brother, son of their father's second wife. He was married to Mynir, and they had 2 teenage sons, Ilar and Maxon. All 4 welcomed them in. The fire filled the main living space with warmth, and a pot simmering on the hearth promised mutton stew. They were soon seated, eating, sharing their stories of winter. Liesel had never warmed to the family as she had to Gavin's. She found Emlyn creepy, Mynir a bore, Ilar and Maxon thick-headed. But 4 months away from them had helped her to forget some of the things she didn't like, and the reunion was comfortable enough. Once they finished their meal, it was clear that Emlyn and Gavin intended to leave. She overheard Emlyn refer to a messenger from the Emperor. Her ears pricked up at this. She both loved and hated being away from the politics of Brasingia. She felt safe and free from it a lot of the time, but also marginalized and ignorant of what was going on. How was her sister, her uncle? What new crimes had her brother and his advisors committed? She knew hiding wasn't a long-term solution to her troubles. More than 2 years had gone by in Atrabia, and what had she to show for it? Gavin looked across at Idris. "Come, you need to hear this too." Idris would be prince himself one day, and his father increasingly included him in decisions. Emlyn looked across at his 2 boys. "No," Liesel thought, cringing. "He's not going to invite his 2 young oafs." "Ilar, Maxon, ye too." The boys dutifully got to their feet and followed Idris over. What a sight. Liesel recognized the blank face Gavin wore as the one he used when he was doing his best to be patient, while Idris openly smirked at the situation. But the prince said nothing, and all 5 left the house for their meeting. "Guess we'll just do all the clearing up then," said Tegan once they had left. "That is our role, Tegan," Mynir chided. Liesel rolled her eyes inwardly and collected the dishes. That night, in the bed the 3 of them shared upstairs, Liesel and Tegan demanded that Idris tell them about the meeting. "Emperor Cohen is raising an army in Lindhafen," Idris said. "He's called on every ruler in the Empire to answer his summons." "Who is he at war with?" Tegan asked. "Please, not my brother," Liesel thought, worrying. "Why should I care if it is Leopold?" she asked herself. She was hopelessly conflicted, she knew. Leopold scared her. He didn't deserve to rule Kelland, but if someone saw fit to remove him, where would that leave her? The unmarried older sister of a deposed duke. "The Lippers," Idris said. "They've completely overrun Cordons. So this messenger says. Thousands of refugees have fled into Thess and Gotbeck. Cohen's worried the border's not secure." Liesel's brow furrowed. Her tutor in Essenberg had made her study maps and learn about the other powers in Dalria, but geography didn't stick in her mind. She knew Cordons bordered the south of the Empire and was one of the richest kingdoms in Dalria. The Lippers? They spoke a completely alien language to that shared amongst most in Dalria. Otherwise she knew or remembered nothing. "Are the Atrabians likely to answer their summons?" she asked them. The question brought wry faces. It had been a bone of contention between her and the siblings for a while, ever since they were comfortable enough with each other to talk politics. The Atrabians had repeatedly refused to answer her father's summons when the Ishurites had invaded the Empire. Idris and Tegan had given her this and that excuse, but Liesel continued to see it as nothing other than a betrayal. "They just might," Idris said. "Times have changed. It's not the same as being asked to fight for your family," he said to Liesel, unusually serious. "No offense. And this sounds like a threat to everyone, including the Atrebians. I think Father will argue for it. I would, and more importantly," he said, a mischievous look returning to his face, "Elar and Maxon seemed very concerned." They laughed together, the talk turning to less serious matters. Eventually the three of them settled to sleep. Idris's hand slithered towards hers on the mattress. Liesel deliberated for a short while, then took it. Over the next few days, Prince Gavin met with the leaders of Atrebia, the nobility who might provide soldiers, the church leaders who might bless the enterprise and sway their flocks, representatives of the people who might consent to taxes that would pay for a campaign. Liesel observed some of these exchanges, and Idris told her about those she didn't. Gavin certainly didn't have it all his own way. It was hard to claim the conquest of Cordance, so far away, held any threat to Atrebia. But he argued that honor demanded Atrebia contribute a force, and too small a number would make them look weak. Besides, Liesel could tell the Atrebians liked and respected their prince. If he wanted to cash in some goodwill on such a venture, most people felt obliged to help. As the Atrebian army slowly took shape, a sense of excitement built in Liesel. It was cut short when the prince told her she wouldn't be going. "Safer for you to stay here," he told her. It was said in an offhand manner. He didn't realize how much she wanted to go. "Kelland and Luderia have been called up as well as Atrebia. Your hiding place would almost certainly be revealed." Liesel had no arguments, except a selfish desire to not be left behind. She understood it wasn't only a risk to herself. The Atrebians might face retribution from her brother if their role in concealing her was revealed. The day before the Atrebian army was to leave, she was left in the family house, while everyone else was involved in final preparations. Unfortunately, she couldn't escape Emlyn and his family, sitting with them for the evening meal. Gavin's half-brother had been his staunchest supporter in the negotiations, and would act as his regent in Atrebia while the prince was away. "You'll be perfectly safe with us," he repeated to her during the meal, each time making her feel a little less safe.
"He has greedy eyes," Liesel warned herself. "It could just be an older man's attraction to a younger woman," she realized. "Bearable, so long as he doesn't act on it. Or it could be to do with my status as Leopold's sister. Might Emlyn cut a deal with Essenberg in Gavin's absence?" she worried. "Or what if he tries to marry me to one of his dreadful sons?"
Liesel knew the younger, more innocent version of herself wouldn't have picked up on the threat at all. But she'd experienced the unwanted attentions of Gervais Salvinus, and the malice of Inga the witch. Something didn't feel right, and after the meal, she escaped the house and wandered around Treglan until she found Idris and Tegan. They ended up in one of the town's inns, drinking to their last night together for what could be a long time. Liesel usually reveled in the freedom of frequenting the tap room of an inn, something that would never be allowed in Essenberg. Tonight, though, she found it hard to shake off her anxiety. Tegan shook her head as her brother boasted about the enemies he would smite on the battlefield. He wasn't the only young warrior in the inn sharing such sentiments. None seemed to have a clear idea why Emperor Cohen might consider war against a people they had barely heard of before the last few days.
"You are quiet tonight,"
Tegan said to Liesel. Sister and brother looked at her. She supposed she had been dwelling on her own predicament, and not joining in as much as usual. She opened her mouth to give some excuse. Then she remembered Whitmar. How she hadn't asked for help from anyone. It had taken Pierre, the young Givernet boy, to go to her uncle Walter and ask him for help on her behalf. Not before Leopold had taken a knife to the poor lad's face.
"Learn your lessons, Liesel," she scolded herself. "I have a suspicious feeling about Emlyn."
"Don't we all?" said Idris. "What exactly?"
"I can't say. Just the way he looks at me. I don't trust him. She shrugged, realizing how she sounded. I'm sure I'm being unfair.
Not necessarily, said Idris. I feel the same. Liesel and Tegan looked at him expectantly. He's the second son. You don't think he wishes for the crown instead of father, or instead of me when the time comes. It's only human nature, after all.
Oh, gods, said Tegan, thinking about it. Prince Emlyn, with Elar next in line. She pretended to be sick. Then you must come with us instead of staying here. I can't. Your father asked me to stay.
Easily solved, said Idris. We hide you in a wagon and reveal you once it's too late to send you back.
I can't go against your father's wishes after he's given me so much. He would be so angry.
Hardly, said Idris. I swear to you, once you appear, he'll laugh and say how impressed he is. Liesel remained dubious, but once Tegan took her brother's side and she'd had another drink, she thought it wasn't such a crazy plan as it first sounded. The Atrabian army set off early the next morning. Liesel was secreted in the back of a wagon full of supplies, hemp sacks providing both a comfortable place to sit and a screen that hid her from view. But she was full of anguish. She worried that people back in Treglin would panic once they found her missing. She dreaded Prince Gavin's reaction to her disobedience. Worse still, that it was putting the Atrabians in more danger. With nothing else to do, she closed her eyes and prayed to Sibylla.
I pray for a day when I am more than just a burden on people.
She felt some relief when she learned what route the Atrabians were taking. Rather than heading directly for Lindhafen, which would have involved cutting through her brother's new duchy of Luderia, Gavin took them due south. Tegan, who rode next to the wagon for parts of the journey, explained that the King of Ritharis, the northernmost member of the Confederacy, had given permission for Gavin to pass through his lands. As evening was drawing in, Idris came for her. He took her from the wagon, putting her behind him on his horse. Tegan joined them. They rode towards the front of the column. Liesel got her first proper look at the countryside of Ritharis, very similar to Atrabia. Idris found the prince. Riding beside him was Bronn, his wife. "Father, mother," Idris said, "I have something to admit." They turned to him and took in Liesel riding with him. She winced as she waited for their reactions. Both pairs of eyebrows rose in the air, but it was no worse than that. "Liesel was worried about being left behind," said Idris. "We told her she should come," added Tegan, making sure they got the blame for it, not Liesel. "Then, of course, she should come along," Bronn said. "Though, Liesel, by now you should know you can come to us with such fears." "Yes, my lady," Liesel replied, feeling more than a little ashamed. "And how have you snuck her away all day?" Prince Gavin demanded. "Hid her in a wagon," Idris admitted. Gavin gave a chuckle. "An impressive deception," he declared. It was exactly the reaction Idris had promised. Idris and Tegan laughed out loud, and Liesel gave a nervous smile. "What?" Gavin demanded. "What's so funny?" Chapter 20. Sonk. Arbiost, Duchy of Morbagne, 675. "How's Jesper?" Louise asked Sonk as he took a seat next to her on the bed. He looked around her room, remembering all the games he'd played here. "He's all right," he answered. Tadita had died the day after they'd returned. Jesper was convinced she'd only been waiting for his return before she gave up the fight. Sonk found the idea incredibly sad. "He took her into the forest alone. One last time together, I guess." "Poor old girl," Louise said. "But it was her time." "Yes," Sonk said. "I've seen people die before their time in the last couple of years. Tadita had a good life." "Estrel told me," Louise said, "about your magic." Sonk nodded. He found it was a relief that she knew. "It doesn't matter at all to me, you know," Louise said. Unlike most people, Sonk actually believed her when she said it. "I always knew you were special. I'm sorry you couldn't tell me." "I'm sorry I didn't," he admitted.
Jesper told me not to tell anyone, for my own safety. He reminded her of the visit of Lord Cass to Arbiost. Then he proceeded to tell her about the attack by the men outside Jesper's hut. Louise put a hand to her mouth. I'm sorry you've had all this to deal with by yourself, Sonk. It hasn't been easy for you. She held out a hand, which he took. Then, deciding that wasn't enough, he reached over and they hugged one another. I'm sorry you got left here, he said. I'm sorry I took your mother from you. Louise pushed him away. Don't be so damned stupid, she said. I've never thought that. Not once. Just because Father has such stupid ideas, it doesn't mean you should. Sonk nodded, allowing himself a little smile. Thank you. I wanted to say it anyway. I'm going to miss you all over again now you're going to Javerne. Will Sibelia be going with you? Of course, Louise said, outraged at the idea that she wouldn't. I've also asked Breda to come with me. Clever. Life's always better when Breda's baked pastries. Exactly. You're sure you want to leave with Ramon? I don't want to, Sonk admitted. But I know I should. Still, it may not take that long. It wouldn't surprise me if we return to Valence so that Ramon can badger Father again. I'd quite like to see those two having an argument, he said with a grin. What is it? He asked, catching a melancholy look on his sister's face. I may not be in Valence when you return, that's all. I'm 18 now, ready for marriage. She tried a smile when she said it, but Sonk could tell Louise was worried. I hadn't thought about that. But Esterel's 5 years older and he's yet to be married. Oh, don't think for a moment that he'll last much longer. He's the heir to the throne now. He needs to have children of his own. If I know Father at all, he's got plans for both of us. Sonk could hardly disagree with that. Their father was a planner. Sonk had come to the conclusion that Bastien was made to sit on the throne. For the first time in his life, Sonk saw the advantage of being the black sheep of the family. At least no one's going to be queuing up to marry their daughter to me. Sonk rode out from Arbiost in the company of Jesper and Ramon. Rab padded alongside them, veering off the track for a while, but always returning. He's in his prime now, Jesper said. Perfect age to accompany us. Sonk didn't know whether losing Tadita had any influence on Jesper's decision to bring Rab with them, but he was grateful. The journey they took now felt so serious. Ramon's talk of magic, gods, and war made him feel like they were taking part in one of Jesper's heroic and momentous stories. Having the dog with them was a welcome distraction. Although Magnia bordered Morbagne, they first had to travel from one end of the duchy to the next. Sonk hadn't realized just how far it was. They followed tracks that took them through lands still wild and largely untouched. Many of the wooded trails Jesper followed were made by animals. Rab was in his element, sniffing and running off into the undergrowth, alive with spring flowers. Jesper kept calling him back. It's all too new to him still, the forester explained. He doesn't have the sense Tadita had. He'll end up chasing a boar or something. One gash from them, and it's over. Up and down hills, across streams. It was the first time Sonk had truly explored the duchy beyond the lands around Arbiost. It had a gentle beauty to it, not so dense as the forest of Morbagne, more varied than the plains of the steppe, not so intensively farmed as Javerne. When they passed through or stopped at the settlements along the way, they seemed to Sonk like sanctuaries amongst the wilderness. In Javerne, the wilderness had been tamed. Most places had an inn where they could get food and sleep, even if it was just bedding down on the floor of the public room. While Sonk, Jesper, and Rab reveled in their surroundings to varying degrees, Ramon seemed not to notice them at all. He rode deep in his own thoughts, so that they had to say his name 3 times before he truly focused on their words. Jesper behaved as if this was nothing out of the ordinary for the sorcerer. Sonk, though, thought the Haskin still looked tired and troubled. Ramon sighed and grunted to himself when mounting or dismounting, and on an evening usually rolled up in his blankets soon after their meal was done.
The south of the duchy was one of the wilder, less populated parts of Morbagne, which meant it wasn't possible to say for sure when they crossed into Magnia. A lack of fortifications on either side was testament to the peaceful relations between the two peoples for as long as anyone could remember. Ramon took more of the lead now, for he knew the likely locations of the royal court. They continued due south, keeping up the same pace. The Magnians they met were friendly enough. Song certainly felt he received no more stares than he had done in Morbagne. He suspected that Ramon, with all his coming and going, was a familiar figure to some. A red-eyed companion to a flame-haired sorcerer was, perhaps, less of a surprise in these parts. As they travelled south, they entered the heartland of Magnia. There were more villages here, and they were larger, often home to 100 or more families. Their fields and orchards were large and well organized, and Sonk could tell from the village centres, with their churches, mills, inns, and craftsmen's buildings, that Magnia was as prosperous as any place in Dalria. It was on the 7th day that they had come upon a new feature. Castles suddenly dominated the landscape, where before they had been a rarity. Sonk could see several, all built within a few miles of each other. "The old border between North and South Magnia," Ramon explained. "Both princes garrisoned their side. Now most of them lie empty. The warriors of Magnia can be found to the south." "Because the Prince of the North was killed?" Sonk asked, recalling some of the history. The Magnians had led the southern states of Dalria in support of the Empire against the Isherites. "That's right. Prince Serta was killed in Essenberg, on the orders of Salvinus." "Gervais Salvinus," Sonk said to himself. "That's a name that just keeps cropping up." "Though, by that time," Jesper added, "Edgar had already married Serta's sister, Queen Elfled. He only took the title king some years after Serta's death. It's their marriage and their children that have united Magnia." "Because they are descended from both families?" Sonk asked. "Precisely," Ramon answered. "Elfled lost both her brothers in the Isherite Wars. Edgar is an only child. Magnia is blessed, you might say, by having no alternative claimants to the throne." "Nicholas had no other claimants by blood," Sonk reminded him. "That didn't stop some people." "True," Ramon admitted. "Then you might also say Magnia is blessed by common sense. I suppose a people riven by civil war for so long understood the benefits of peace quicker than the Giverny did. I don't think they'd have fended off the Avacaba for as long as they have without such unity." Sonk, Jesper, and Rab waited outside one of these castles while Ramon inquired within about the whereabouts of the court. He soon returned. "Bidcote," the sorcerer said. "Another day's ride south of here." A nervous sensation gripped Sonk's belly. Perhaps, in part, it was the idea of meeting the king. He thought it was more about what Edgar might ask, or expect of him. "The Temple of Toric," Ramon said as they rode past the settlement of Egworth. "The old resting place of Toric's dagger." "That's how the Magnians got dragged into the war," Jesper commented, "when the weapon was taken." Sonk could just make out the domed roof of the temple poking above the wooden palisade of the complex. "That's also how Belwyn, Sorin, and the others got involved," he said. They had chased Salvinus from Magnia to Brisingia to reclaim the dagger. "Imagine if it had never been stolen. How different our history would be." Ramon made a face. "Quite so. The lad knows his history, Jesper. I'll give you that." "Where is the dagger now?" Sonk asked. 7 lost weapons of Madria had been rediscovered to rid Dalria of the Isherite god, Dis. Of the 7, the dagger was, in his opinion, the most important of all. "Maneva had it," Jesper answered. "Presumably, she still does. It's just that no one knows where she and Gurmund disappeared to." "Couldn't the weapons be used to defeat this Zenekai?" Sonk asked Ramon. "Just like they were used to defeat Dis." "It's something I've given thought to," Ramon said. "They were made by Madria to help her champions to defeat Dis and his Isherites. I have no idea whether they would have the same power against a Zenekai."
I don't know where half of them are located. The ones I do know aren't exactly easy to get to. All that said, it's surely something we must try. The royal estate of Bidcote was only a brief ride from Eckworth. The village was no different from the others they had passed through, except for the sizable hall owned by the king. It was obvious by the numbers of servants around the place that the royal court was still here. Their horses were taken for stabling, and they were invited to sit at table by the fire in the hall. Before long, food and drink were brought to them. Shortly afterwards, a small group of ladies entered the hall. A bodyguard came with them, walking to one side but staying close. "The Queen," Ramon said. The three of them got to their feet as Queen Elfled approached. Rab raised his head for a moment, then lay back down. The poor boy had done more walking than he ever had before, and was too exhausted to move, even for royalty.
"Ramon," Elfled said with a smile. "It's good to see you again."
It occurred to Sonk he had never met a queen before. Elfled looked how he had imagined a queen to be. She was elegant, and her mixed Magnian and Midian heritage gave her a unique beauty. "Your Majesty," Ramon said with a bow. "You recall my friend Jesper?"
"Of course. Welcome back to Magnia, Jesper."
"Thank you, Your Majesty. And this is Sonk, Bastian's boy."
"Of course," Elfled said, turning to Sonk. "Ramon has told the king and I about you, Prince Sonk. I am most grateful to you for coming here, so soon after the troubles in your own country."
The queen smiled at him, though Sonk paid little attention to that. In Elfled's eyes there was no fear or disgust, no pity, just friendship. That meant more to him than anything else.
"It's a pleasure, Your Majesty," he said.
"The king is not here?" Ramon asked.
"Apologies," Elfled said. "Edgar and Ida are out hunting. They should be back soon. Our younger three are all in lessons. You will have to make do with me for a while. But you will sit with us for the evening meal. Is there anything else I can do for you?"
"Well," Ramon said, "I did wonder whether the king had brought the prisoners here."
"Of course," Elfled said, glancing at Jesper, then back to Ramon.
Now Sonk could see those emotions he had looked for. Fear, distaste, pity, and more played on her features, though she fought to control them.
"What prisoners do the Magnians have here that are so much worse than me?" "Morlin," she said to the warrior, who looked on impassively from the side. He was of an age with Jesper, his blond beard turning white in places. His scale mail glittered with gold and silver, light enough to wear for long periods, but it looked the part. A sword hung on his belt, and Sonk measured him as a man well capable of using it. "I will take your guests to see the prisoners, Your Majesty," he said. Morlin led them outside. There were several smaller structures out here for storage. The building he took them to was a high-roofed barn that Sonk assumed had once been used to house animals. Morlin opened the door and led them inside. High windows allowed light to filter in past the wooden rafters. "Over here," he said, gesturing at two wooden stable doors. "One in each. They're securely chained. Do you require me to stay, Lord Ramon?" "No, I can manage." The warrior left them to it. "What in Dalria do you have here?"
Jesper asked Ramon with an intrigued smile. The sorcerer didn't return the smile. "Prepare yourself, Jesper." The forester's smile was replaced with a frown.
"All right."
Ramon reached the doors, looking over each. He opened the one on the left and beckoned Jesper and Sonk towards him. As Sonk approached, he saw a man seated on the straw-strewn floor. His limbs were attached to chains that were riveted to the wooden wall behind him. As Morlin had assured them, he was held securely, but the chains were long enough for him to be comfortable enough. His leather clothing had seen better days but looked high status. Along with his lean, powerful physique, he looked like a warrior to Sonk. The man looked up at him. He was older, somewhere between Ramon and Sonk's father. Deep lines ran across a face that was tanned brown by the elements. Straight hair, most of it still jet black, fell across one side. But his eyes...
I'm not one to talk, I suppose, Sonk told himself with grim humor. But those are unnerving, dead eyes.
It was hard to define what was wrong with them. There was an intelligence there, but no humanity.
Heron?
Jesper gasped. The forester reached out a hand as if he might fall. Ramon gripped his arm, holding him up. In the end, he helped Jesper to lower himself, so that he was seated on the straw in front of the captive.
Heron?
Sonk wondered.
The Heron from Jesper's stories. The man they left in Essenberg 10 years ago, to the mercy of a Zenekai.
No wonder Jesper was in shock. Heron grimaced at Jesper, but there was no sign of recognition in those eyes. I spotted him last year, Ramon told them. You can imagine my surprise. He'd been dropped off with half a dozen Avakabi on a remote beach in South Magnia. I suppose you might call it a test run of what they did in Corridons. They ran amok before the locals knew what was happening. Heron acted as their leader.
Ran amok?
Jesper asked, still sounding like he was in shock. I'm afraid so. A killing spree. And the other thing. Turning.
Wait, Sonk said. You mean the Lippers can turn people? Not just a Zenekai?
Yes. That is how they've grown in numbers so fast. But only some of them can do it. Amongst this group, it seemed to be only Heron.
Heron was turning Magnians?
Jesper said in horror, staring at his old friend.
Why only him?
I can't be sure, Ramon answered. It seems that only a small fraction of Zenekai's followers can do it. But Heron's given me a working theory. We know Heron was turned by a Zenekai himself. It's possible that he can pass on his power to certain individuals.
Gods,
Jesper said. Anyway, I tracked his group down. They tried to escape from me. I kept Heron alive and one other from his party. He's the one next door.
With what goal?
Jesper asked.
Is it possible to undo what that monster has done?
I've tried, of course, Ramon said. Got nowhere. That's one of the reasons I brought Sonk here.
Sonk stared at his teacher. I don't know the first thing about this. You're really piling things onto his shoulders, aren't you?
Jesper said angrily. Ramon held up his hands. I know. I'll apologize as often as you both damn well want. Yet, here we are. I was thinking we could work on it together, he said to Sonk, as if that was more reassuring. Heron was enslaved with magic. Maybe magic can undo it. If not, at least we tried. But I feel like we must try.
Enslaved with magic? For 10 years?
Sonk didn't know what to think. Didn't know where to start. But he knew this man chained before them had once been a good friend of theirs.
I can try,
he conceded. The evening meal in the King's Hall was a small affair compared to those Sonk had got used to in Valene. Many of our nobles, who would usually be here, are stationed in our fortresses on the southern border, King Edgar explained. Edgar was fair-haired like most Magnians, friendly and down-to-earth for a king. Like his wife, he seemed able to treat Sonk with the kind of courtesy he didn't get back home. Judging by his looks and the ages of his children, Sonk guessed he was 5 to 10 years younger than his own father, but he shared the same tired, haunted look as Ramon. Next to him was his son and heir, Ida. The boy had inherited more of his mother's coloring than his father's. Edgar argued with his wife that Ida should sit at the top table and listen to their conversation. He's turned 16 now, Edgar explained to his guests. How old are you, Sonk?
16 also. I had my birthday last year.
There you go, Edgar said to Elfled. And Sonk has been in battles, not just listened to talk of them.
It's no age for either of them, Elfled said. That's the world we're entering, Ida said. He spoke calmly, but with a firmness that belied his years. It's useless to pretend otherwise.
Elfled gave a little smile.
Very well. At least I have my other 3 safely ensconced elsewhere.
She nodded across at Ida's 3 siblings, seated at a nearby table. Her other guests were also seated at other tables, leaving them free to speak their minds.
"What are your plans?"
Edgar asked Ramon.
"I took Sonk to see the prisoners."
"I see," Edgar said, glancing at Sonk and then at Ida. Perhaps he regretted his son hearing this.
"I would like to see if Sonk can help me get through to them at all, starting tomorrow. It would mean staying here a few days if that is convenient."
"Of course," Edgar replied. "How about you, Jesper? If you're at a loose end, you're welcome to come hunting with us. I've just started taking Ida with me. I'm sure he could learn some things from you."
"It would be an honor,"
Jesper said.
"If you would allow it. I'd be grateful to take our hound Rab with us,"
he said. Jesper looked about the hall for him.
"Under the table," said Queen Elfled. "I may have been smuggling him a treat or two,"
she admitted with an embarrassed smile. Jesper laughed.
"Not to worry, but all the more reason to get him some exercise. His mother was an excellent hunter. I'm afraid his training has been neglected the last couple of years."
"Then, of course, Rab should come," Edgar agreed.
"How long do you plan on staying in Bidgoth?"
Ramon asked him.
"I hope I can stay away from the border for a while," Edgar said. "My steward, Wilchard, is in charge there for now. The lepers stopped their attacks a few weeks ago. Now we know why, of course. Their soldiers were pulled out and sent to Cordons. It gives our own forces a much-needed respite, a chance to send men home and reduce our garrisons. But while the lull is beneficial, it raises other fears. If the lepers now have the Galadri fleet at their disposal, there is nothing to stop them from bypassing our defenses and landing large numbers on our southern and western coastlines. I must visit these regions and find the best way to prepare for it."
He shook his head.
"It would be a disaster, just like Cordons. Did you get anywhere with Bastian?"
"No," Ramon said bluntly.
His eyes glazed over at the mention of a Zenekai and magic. "I expected as much. Bastian was ever loath to commit men. He used to blame his brother, but—"
The king looked at Sonk, as if he had forgotten the connection.
"I'm sorry, Sonk, if those words offended you."
"They didn't," Sonk assured him. "My father is always cautious. The leaders of the recent rebellion against him are still strong. There is a genuine fear of what might happen should they be given an opportunity for mischief."
"I understand,"
Edgar said, though Sonk could tell he was only being polite. "At least the Empire must now face reality.
Cohen has an army of 2 hostile nations on his doorstep. 3, if, as expected, the Cordentine population is being turned to serve as Zenekai. It may sound sore and bitter to hear me say it, but a part of me is glad that someone else must now wrestle with the problems Magnia has faced alone."
Elfled put a hand on his.
"You've been carrying the weight for a long time, husband," she said. "If anyone were to criticize you, they would have me to face."
Edgar smiled and took her hand in both of his. Sonk looked at Ida. An irrational burst of jealousy disappeared as quickly as it came. So what if this boy had been blessed with a loving mother and father in his early life, while Sonk had not? It only meant he had more that could be taken from him. Chapter 21. Liesel, Duchy of Thess, 675. When the Atrabian force entered Gottbeck from Ritharis, they were delayed, quite rightly, by a force of Gottbeckers. Issuing from the castles that defended the duchy's eastern border, the Gottbeckers took some persuading that they weren't a Confederate army. Prince Gavin had been wise to keep the Imperial messenger with him, as well as Cohen's written summons itself. Finally relenting, a dozen Gottbeckers agreed to escort them across the duchy, to avoid further misunderstandings. It took them 3 more days of travel. On the first night, they stayed outside the city of Kaselitz on the Kousel. By the second night, they reached the border with Thess. It was late on the 3rd day that they reached the camp of the Imperial army, a few miles south of Lindhafen. A sea of tents stretched out across a meadow, while the whole area was a hive of activity. Soldiers, horses, craftsmen, officials, traders, and other hangers-on. The last time Liesel had seen a real army was during the traumatic attack on Essenberg, when she and her family had been forced to flee south to Lindhafen. "It looks more like a fair than I had expected," she thought, her eyes trawling across the spectacle from her mounted vantage point, unsure where to stop. "It makes the Atrabian force look quite small," she needled Idris. "It's the quality of warrior you take to war, not the quantity," he said. Prince Gavin waited until his force was settled before agreeing to be led off to meet the Emperor as the sun set. Liesel went with him, along with Idris. Her uncle Walter had brought his army, and Prince Gavin said it was only right that she should come and greet him after being separated from her family for so long. The Emperor's tent was located to the north of the main camp. When she followed Gavin and Idris inside, Liesel was hit by the smell of food. "Come," she heard Emperor Cohen say. "I've brought my son, Idris, and Lady Liesel too," said the prince. As she emerged from behind Gavin, Liesel just caught the Emperor's look of surprise before he replaced it with a welcoming smile. He sat at a table with 4 other men. All were familiar faces to her. "Of course," Cohen said. "The food is still hot. Please join us." They took seats at table, where trenchers already awaited them. The Emperor didn't stand on ceremony, tucking into the food before him. But even in his army camp, he served the finest food to his guests. Wild boar was the centerpiece, but there was also venison, bird pie, and vegetables. Walter and Farid winked at her from across the table, but said nothing. They didn't seem to have changed any. Emperor Cohen, seated to Walter's right, looked older, but Liesel hadn't seen him for many years. His bald pate made him look older than he was anyway, she reasoned. Archbishop Emmett of Gottbeck, Cohen's closest ally, sat to his right, while on the end of the table, furthest from Liesel, was Cohen's son, Friedrich. He had certainly changed. They had spent much time together in Lindhafen as children. Cohen's heir, he was slightly younger than Liesel, the same age as Leopold. She recalled the two had been firm friends as youngsters, but she hadn't seen Friedrich in so long. Now he was a full-grown man, the tallest at table except for Idris, but Liesel thought she could still see the boy she knew in him. "Try this backstrap," Cohen said to Gavin, handing over a lightly seared red piece of meat. "Thank you, Your Majesty," said the prince, tasting it immediately. "Delicious. We caught it today. Friedrich brought him down." "Congratulations, Friedrich," said Gavin. "We Atrabians admire a skilled bowman as much as anything else." The conversation continued to dwell on hunting and similar topics while they ate. "Men," Liesel said to herself. "They've raised an army against some great threat and nary a mention of it. I'm sure that if women ruled the empire, they would have agreed a strategy by now." At last, when the servants came to clear the main course away, the Emperor turned the conversation to the matter at hand. "I wonder if you had heard anything of these Lippers, Your Highness." "Not at all, save for what your messenger has told me." "I have received many a warning myself," Cohen said. "Most often from Edgar of Magnia. He has had trouble with them for some time now. Asked for the Empire's aid more than once. I've sympathized, even sent some subsidies. It would have been a struggle, to put it mildly, to persuade the Brisingians to do more. Felt like I owed Edgar after all he did for us in the war. But no one in the Empire seriously thought the Lippers could amount to a threat. And despite his stark warnings, the Magnians seemed to be holding them off. It seems the Lippers have played us for fools. Something sinister has been happening amongst the Sea Caladri under our noses. Some fell magic has turned their minds to the Lippers' cause. Cordance was invaded from the east, while the Caladri dropped off boatloads of Lippers on the south coast. The Cordantines offered little resistance. Thousands have fled north, crossing into the Empire. There are huge camps full of them on my southern border. They bring strange stories," Cohen grimaced. "They say that just like the Sea Caladri, those Cordantines they've captured are being turned by some dark magic to do the Lippers' bidding."
We could face an army tens of thousands strong on our doorstep.
Liesel stared wide-eyed at her emperor as he told the sort of tale one might hear around the fire on a winter's night. But she knew all too well there was no safe division between nightmare and reality. A nightmare had descended on her father and his people once before in her lifetime. Now it looked like it might happen again. Idris and Friedrich seemed unaffected, but she studied the faces of the men who had fought against the Isherites. Emmett, Walter, Farid, Gavin at the end, and there was a weariness there she didn't like the look of.
With respect, Walter said, there's a bit more to tell. I know your majesty, like myself, has been warned about the Lippers from another source, namely, Ramon the sorcerer. He has told a tale of a god amongst them by the name of Azenakai.
His eyes flicked to Liesel.
How this being came to Essenberg and struck a deal with the witch, Inga. According to this version, the Lippers are the original victims rather than the perpetrators.
Cohen gave an irritated grunt.
Of course, both Ramon and Edgar have given me such warnings, but I'll not apologize for dismissing the word of a Haskin sorcerer who served Isherai. Nor should you, said Walter. I've done the same. Worse, I've ignored the caution of friends, he said with a pained look at Farid. But a core strategic principle is know your enemy, and I suspect this Azenakai is the real foe.
The Emperor rubbed his head.
I take your point, Duke Walter. But in here and now, it doesn't change our predicament. It is the army of Lippers, Galadri and Cordentines that threaten us. We have gathered the armies of 4 duchies, and for that I give my sincere thanks to each of you. I shouldn't expect any more aid, he said with a look to Walter. Duke Leopold will not put his armies under your command, Walter said bluntly. I am sorry. As for Duke Heremias, he is a different sort of man. But for him to go against Leopold and march his smaller force south through Kelland is too much to ask, I'm afraid.
Liesel stared at the floor of the tent. She'd been shamed by her family plenty of times, but this time felt worse than anything else. I'm glad my father never had to witness it. Or, at least, I hope he can't see what's happened to us.
Then, it seems to me, said Cohen, there is no reason not to march south tomorrow. I suggest we head for the Great Road to deny the enemy use of it. Any objections to that?
The Emperor was met by slow shakes of the head as everyone realized how close they were to being drawn into war.
You think it likely they will now move against the Empire? Gavin asked. I don't know, but we must prepare for it.
The Thessians packed up first and began the march southeast. Prince Gavin's Atrabians followed. While his force was all mounted, the rank and file of the other duchies marched on foot, making their pace much slower than Liesel had got used to.
One of the laws of warfare, Gavin told his family. The larger the army, the slower it moves.
Once the day was coming to its close, the Emperor stopped his army outside a town called Warburg, positioned on the route to the Great Road. While the Emperor and the dukes were invited to stay the night at the mayor's house, their children stayed with the army. Again, Liesel marveled at how the army turned into a lively fair on the evening. Friedrich, Cohen's son, joined Liesel, Idris, and Tegan as they wandered about, taking in the sights. Groups of warriors sat together gambling. There were fortune-tellers, bards, and acrobats performing for money. Food and drink carts tempted everyone to part with coin. Liesel saw many women mingling with the men. Some, showing their cleavage with their faces made up, she knew were whores. Peddlers had set up shop, selling everything from the basics to armor, weaponry, and luxury items. How many can afford such things? Tegan asked, as she looked at a selection of jewel-encrusted rings and other fine things.
You have your rich noble sons like me,
Friedrich said, self-deprecatingly,
with more money than sense. Then you're professional soldiers who have a habit of spending their money as soon as they get it. When your job requires you to risk getting hacked to pieces, it doesn't really encourage saving for retirement.
I see, said Tegan. Liesel gave Tegan and Idris a reassuring smile. The Atrabians were different. They were neither rich nor reckless. They'd come out of loyalty to her friend's father. She almost felt embarrassed as their eyes were opened to how Brisingians behaved.
"No, I shouldn't be," she told herself. "These are my people, and there is something joyous as well as frivolous in this atmosphere."
Idris bought them all cups of mead. It was potent stuff and did a great job of warding off the evening chill. Perhaps it was the drink, but Liesel had to blink several times before her mind processed who her eyes were seeing.
"No, it can't be,"
she muttered under her breath. Inga walked towards them. Her eyes met Liesel's, and that smirk that Liesel so detested came to the woman's face.
"Fancy meeting you here, Liesel,"
Inga said as she stood before them, her voice dripping with sarcasm.
"A most unexpected delight. And look, accompanied by the new generation of Brisingian leaders. Why, I would say the Empire will remain in good hands with such a fine group of young men and women to guide it."
"Is that the witch?" Idris said from the side of his mouth. Liesel didn't know whether he meant to, or whether it was the mead, but he said it perfectly loud enough for Inga to hear. Tegan laughed and Liesel grinned, then fought to remove the smile from her face. She feared they would regret that taunt.
"Oh my,"
said Inga, looking up at Idris.
"And a certain brazenness, too. I like that in a man."
"How is Leopold?" Friedrich asked, apparently completely oblivious to the undercurrents in the conversation. "Will he be joining us?"
"Is that young Friedrich?" Inga said. "Well, haven't you grown into a handsome young man? Leopold is just fine. You boys really should meet up sometime soon. Unfortunately, Leopold won't be joining us. That is why I am here, really. To stop your father from doing something he might regret."
"What do you mean?" Friedrich asked, taken aback.
"He mustn't interfere in Cordons."
Inga looked serious now, the sickly smile gone.
"That could have serious repercussions for us all."
Friedrich must have enjoyed their company, because he joined them next morning as the army continued its journey. According to Prince Gavin, the Emperor had refused to see Inga when she had asked for an audience, and there was an uneasy feeling in the air as they made for the border.
"Will Leopold be joining us?"
Idris mimicked Friedrich's question from last night.
"Did you really not sense the tension in the air?"
Friedrich grinned. "I did. I just thought I might diffuse it," he sighed. "Though a part of me wishes Leopold would come. He was just a normal boy when I knew him. I find it hard to understand how he has changed so much." "Friedrich did right," Prince Gavin said sternly. "There's nothing to gain by winding the woman up. Remember, Liesel is in a vulnerable situation right now."
"I don't get it," said Idris, cross. "Why must we care what that witch thinks? She wants to drag Liesel back to her mad brother and that bastard Salvinus."
"That witch helped defend Brisingia from the Isherite onslaught," Gavin countered, sounding angry himself. "She's the only magic user we have left, and Duke Walter is talking of a god loose in Dalria, turning entire countries to his bidding. None of us have to like her. At the very least, though, we must take heed of the power she wields."
"Your father's right, Idris," Liesel said. "Please don't antagonize her further."
Idris grimaced but didn't argue. Instead, he dropped behind them in a sulk, not saying a word for the rest of the journey. When Idris was silent, there was little conversation. Shortly, Friedrich said his farewells and rode ahead to the front of the column.
"Who do you think he likes?"
Tegan whispered to Liesel.
"What? Friedrich?"
Tegan raised an eyebrow at Liesel.
"He joined us last night, and this morning. Do you think he likes me, or you? I don't mind if you wish to pursue the match. You knew him before I did."
Nothing of the sort had crossed Liesel's mind. She still doubted that was the reason Friedrich had joined them.
"I don't think of Friedrich in such a way,"
she said, preventing herself from glancing behind them at Idris.
"I think of him as a friend of my brother's, that's all." "Good," said Tegan, "because I find him very gentlemanly.
and handsome. Duchess of Thess would be an excellent position for me. Liesel gasped at her friend. Idris isn't the only brazen member of the family I see. Tegan made a face. We must think of such things, Liesel, Tegan told her. Neither of us are getting any younger. They reached the great road and followed it south. Here the highway served as the border between the duchies of Thess and Gottbeck. On either side, they came across camps of refugees who had escaped the invasion of Cordons. Men, women, and children were living in the most basic of circumstances. Local militia patrolled the area, doing their best to control the camps and keep the new arrivals where they were supposed to be. But the further they went, the more Liesel realized just how many people must have crossed the border in the last fortnight, and how managing them all was an impossible task. At some point, if Cordons was lost for good, these people would have to be resettled elsewhere. They pitched camp close to the border with Cordons, on the Thessian side of the road. After a while, Gavin was called for a meeting, and like last time, he took Idris and Liesel with him. In the Emperor's tent, regular faces mixed with new. Armed guards stood both inside and out. Liesel immediately sensed the atmosphere was far from the relaxed get-together of 2 days ago. Friedrich, Walter, and Archbishop Emmett also attended Emperor Cohen. Inga was there, her face already a scowl. A Cordentine by the name of Vincente claimed to speak for the refugees. The Imperial Chamberlain, Otto, spoke first. He brought his master up to date with the news from the region. Cordentines continued to travel back and forth across the border, but in smaller numbers than before. The news they brought was unpleasant. Friends, neighbors, and family now worked for the Lippers. They barely recognized or responded to their loved ones.
Some Cordentines have been abducting members of their family, bringing them back into our camps, he explained. We've tried to prevent it, but it's hard to say how common it is. So far, the enemy have respected our border. They operate within a few miles of the Empire, but get no closer. This must be a strict order they've been given.
So what if they respect your border now? Vincente demanded. You think that will last? Look what happened to Cordons. Your Majesty, I urge you to waste no more time and attack the Lippers. Save what's left of our country, before it's too late. I can bring you thousands of Cordentines who will fight for you, pledge their allegiance to you, if you will do it. You could win Cordons, add it to the Empire.
I have to express my grave doubts, Otto said, that this man speaks on behalf of the people of Cordons. I have argued with him several times about supplies meant for the common folk that his thugs have stolen for themselves.
Nonsense, said Vincente. Many families have willingly contributed whatever they have to support our forces. The Cordentines need an army. An army needs supplies.
Enough, Cohen said, raising a hand. May I speak now? Inga demanded. Usually so keen to irritate others, the witch now fought to control her own temper. Liesel could tell Cohen disliked Inga. She could see on his face that he was minded to ignore her, but he gestured that she should speak. There is a powerful force at work behind these attacks, more dangerous than any other in Dalria. I urge you, in all sincerity, not to engage with it. We can all commiserate with the Cordentines, and do our best to help those who made it out. But under no circumstances should we cross that border and interfere. We would all come to regret it.
You bring an army here, and then argue to do nothing? Vincente asked, incredulous. Again, Cohen held up a hand for his silence.
Zenekai, Walter said. This is the force you speak of, Inga?
Yes.
Then tell us what you know of him. Did you have warnings of this invasion?
Inga sighed. I knew nothing of it. He is a being of terrible power, stronger than any mortal. He claims to have arrived in Dalria from another realm, and I believe it. She looked at Walter and Cohen. You probably already know the story, but I'll tell it. He came to Essenberg. I promised the Empire would serve him in exchange for our independence. If you break that promise, he will destroy us."
"You spoke for my empire?"
Cohen demanded. "He came to me, you understand," Inga said. "This is about magic, not constitutional niceties. I gave him the assurances he wanted. Anything else would have been a disaster."
"So, you've agreed that we are subservient to this creature?" Walter demanded. "It sounds like you've already given away our independence."
"Put it how you like, Walter," Inga retorted. "Paint me as the villain of the piece. You like that. The truth is, I had no choice. We have no choice. Whatever freedom Azenakai chooses to give us, that is how much we will get."
"Who is this woman?" Vincente demanded. "You listen to these craven words. What is the Brisingian Empire? Men who hide behind a wench's skirts?"
"Get him out of here,"
Cohen roared. His guards were quick to act, grabbing Vincente by the arms. The Cordentine just sneered, allowing them to manhandle him out of the tent. A silence loomed over those who remained. Liesel understood it. Brisingians liked to think of themselves as the greatest people of Dalria, the largest empire with the largest army. Inga spoke as if they were dogs who should be grateful it wasn't them getting kicked.
"What else can you tell us about this Azenakai?"
Gavin said into the silence. Inga turned on him. "Nothing, Prince of Atrabia. I don't know where he's from, what he wants, or what he will do next. I'm one of the few humans with magic left, and I am nothing compared to him. I have no hope or plan to give you, do you understand? When the Emperor of Brisingia orders you to attend him, what do, Gavin? You come, tail between your legs. So Cohen is to Azenakai as you are to Cohen. That's the way things are now, and you'd all better get used to it." She turned back to Cohen. "I will leave you to think on what I've said, Your Majesty. You have enough on your plate, so I will leave my formal complaint about his," she pointed back to Prince Gavin, "abduction of Duke Leopold's sister for another time." With that, Inga strode out of the tent. Liesel felt dizzy. Her whole world teetered on the brink of an abyss, and she knew that if she looked down, it would be into a bottomless pit. Chapter 22. Song. Bidcote, Kingdom of Magnia, 675. "I have to warn you," Ramon said as they stood before Heron, still chained up in the barn. "I am taking a risk. Azenakai has the power to sense other mages when they use magic. He is unlikely to head here while there's a standoff with the Brisingians, but still." "How do you know that?" Sonk asked him. "I learned it the very first time in Essenberg. He could sense Inga and myself. Not the precise location I was in, fortunately, but he knew I was in the city. Since then, he has come for me twice. When that happened, I got as far away as I could. The last thing we want is Azenakai turning us and using our powers." Sonk frowned. The idea that Azenakai might control sorcerers hadn't crossed his mind, but it was a terrifying thought. "How did you know he was coming for you?" Ramon gave a grim smile. "Trust me, everyone can feel it when he gets near. He traveled to Essenberg in a box. It had some inscriptions on it that perhaps worked to suppress the turbulence he brings. But when they took that lid off in an enclosed space..." Ramon shook his head. "The amount of power he has just flows off him in waves." Song sighed. He understood why Ramon thought freeing Heron was so important. It wasn't just their friendship. If they learned how to remove this curse, they could free his other victims too. But if Azenakai really was as powerful as Ramon believed, what was the point? "We need to find a way to kill him," Song said. "I know, Song.
And I know you would like to find the weapons of Madria and use them, but I fear our only hope lies elsewhere.
Elsewhere? Elsewhere where?
Beyond Dalria, Ramon grinned. I'll let you think that one over for a while. Meanwhile, let's see what we can do for Heron. Has your magic developed since I left?
Sunk hesitated at first, then told his teacher.
I learned to go invisible, sort of.
What? Ramon demanded.
Not really invisible. Remember you taught me how to change the appearance of a magical attack? It led me to realize that if I can change the appearance of one thing, I can change the appearance of another. I learned to do it. Use my magic to tell people there's nothing there. If I move or make a noise, the spell might break, but otherwise they don't see me.
Ramon frowned. I don't see how the two are connected.
To Sunk, it was perfectly obvious. He shrugged, unable to explain it any better.
I told you that mages can develop their own unique gifts, didn't I? Ramon said. I suppose that is one of yours. It just so happens that it is of absolutely no use to us in this situation. Never mind. What I hope we can do is somehow reach Heron. I'm assuming, maybe just hoping, that somewhere in there, he said, pointing to Heron's head, is the real Heron. That he still exists, even after all this time. If we can somehow enter his mind and find him or remove whatever Zenekai has done to him. The sorcerer held his hands up. Something like that.
Have you ever done such a thing?
No. I've already devoted days to trying to reach Heron. Nothing. But you might have more success. You're a different mage to me, Song. More powerful, certainly. Will you try?
I'll try,
Song said. He had no idea where to start.
Thank you. I'll leave you to it for a while. I don't think it's a good idea of both of us infiltrating his mind at the same time. I'll be next door, trying to do the same thing to the Avakabi.
Why try with him if you've already tried it with Heron?
Ramon looked at him.
Let's just say I'd try to do things with that one that I wouldn't dare try with Heron.
Sonk didn't know what Ramon meant by that, but he nodded his agreement, and Ramon left him alone with Heron. Heron made a lazy attempt to grab at Sonk, the chains preventing him from getting anywhere close. Sonk got the impression that Heron knew very well he couldn't reach him. But if that were to change, he had little doubt Heron would be decisive, fast, and brutally efficient. Sonk tried to enter Heron's mind. He stared into the eyes, then tried closing his own and connecting with Heron's consciousness.
This is ridiculous, he soon decided. I have no idea what to do, nor does Ramon.
Sonk ground his teeth as he brooded over the stupidity of the task.
I could have accepted something difficult, a challenge, he muttered under his breath. But this is like being asked to make a suit of armor with no materials, tools, or training.
Sonk didn't want Ramon to think he wasn't trying to help his friend. But after a while, even that wasn't enough to keep him there. Frustrated, he got to his feet and left the stable. He stood for a while, stewing, before entering the stable containing the Lipper. Ramon sat cross-legged in front of the man, who was chained up just like Heron. The Lipper was broad and muscular. His skin was darker even than the Midians of the steppe. For all his differences, he had the same dead eyes as Heron. They looked at Sonk. A snarl came to his face and he pulled at the chains. Ramon turned. No progress? Sonk shook his head.
Sorry.
Ramon got to his feet, grimacing as he did so.
I didn't expect immediate success, he said. I don't expect success at all. Come, let's get out of here. Walk with me.
They walked in silence for a while, no destination in mind. It didn't take long to leave Bidcot for the Magnian countryside. It was lush green and abloom. The insects were out in force. When the sun escaped from behind the clouds, Sonk felt its heat on his skin.
I've said before, Ramon spoke at last, that magic comes easiest when it's instinctive, when we're threatened or ready to fight. What we're trying to do is much more difficult. Harness that power within us in a sophisticated way. But such magic can be done. Since encountering a Zenekai, much of my energy has been focused on trying to achieve such a thing. It's a task I've told no one else about. They would probably think me mad. But you might understand, Song. The sorcerer looked at Song for affirmation.
Maybe,
Song said. Ramon smiled. We have discussed the weapons of Madria recently, and, of course, it's natural to look to them for help again. But there is something you must understand, Song. Torik's dagger and all those weapons were powerful, yes, but ultimately just tools. Even those who wielded them, Belwyn, Sorin, and the other heroes Jesper has told you about, tools. It was Madria who wielded her weapons and champions. It was Madria who killed Dis. Her divine power, not any mortal or weapon. So you see, when Belwyn made that fateful decision to kill Madria, she left Dalria godless. In her view, the best outcome for its people. Free of gods, but the Zenekai's appearance has undone her work. There is nothing in Dalria that can stop him. Sank understood this story well enough. It wasn't new to him. But he was none the wiser about the task Ramon had set himself. We know that Dis and the Isherites came here from another world, the sorcerer continued. Probably not just them. Legends suggest other creatures came here from beyond Dalria. Lizard men, dogmen, bearmen, perhaps by sea, perhaps not. If it is possible to come to Dalria by magic, it hit Sunk.
It's possible to leave for other worlds.
Yes, said Ramon. His eyes were alive with the idea of it. And I believe I can do it. Sunk studied his teacher.
Was he mad? How? It's not possible, surely.
Ramon considered his words. You told me you came upon your invisibility power through something you learned from magical attacks, right?
Yes.
I did the same. Both the Isherites and the Caladri learned to teleport themselves over great distances. It hit me, you see. What if sending someone to another world worked along the exact same principle? You just need to send them further. Song thought about this.
But how would you know where to send them?
That, young man, is the problem I had to work on. First, you need a location, fixed in your mind, that is safe to travel to. Second, you need the power to do it. I believe I have the first. With your help, the second.
If you were to travel to this other world, what would you do? Find another god and bring it back to Dalria?
Something like that, Ramon said. He looked at Song's expression and deflated. Perhaps I am mad.
Perhaps, Song said. We should keep this idea to ourselves for now.
That night, Song lay awake, too restless for sleep. He thought of traveling to other worlds. He thought of entering people's minds and controlling them. Things no one else would even dream of, Ramon had asked him to consider as a reality. The burden of magic pressed down on him, part blessing, part curse. Never something he could escape from. He got up from his bed and left the room that Queen Elfled had provided for him. He passed servants who slept in out-of-the-way places along the corridors. Downstairs, greater numbers slept in the main hall. He tiptoed past sprawled bodies. They were used to people going outside to relieve themselves, and no one paid him any mind. The chill in the air and the darkness served to calm Sunk down. The sky was clear, and he looked at the stars above. Other worlds, he asked them. All they returned was a cold silence. Sunk imagined looking down on Dalria from such a great height. He closed his eyes and saw a bird's-eye view of Bidcode. The King's Hall, where so many slept. The rooms and corridors upstairs, occupied by the lucky few. The houses where the farmers and craftsmen slept with their families. As he looked, small glimmers of light emerged in his vision, each one an individual.
In the hall, these glimmers were so indistinct as to be almost invisible. But elsewhere, especially where people slept alone, they were brighter. 2 lights shone the brightest of all. Sonk was sure who they were, but he had to check. When he opened his eyes, his vision disappeared. He walked to the barn where Heron and the Lipper were kept. Outside, he closed his eyes again. He had to fight to regain the vision, but once he did, it was plain. The 2 dots of light were in the stables. "Why do you burn so brightly?" he asked them, as he opened the barn door and stepped inside. He brought the vision up once more. The lights were closer now. He could see more details than before. Flickers, light and shade, color. "What am I looking at?" he wondered. Whatever it was, he needed to get closer. Opening his eyes again, he walked over to Heron's stable and opened the door. As he entered, Heron lurched awake. He growled, tried to jump to his feet, but the chains went taut, and he was pulled back to the floor. He stared at Sonk with his dead-eyed antipathy. Ignoring it, Sonk closed his eyes and recaptured his vision. Heron was gone. Next door, the Lipper's light burned just as brightly as before, but Heron's had gone out. Sonk left Heron's stable and entered the Lipper's, who reacted to him in just the same way. Sonk looked at his vision once more. No lights were in the stable now, and yet there were still many others in Bidcot. He opened his eyes. "What does that mean?" he asked the Lipper. But the man simply stared back, uninterested in Sonk's questions. The next day, as Jesper and Rab set off to join another royal hunt, Sonk and Ramon returned to the barn. As before, the sorcerer left Sonk with Heron while he went into the Lipper's stable. "Good morning," Sonk said. Heron sneered. "Was I really wandering around here last night, looking at stars?" Sonk asked him. It seemed more like a half-remembered dream than reality. Something that might be important, but when his mind reached out to understand it, the meaning evaded him, like trying to catch smoke in one's hand. With nothing else to pursue, Sonk closed his eyes and tried to recreate his vision from last night. It wouldn't come. He tried to picture Bidcote, as he had done before, from a great height, but the image was weak, amorphous. Not willing to give in, Sonk channeled his magic into the endeavor, forcing structure and clarity into his vision. Finally, he had what he wanted. But no lights glimmered now, not in the stable or in the hall. It was so frustrating. "Think," he demanded of himself. "What do they mean?" Desperate, he searched around the estate. There, it found a dim light. Nothing like the brightness of Heron and the Lipper last night. Out on the edge of the village where the farmers' houses were. He went to see Ramon. "I'm going for a walk." Ramon sighed, breaking off his concentration on the Lipper. "Do you need company?" "No, it's—" Sonk didn't know where to begin to explain himself to Ramon. If he tried putting it into words, it would sound foolish. "I'll tell you later." With that, Sonk left the barn and headed toward the lone glinting light he had discovered. He had to stop every now and again to close his eyes and locate its precise location. He came upon a row of wood and mud houses set alongside the road to Eckworth. They seemed deserted. All the farmers would be out in the fields, sowing or ploughing. He closed his eyes once more and identified one of the houses as the place where the light shone. As he approached, Sonk saw a young woman working in the garden outside the house. She stopped to look at him, a fearful look appearing on her face. "I mean no harm," he assured her. "I'm staying with the king. I just need to know something. Is there someone staying in your house?" The woman looked like she thought she was in trouble. This wasn't going well. "No one," she said. "Just Harry." "Harry?" "My baby." "Baby?" Sonk repeated. It dawned on him that was why the woman was in her garden rather than in the fields. Then an idea came. "Is he asleep?" "He always naps this time of day," she said. Fortunately, she now looked more puzzled by him than scared.
He's quite safe in there, she added, as if Sonk needed reassurance. Yes, of course.
Sonk closed his eyes. The baby was close enough for him to see the same details amongst the light he had seen in Heron. The patterns and colors were not as complex, but that made sense if, as he suspected, this was a baby's mind he beheld. Opening his eyes, he fumbled around in his pockets until he found some coins.
Here, get something nice for you and your boy, he said as he offered the money. Thank you, Lord, said the woman, still unsure what to make of him.
Sonk decided it was best to leave before he did anything else odd. He strolled back towards the barn, feeling pleased with himself as what he had learned slotted into place.
The lights are the minds of each individual, he muttered to himself. They go out when the individual wakes. The lights are brighter in those people who sleep alone, except the baby. But a baby's mind is different from an adult's. Perhaps those who sleep alone enter a deeper sleep than everyone else. Heron and the Lipper had the brightest lights of all.
By the time he returned to Ramon, a plan had formed in his mind.
I would like to try something tonight, he told his teacher.
Tonight? Ramon repeated, intrigued. Anything you need?
Yes, this evening. I would like Heron placed inside a box.
When night fell, Sonk and Ramon returned to the barn. They moved quietly, since the whole idea was that Heron should stay asleep. Creeping into the stable, they were presented with a wooden box. Inside it, Heron was chained and secured. Sonk placed one hand onto the box, closer to the captive than he had got before. He closed his eyes. It was so much easier to bring the vision to clarity at night than at day. Sure enough, Heron's bright light was there, pulsing stronger than ever. As soon as he studied the light and shade, he discovered an unmistakable pattern. One part burned brightest.
That's you, Heron,
he said, so sure of it. Circling it, caging it, was a ring of darkness.
And this is the work of a Zenekai.
Sonk used his magic to attack a Zenekai's prison, trying to free Heron from the enchantment. It resisted him.
I need help,
he said, and at once he could feel Ramon gripping his spare hand. He poured their combined power into Heron's mind until Sonk could feel himself shake. He stopped, gasping for breath. It wasn't working.
What else can I do?
He asked himself, desperate for a solution. This time, he focused his attention on Heron's bright light rather than the surrounding darkness.
Heron,
he called to it.
Break free from your prison. I will help you.
He now sent his magic into the bright light.
Help me,
he asked Ramon once more. They lent Heron their strength, tried to give him courage. All the while, Sonk encouraged the bright force that he believed to be Heron. He refused to dwell on the idea that he was wasting his words. Then the light grew brighter until Sonk could no longer look directly into it. He felt the cage shatter and break around it. When he next looked, the light had dimmed again, but its prison was gone. Sonk opened his eyes and withdrew his hand from the box. He blinked in the darkness of the stable as he readjusted to the new reality around him.
I think,
he said to Ramon,
we need to check on him.
Ramon nodded wordlessly. Sonk could see his desperate hope. The sorcerer grabbed a crowbar and removed the lid from the box. Inside, they could see Heron, lying on his back, eyes screwed up as he looked at them.
Ramon?
He asked.
Heron,
Ramon cried, as excited as Sonk had ever seen him.
You're back. I'm back?
Heron repeated, confused. He looked about before his eyes settled on Ramon.
Get me out of this damned box, you fool.
Next morning, Sonk joined a small group who spoke with Heron. They all sat about the fire in Edgar's hall, the king and queen, Ramon and Jesper. Heron had washed and put on new clothes. He'd wolfed down a full breakfast. He looked more like the man he must have been before his bondage. Yet a blanket and a place by the fire couldn't stop him from shivering, and he was a long way off the fierce warrior Jesper had described in his stories.
I thought we'd find you a bed resting,
Elfled told him.
I've no time to rest,
Heron spat out, no attempt made to address the Queen properly.
10 years?
He asked, still disbelieving.
Lost years?
Sonk couldn't imagine experiencing what Heron was right now. It seemed horrific to have had such a long piece of one's life taken away. I'm sorry, Ramon told him. I tried to free you, but Zenekai can sense me when I get near him. When that happens, I have to flee.
I'm not blaming you or anyone else, Ramon, Heron said. I'm grateful you saved me. When Claren died, I made a vow to be more like my brother. Keep his spirit alive. What would he have done in this situation? Shrugged his shoulders and asked for double breakfast. So that's what I will do.
In that case, said the sorcerer, know that it was Sonk here who broke through Zenekai's enchantment. I had tried and failed. Heron studied Sonk. He had a hardness about him. There was no smile or warmth in his look.
So, this is the red-eyed child we talked of, now become a man? Seems you two were right about him. You have my thanks, Sonk.
You're welcome.
What do you remember of the last 10 years, Heron?
Jesper asked. Heron grimaced. He looked into the distance.
I remember our mission to Essenberg, as if it were yesterday. I'm sorry I asked you to go, Edgar said.
Heron waved his apology away.
You weren't to know. After Zenekai caught me, things get vague. Like half-remembered dreams. I was a slave, not even allowed my own thoughts. Images of the people I killed come to my mind. Galadri people. What Zenekai did to me, he said, then paused, looking at the floor. I did to others, he whispered.
You weren't in control of your actions, Elfled reminded him.
I know that, Heron snapped. I still feel crap about it. What's the plan with this Zenekai? I'm hungry to get my revenge on him.
Sonk shared a look with Ramon. All they had was the Haskins' talk of visiting other worlds. He didn't think that was the kind of thing Heron wanted to hear.
We are in no position to get revenge, Edgar told him. The Sea Galadri have been enslaved, and his forces have just conquered Cordons. I'm struggling to stop Magnia becoming his next victim. What of the Empire and other kingdoms? Heron demanded. Cohen is still Emperor. He is, Edgar said. There's been no help from Cohen, or anyone else for that matter. Now the problem is on his border. Things might change. Heron said sourly. Don't feel quite so bad about sleeping for the last 10 years now. Sounds like everyone else has been too.
For all his talk of revenge and scorn for rest, Heron was forced to go to his bed early that evening, exhaustion getting the better of him. In his absence, Sonk joined Ramon for a conversation with Edgar, while the Queen was busy with her young children.
I'm glad to see Heron returned to us, Edgar said. Though I'm not sure how much it changes things.
I agree, Ramon admitted, but it gives us some hope. Since Sonk learned how to break Zenekai's hold over Heron, he might do the same for others. The King of Magnia regarded the sorcerer with a dubious expression.
Even if he can, what do you propose? Catching the Lippers and freeing them one by one? Zenekai's horde will grow faster than we can reduce it.
Ramon held up his hands.
You are right, Your Majesty. I just mean to say it is something. Some good news to hang on to. Besides that, I wonder if now is a good time for you or I to meet with the Emperor and coordinate the response. Of course, that can be done, Edgar agreed. But Zenekai?
The king looked at Sonk as he said the god's name. Ramon followed his look. Sonk doesn't come close to having the power to take him on.
No, I know, Edgar said. I just wondered if there was something else we could do. If I can help you at all.
The man sounded desperate to Sonk's ears, no doubt because he was.
There is an idea I have,
Ramon admitted, but I will need to have time with Sonk to investigate it. There is no other hope I can offer, Your Majesty.
Understood, Edgar said.
Would it make sense to try it again, with the Lipper?
Sonk asked.
See if I can repeat what I did with Heron.
Why not? Ramon asked. Can you get him in the box, just like we did with Heron? He asked Edgar.
I'll get it done right away.
That night, Sonk and Ramon returned to the barn once more. In the same wooden box was the lipper Ramon had captured. When Sonk studied his mind, it looked no different than Heron's had. The ring of darkness surrounded the bright light of the real man inside. He spoke to the light and poured his magic into it. But something was wrong. He opened his eyes.
I've hit a problem.
What?
When I speak to this man, he doesn't respond the same way. I think it might be because he doesn't understand me.
Damn, the language barrier, Ramon said. I hadn't considered that. He looked at Sonk with a rueful expression. You learned how to speak into Heron's mind last night. You broke an enchantment laid on him by a god. Who's to say you can't learn another man's language? Sonk smiled. How many people in Dalria would believe what he and Ramon were doing? The more he used his magic, the more things that seemed impossible became possible. It was an exhilarating feeling.
All right,
he agreed.
I suppose I can try.
Chapter 23. Liesel, Duchy of Thess, 675. Liesel walked past the massed tents of the Brisingian camp. It was strange. A place that came alive with energy in the evening simply stunk like a privy on the morning. She was desperate to breathe in fresh air.
Hold up,
Idris. She waited for him to catch up with her.
Where are you going?
He asked.
Anywhere I can take a breath that doesn't stink of sweat or
piss and shit.
Exactly.
Maybe I'm not the ideal companion then. Liesel smirked.
It's all right. Friends stink I can handle.
They passed the last of the tents, navigated their way over the latrine trench, and crossed the grassy plain where the army and the Cordentine refugee camp had made their home.
Where's Tegan?
Idris asked. Liesel debated whether to tell him, but Tegan hadn't said it was a secret.
She's gone to see Friedrich.
Friedrich?
Wait, she has a thing for him.
I think so, said Liesel. She smiled.
She certainly has a thing for being Duchess of Thess.
Ha! Idris barked.
Now that I can believe. That poor lad. I should warn him. You'll do no such thing. Tegan would make an excellent wife.
Idris raised an eyebrow.
You must still be drunk from last night's mead.
They stopped at a rocky outcrop that seemed made to sit on. Liesel pointed into the distance.
That's south?
Yes. All she could see was more grass.
It's scary to think what's going on only a few miles in that direction.
Idris gave a non-committal grunt.
What do you think of the performance in the Emperor's tent? She asked him. I find it hard dealing with the idea there is an entity in Dalria more unpleasant and scary than Inga. It's knocked my frame of reference about the world.
Idris sighed.
I find it hard to concentrate on such matters when all I want to do is kiss you. Not by surprise this time.
Liesel looked at him. Even now he couldn't keep the mocking smile from his face. His dark hair stood on end. His gangly limbs stuck out all over the place. She didn't know why she liked him. She just knew she did.
A kiss?
She asked.
I've just woken up.
That's all right.
Friends stink I can handle.
As she smiled, he leaned over to kiss her, brushing her lower lip. Her mouth opened with his, and suddenly every part of Liesel's body was thumping with a beat she'd never felt before. His hand went to her waist. It took willpower to push him away. They looked at one another.
Stop it,
she said.
Stop what?
He asked.
Smiling.
His grin grew broader.
Oh, I can't do that.
She looked away from him, unsure what to say or do. Turning her gaze to the south once more, she could now see movement in the distance. Screams carried on the wind.
Did you hear that?
Idris clambered atop the rock to get a better view.
Something's happening,
he said finally. Now there were shouts coming from behind them. A horn blast from the camp. A feeling of dread crept up on Liesel.
It's the Lippers. I know it is.
They rushed back into the camp, now alive with activity. Liesel focused on Idris first. She helped him get into his armor and boots. When he was ready, he ran off to join the Atrabian soldiers, forming up under Prince Gavin. These were the moments when Liesel wished she had been allowed to train and fight like her brother. No doubt, if the enemy were coming, she'd get her chance to contribute. It was the women folk who were expected to treat the injured, sewing up wounds and all the other gory work created by the butchery of battle.
Liesel,
came a shout. It was Bronn, Gavin's wife. She sounded worried. Liesel ran over to her.
Have you seen Tegan?
Bronn asked.
She went to see Friedrich,
Liesel said.
Come, I'll take you to that part of the camp.
Liesel led Bronn out from the Atrabian area through a no-man's land towards the Thessian section of the camp, closer to the front.
Have you heard what's happening?
No one's told us anything yet, Bronn answered.
But it must be the Lippers, invading the Empire.
It certainly seemed like it. As Liesel entered the Thessian sector, she caught a glimpse of Tegan heading toward the Atrabian tents. When she called her, Tegan veered towards them.
What are you doing?
Liesel's friend demanded.
Liesel was taking me to find you,
said her mother.
Oh.
Liesel was surprised to see Tegan go red.
Do you know what's going on?
She asked, changing the subject.
Yes, Friedrich and I were with the Emperor when he was told. He went mad about it. One of the Cordentines led a big force of refugees into their homeland. Apparently, the man has deliberately drawn a force of Lippers back to the border.
Liesel recalled the irritating man from the last meeting she attended.
Vincente? Yes, that's the one. But why?
Bronn asked.
He wanted Cohen to liberate Cordents,
Liesel explained.
Cohen refused. Now he's trying to force his hand. By starting a war?
Bronn said.
What a little shit!
Liesel had to stop herself from giggling. She couldn't imagine her own mother talking like Bronn.
Well, anyway, there's no more time to waste, said Tegan. We need to get back and get the archers together. You're going to be fighting?
Liesel asked, shocked. She knew both mother and daughter were highly skilled archers. They had even made Liesel practice so often that she'd become half good herself. But to risk themselves in real combat was something else. Bronn and Tegan both gave her the same odd look.
You're not joining us?
Tegan asked her.
Me? Wait, you're serious? What, by all the gods, did you think we spent the last 2 years training you up for?
Tegan demanded. They were serious. She would get to fight after all. Liesel felt a big smile split her face.
Of course, I'd love to.
Tegan shook her head at her.
You're an odd girl, Liesel. Very odd. Come on, we have no more time for your absurdity right now.
Prince Gavin's unit, Idris included, was mounted. They set off at pace, keen to lend their support to the rest of the Brisingian army. The 100 or so archers followed on foot. They were a mix of men and women. Some were specialists, some had never trained in other weapons or couldn't afford all the equipment needed to fight on horseback or in the shield wall. Others, like Liesel, were amateurs filling out the numbers. Even so, as she marched beside Tegan, unstrung bow in hand, she felt insanely proud. For so long she'd felt alone, or nothing but a liability to the people she cared about. Now, here she was, in a unit of warriors.
I think I may have gone insane, she admitted to herself, but I like it.
A mounted bannerman, holding the leaping fish of Atrabia, came to lead them into position. He guided the front rank forward until they were where he wanted them, tucked behind Prince Gavin's main force, then held up a hand for them to stop. To Liesel's right, the sight of the full army, lined up and facing the southern border, was impressive. The numbers of the other 3 duchies dwarfed those brought by the Atrabians. Closest was the largest contingent, Emperor Cohen's Thessians. The Thessian emblem, a spoked wheel above 2 crossed ears of corn, had always seemed a little underwhelming to Liesel. But the banner of the Empire, the 7-antlered stag, also flew here. Liesel remembered when that flag had flown in Essenberg, when her home had seemed the center of the world, and her father the hero around whom the world spun. Underneath this flag she was sure she could see the Emperor himself, and Friedrich close by. They were mounted on their war horses, the nobility of Thess with them. Positioned in front of the cavalry, in far greater numbers, were lines of infantry, most armed with shield and spear. In the distance, Liesel could make out the mace of Gottbeck flying to the right of Cohen's force. On the far side, her uncle's army stood under the boar of Borussia. But the sound of fighting wasn't coming from the Brisingian army. It was ahead of them. From Liesel's position, impossible to see.
"What's going on, do you think? You think I can see better than you?"
demanded the diminutive Tegan. She broke from her place in the unit, pulling Liesel with her. She didn't stop until they were stood between the Atrabians and the Thessians, with a clear view ahead. Vincente's Cordentines were in full flight. They had lost any sense of shape, if they'd ever had any. The fastest would soon get to the safety of the Brisingian army. The slowest were caught by the fast-approaching enemy. In numbers, the enemy were perhaps the equal of the Brisingians, but Liesel doubted their quality. Lippers, tall and powerful in piecemeal armor, struck out with long spears. With them were Caladri, their clawed feet giving them a bird-like gait. Then there were Cordentines, the newest additions to a Zenekai's force. They showed no remorse at bringing down their countrymen. Some were killed, others captured, to be turned to a Zenekai's side by all accounts. The retreating Cordentines stopped short of the protection offered by the Brisingian army. Many crouched down or hunched over, while others stood by their side, facing the enemy.
"What are they doing?"
Liesel asked.
"They have crossbows, see," said Tegan, pointing. "They must wind the mechanism first, before they can shoot."
As the enemy neared, the crossbowmen stood and took aim. They waited until all were ready.
"I was misled," Liesel told herself. "They were not in full flight after all."
The order went out, and the bolts released. Many in the enemy's front row were felled. Shouts of anger rose from the horde as they charged for the crossbowmen. The Cordentines turned and ran for the safety offered by the Brisingians. A battle now seemed inevitable.
"Bastards,"
Tegan said as the Lippers and their allies got ever closer.
"How many lives will be lost thanks to this dirty trick?"
Horns rang out across the battlefield as the Brisingians readied their forces.
"We ought to get back into position,"
Liesel said.
"No!"
A single voice cried out over the battlefield. It was louder than any human voice could be. Inga stood in front of the Thessians, arms raised.
"Do not cross the border!"
Liesel looked across to the Emperor. She saw him shout, but his voice was drowned out by the noise of the battlefield. Meanwhile, the horns continued to order the advance. Liesel saw the front rank of the Thessians raise their shields, creating an interlocking wall. They marched, placing their left shoulders forward, ready for impact. The rank behind followed, spears held in both hands. No one took heed of the witch's warning.
"Come on,"
Liesel insisted. This time she did the pulling, dragging Tegan back into the unit of Atrabian archers. When they got into position, Liesel took her bowstring from her pocket and began fitting it to the stave. Her hands were shaking, nervous energy coursing through her body. All she could think about was that she was in a battle, and that whatever else happened, however small her part was, she had to acquit herself with honor. Then everything went quiet. No horns or drums, no voices, no clash of wood on iron, not even the snicker of a horse. Liesel felt a ripple of energy pass through her. It traveled underfoot, making the ground shake. It traveled through her body, echoing deep into her bowels. A Zenekai.
"Brisingia has broken its contract,"
a dry voice carried across the battlefield. It sounded like it echoed in unimaginably vast, empty chambers. Liesel's mind crackled with each word.
"No,"
a voice dared to contradict. It was Inga.
"It was the Cordentines. They tricked us. We remain faithful."
We struck a deal, you and I, Zenekai said. As allies, you witnessed my power. Have you forgotten?
No, we are still allies. I was here trying to stop this.
You tried to stop it. Tried and failed.
There was a pause.
Yes, I failed.
Then you are no use to me.
I am. This is one mistake.
But not your first. You won't be forgiven another.
Zenekai's voice rose in strength now. Nausea hit Liesel and the people around her. She tried to keep her feet, but like so many others, she sank to her knees. It was as if the entire Imperial army knelt to its new master.
If Brzezingia does not listen to you, they must listen to me. This is my final warning. You will serve me, one way or the other.
Liesel felt the magic as it was released. Her teeth and tongue fizzed with it. She heard gasps and turned her head. Emperor Cohen had been lifted from his horse. He rose higher into the air. He sailed forward, hovering over the lines of his own infantry. He seemed to struggle, but like everyone else, everyone except Inga, he had been struck dumb. Liesel's ears buzzed as more magic was released. Cohen exploded. Fountains of blood gushed out over his soldiers. What was left of his armored body dropped from the sky. The unnatural silence continued, as thousands tried to scream in terror and fury and hatred, but couldn't. Slowly the magic that gripped them dissipated. People moaned, began to move. They got to their feet, uttering the words they had been holding in. Liesel had no words. She just knew that after this, nothing would be the same. The Brzezingian army soon dispersed. In a way, Liesel wasn't surprised. It wasn't that Zenekai had broken their spirits, though she saw plenty of defeated looks. The people who mattered, the dukes, looked as defiant as ever. It was just how the empire worked. No one was in charge anymore. No one with the authority to tell the others what to do. Until that position was filled, the 7 duchies would operate independently of one another. And if there was one thing they had learned about their new enemy, going it alone wasn't an option. Who would become the next emperor was a question in everyone's mind, but not on their lips. Liesel hadn't even had a chance to talk about it with her uncle. She and Walter had shared some knowing looks. It didn't need to be said. Leopold was best placed to take the title. Yet, he would be the worst choice. As for Friedrich, he had lost his father as well as his emperor. He was operating in a daze. His advisors were keen to get him to Lindhafen and announce him as the new Duke of Thess. The Thessians had taken Vincente into custody. The Cordentine, who had brought this disaster upon them, was likely to get a quick trial and execution. As for his countrymen who remained on the border, no one seemed to spare them a thought. The Atrabians were packed and ready to depart. In the end, they hadn't released even one arrow in anger. Liesel's excitement at joining the Atrabian archers felt like a lifetime ago. Uncertain times seemed to be ahead, and these people, whom Liesel had come to admire, had always found themselves in a precarious position in imperial politics. She understood their desire to get home. As they were about to leave, Inga approached. She was like a festering sore that Liesel couldn't get rid of, always there, in the back of her mind. The witch got straight to the point.
After what's happened, don't we think it's time for Liesel to return to her legal guardian? Duke Leopold has shown patience, but you have kept his sister for 2 years now. Enough is enough.
Why? Idris demanded.
So she can be mistreated all over again. After what's happened, I would have thought the Kalish had other priorities.
Inga smiled sweetly at Idris. She said nothing, instead turning to Gavin.
Liesel is under my protection, he said simply.
Inga sighed. She turned to Liesel now, a mute appeal for her to return to Essenberg. Liesel thought she should. The last thing she wanted was this adoptive family of hers getting into trouble over her.
But if you do, she told herself, you'd just be a beaten dog returning to its owner, and you vowed you wouldn't do that.
While she hesitated over what she should do, Inga grew bored.
Have it your way, she said to them. Just don't complain to me.
They retraced the route they had taken, travelling with the army of Gottbeck into that duchy. When the Gottbeckers dispersed, they continued with a small escort, crossing the Council at Kaselitz, before heading on toward Ritharis. It rained most of the way. As a member of the prince's family, Liesel knew she enjoyed slightly better conditions than most. But after a while, everything, clothes and blankets, became sodden anyway. It seemed apt that the weather was as miserable as everyone felt. Once through Ritharis, the Atrabians were back on home soil. Their duties to their prince complete, most warriors said their farewells, returning to all corners of the country. Less than 100 took the road to Treglin. Before they reached the town, a half-dozen riders came toward them. One of them was Gavin's brother, Emlyn. The prince called a halt. As Emlyn slowed his horse to a walk, Liesel saw a grim expression on the man's face.
"Problems in the Empire?"
Emlyn asked Gavin.
"You won't believe it," Gavin said dryly. "I've heard the gist of it."
How could he have? Liesel asked herself. An uneasy feeling came over her.
"I'm sorry, Gavin. They got here in large numbers. There was nothing I could do."
Liesel looked to the side of the road. Warriors emerged from hiding. How was it they hadn't seen them before? She recognized some of them, knew they were Kellish. Then she saw Salvinus, and her heart dropped from her chest. Gavin and the others drew their weapons, looking around them as the enemy closed in. They were surrounded, but they might push through with a charge. Some of them would get away surely.
"Don't throw the lives of your people away," came a voice.
Liesel swung her head to the other side of the road. There, among the Kellish warriors, Inga approached them. Liesel knew that meant escape was impossible.
"Strike me down if you want," Emlyn said to Gavin, "but don't get everyone killed." "No one should die because of me," Liesel decided. "It's me they want," she shouted. "I will go. We just need to take that bitch down,"
Tegan cried. Her bow was drawn and her missile aimed at the witch.
"Do it, child," Inga told her.
Tegan released. The arrow sped towards its target. With a dismissive hand gesture, Inga sent the arrow into the ground.
"I should kill your daughter for that," she told Gavin. "I asked nicely enough. I warned you. Make your decision, Prince."
She said the last word with derision, as if he were a prince no longer.
"Tell your people to disarm, and not a single one will die. Resist me further, and I will spare only you and Liesel. You will both watch as we kill the rest."
"Lay your weapons down,"
Gavin commanded. He dropped his own sword onto the ground. No one argued with his order. The clang of metal was like a death knell to Liesel. It told her this episode of her life was over.
"Thank you," Inga said. "I'm grateful for that last act of good sense. Duke Leopold instructed us to treat Atrabia with mercy, should you cooperate,"
she declared, raising her voice for all to hear.
"We will return Liesel to her brother. Prince Gavin and his heir will accompany us, to ensure this good sense continues." "No," Liesel blurted out. "I will come willingly. There is no need to punish Atrabia for helping me." "I gave you that option,"
Inga retorted whip-fast. She seemed to struggle to contain her anger, and the worst thing was, she was right. Liesel should have gone with her in Thess 3 days ago. This was her fault. Inga regained an even temper. Emlyn has agreed to take the title of prince until they return. The man seemed to shrink under the glares of his countrymen, offering up an apologetic shrug. But Liesel found she didn't blame him. Salvinus and Inga had come. Should he have risked the lives of his family to save Gavin? Surely few would have done that.
"Come," Salvinus said, one hand raised. "Let's get this over with."
Liesel dismounted. She stood with Gavin, who had done the same. Idris stayed on his horse. His eyes blazed with fury.
"No," Liesel thought. "Don't do this, Idris."
"Calm, son," Gavin said quietly, looking up at him. "Your mother and sister will stay safe in Atrabia."
"On whose word?"
Idris demanded. Gavin looked over at Emlyn. "If they harm anyone else," Emlyn said, "Atrabia will rise and take vengeance. I swear on the lives of my sons, Bronn and Tegan will be safe." The words sounded heartfelt. They worked. Idris dismounted, and the three of them walked over to Salvinus and his men. Their arms were pinned behind their backs and their wrists tied with rope. The Atrabians looked on, emotions raw on every face. Liesel didn't dare meet eyes with Bronn or Tegan. It was a mercy when they were led away. They were loaded onto a cart. The Kellish would leave immediately, before Atrabia heard what they had done to its prince. "Idris, Liesel," Gavin said, as the cart rumbled along, beginning its journey west. "You must steel yourselves now. If you do, you will survive this, and be stronger for it." Liesel nodded. She knew he was right. Weakness simply wasn't an option anymore. Part 5. The Torch Passes. Peer, Liesel, Sonk. Chapter 24. Peer. Valenne, Kingdom of Javern, 675. Something is afoot, Peer decided. He was rarely summoned to his father's private chambers. As a member of the King's Council, he saw him often enough anyway. Not to mention, he knew his sister Louise had spoken to their father earlier that morning. She had arrived at the bastion yesterday, escorted to the capital by Esterel. There had been a grand feast in her honor, and Peer had enjoyed catching up with her. Louise had always been rather sensible. In their time apart, she had become a woman. Since he was 3 years older than her, it had the unpleasant effect of making him feel old. When he heard footsteps behind him, he turned and waited.
"So, you're coming as well? I presume you know what this is about?"
"No idea," said Esterel. Peer's brother looked like he had not long been out of bed. "I was rather hoping for a day to myself after traveling non-stop for the last 2 weeks. If Father wanted to see us today, he could have mentioned it."
"Yes,"
Peer agreed, looking his brother up and down. Esterel looked particularly disheveled.
"Though it is nearing midday. Makes me wonder if you've been asleep in bed, or doing something else entirely."
Esterel seemed in two minds about whether to take offense, but then let slip a grin.
"Yes, well,
The heir to the throne must reacquaint himself with his future subjects when he returns."
"Huh. The heir to the throne must take care not to sire any bastards as well."
Esterel's grin disappeared, and he resumed his progress to their father's chambers, Peer walking alongside him. "Let me worry about that. How about you, anyway? Please tell me you found a lady friend or two in my absence. It's really rather embarrassing for me that you are not playing nug-a-nug with the ladies of Javern. It's becoming quite rude."
"I'm not interested,"
Peer said, feeling defensive. He hadn't told Esterel that he still had feelings for Liesel of Kelland. He had more than a suspicion that the ribbing he would receive would be worse than this.
"Find a boy to do it with if that's your desire. People at court are quite open-minded about that." "That's not my desire. I had plenty of nug-a-nug in Colderberg. Don't you worry about that."
"So you say," Esterel said skeptically.
"Which makes your abstinence in Javern even more noticeable. Since you got here, it seems you've only played nug."
Peer had to laugh at that.
Well, if someone takes my fancy, I suppose I should show some generosity to the ladies of Javerne. In the meantime, I can rely on you to make up for my moderation."
"Quite so," said Esterel. He knocked on the door to their father's chambers, and they were called in. King Bastian was sitting up in bed. Lord Russell stood at his side. Outside these rooms, their father was a man of energy and vigor. Inside lay the truth. He was not fully recovered from his injuries, spending much of his time resting in between public engagements. Russell murmured a greeting, but then left them alone with their father.
"I have news to announce this evening," Bastian said, "and thought I should share it with you two first. I informed Louise this morning. She is to be married to Duke Aubrey as part of the peace agreement concluded last year."
A stunned silence followed his announcement. Pierre struggled for a moment to believe what he had just heard. Had he misunderstood? The treacherous Duke of Famine was to marry his sister? "Father, you can't be serious," Esterel finally spluttered. "Aubrey is rewarded for his rebellion by gaining your daughter? You make our family a laughingstock." Bastian grimaced, biting down on his anger.
"Our strategy was always to bring Aubrey back into the realm. He will become your brother. That is the price we pay for loyalty from a man who wanted the throne for himself."
"Then it's not worth it," Esterel retorted. "Better to have sacrificed the men and treasure to have finished it. Put his head on a spike. It's not too late to do that."
"Of course it's too late," Bastian thundered, spittle flying from his mouth. "I gave my word, my oath, witnessed by martyrs. I am the king, you insolent boy. Louise is my only daughter, to marry to whomsoever will strengthen the realm."
"You kept this plan from me all this time?" Esterel demanded, his anger matching his father's.
"You spring it as a surprise, when the other dukes of the realm have known for months."
"Because I knew exactly how you would react," Bastian said, "obsessing over your own feelings, not a thought given to Javerne and its people. I'm still ruling alone, having to cajole you along the path we must take. Still waiting for you to show me you are ready for the responsibility."
Esterel's eyes blazed with fury, and Pierre thought he might grab their father by the neck. Perhaps he had been invited along to calm his brother. But he was on Esterel's side.
"What about Louise?" Pierre said, finding his voice. "She's never even met the man, and you give her away to him? Where was her choice? What chance does she have of finding love and happiness like this?"
"Love is an oft-overrated reason for marriage," Bastian said. "Louise will become a duchess. If the gods are kind, she will have children and love them. It's a fine enough match for her. Gods, Pierre, this is Aubrey we are talking about. She'll stay in Javerne. It's not like I'm marrying her to Leopold of Kelland."
Pierre fumed. "Better than Leopold. Hardly a great recommendation, father." He shook his head. "For someone who married for love himself, you are acting heartlessly."
Bastian breathed heavily now, so much so that Pierre worried for his health.
"I loved your mother, boy. I paid for that with years of pain. Louise is a level-headed young woman. To her credit, she reacted far better than you two. Now leave me the pair of you. Do what you must to get used to the idea, because the rest of the court will be told tonight."
Esterel and Pierre left in sullen silence.
"I will speak with Louise,"
Pierre said. "Me too." Pierre glanced at his brother. He could tell Esterel was fighting to control fierce emotions, too angry to speak.
"I should have taken the throne when I had the chance," Esterel said at last. "I allowed you and others to talk me out of it." "You're blaming me for this?" Pierre asked. Was his entire family going mad? "This wouldn't be happening if I were king," Esterel said. "That's all I meant." "And we'd have had other problems instead," Pierre countered. He was angry about Louise just the same as Esterel, and was in no mood to take the role of punching bag. Pierre rapped on the door to Louise's chambers. Sibelia, Louise's lady maid, opened it. She knew why they were here. "It is your brothers, your highness. Let them in."
They found Louise with glistening eyes and puffy eyelids, but she looked them straight in the eye and refused to shed fresh tears.
"It's all right," she said. "I knew Father would have a husband for me when I got here. It took the shock away."
She even allowed herself a little grin.
"You'll be next, Esterel."
"Huh. The old bastard can try. And you don't have to either, Louise. I'll stop the marriage."
"No,"
Louise said.
"I am ready for it. Sibelia and Breda will go to Famiens with me,"
she said. It still didn't sound real to Pierre. Louise in Famiens?
"And you too must play your part to make it work. You must welcome Aubrey. For my sake, if nothing else."
Esterel's lips parted, but he seemed unable to get any words out.
"All right, Louise,"
Pierre agreed.
"For your sake, we'll go along with it."
The date for the wedding was set as soon as possible, no doubt so that all parties involved didn't have the time to back out. Preparations for the ceremony seemed, from Pierre's remote perspective, horrendously complicated. Louise threw herself into the organization, which was just as well, since no one else in the family had the necessary attributes. The court officials, from Lords Russell and Casin down, were co-opted into the efforts to make it a success. As much as Pierre still didn't like the idea of the wedding, he began to see it was preferable to the previous years, when the royal court had been devoted to the raising and maintenance of armies. The guest list was an expense as terrifying as war. Of course, the Famiens' entourage was large, but every aristocrat across the kingdom demanded to attend the occasion. In some ways, Pierre conceded, it was also a symbol of hope. All their family's enemies had accepted their invitations, Raymond of Aurillac and Arnoul of Salias chief among them. In other ways, it would be a test. Would everyone get through it without locking horns? Adding to the mix would be a few foreign dignitaries who lived near enough to Javerne to have been invited on short notice. A messenger had been sent to Magnia, where it was supposed Sonk could still be located, in the company of Jesper and the sorcerer Ramon. As the days passed, and they heard nothing, Louise accepted that their younger sibling wouldn't be coming. Of all the inevitable setbacks, this one seemed to weigh her down the most. Pierre hadn't realized how close the two of them were. As near in age as he and Esterel, he supposed it shouldn't have been a surprise to him. The news beyond Javerne was bleak. Wild tales had spread up the castle. Zenekai, the Lipper sorcerer Ramon had warned them about, had killed Emperor Cohen of Brisingia in a shocking display of his power. Pierre worried for the people he knew, Walter and Farid in Kolderberg. Most of all, of course, Liesel, wherever she was. Of course, her shit of a brother would now plot for the imperial crown, but he had no control over events in the Empire, or elsewhere. If his family could make Javerne a great kingdom, like it had once been in history, then surely they could keep their own people safe. Louise's big day came at last. It dawned fair and Pierre found himself in good spirits, like most people, as he joined the grand procession that left the bastion and made its way into the city. He rode next to Humbert and felt quite magnificent in his new scarlet cloak worn over his linen tunic. His belt, neck chain and buckles were silver, and he had silver rings on his fingers. Many of the noble ladies who joined the royal procession gave him long, approving looks.
If I were a woman, Pierre reflected, I too would find it hard to turn my eyes away. Maybe I should act on my brother's advice and make an effort with some of these ladies.
For Pierre had to admit the ladies of the court had never looked lovelier. The tailors of Valenne must have made a small fortune, as everyone seemed to have a new, brightly coloured dress, trimmed with rich embroidery. The older women sported elaborate headdresses, while the fashion amongst the younger was to wear their hair uncovered, in plaits, braids, or other shapes, decorated with beads, brooches, flowers, and ribbons.
"Who is that?"
Pierre asked Humbert, nodding at one group of young women.
"With the long dark hair. I fancy I recognize her, though I can't think where from."
If Humbert had one use, it was knowing the names of all the women who came in and out of the bastion. "That," he said, "is Coletta, sister of Sasha of Corian. She has only recently returned to court, after a long absence. She is most comely, is she not?"
"I had thought so, before you told me who she is. She must have reminded me of Sasha, and now I can't get that from my mind. A shame, really."
"I do see the resemblance," Humbert conceded. "However, that would hardly be enough to put me off, I must admit."
"You can stop talking now," Pierre informed his friend.
The point seemed moot anyway. He could see Coletta stealing glances at his brother. Esterel rode with his friends, Corian and Corbenet. Of course, he stole the show. Pierre was used to that. His brother's blonde locks had been styled as carefully as any woman's. His cloak was green, and his accessories were gold. The brothers' outfits contrasted with one another, and this difference seemed to draw even more attention their way. The procession stopped close to Verlaine Cathedral. Hundreds of city folk had gathered to watch the spectacle. They cheered with enthusiasm at their arrival. There was even the odd call of Prince Pierre amongst all the Esterels. His brother had stolen the hearts of the people of the capital. Esterel led them on foot toward the doors of the cathedral. Waiting for them was the entourage of Duke Aubrey. Like most noble retinues, they had stayed overnight in the city rather than the bastion. The people of Famiens were a dour-looking lot. Aubrey himself set the tone, his hair cropped short, wearing a black cloak over a plain tunic. As the group from the bastion approached him, Pierre could see he looked pale and nervous, as any bridegroom might, he supposed. "Welcome, Your Grace," said Esterel, loud and friendly for all to hear. Aubrey allowed himself a smile and they clasped hands. "Your Grace," the Duke acknowledged. He looked for Pierre and nodded in his direction. "Thank you for the hospitality you have shown us," he said. Pierre hadn't considered it before, but it must take some balls to enter his former enemy's territory and marry into their family. It was not so long ago that Aubrey and Esterel had been on opposite sides of the battlefield. Not so long since Aubrey had seized Verlaine, and Esterel and Pierre had been forced to slip away in the night. He thought the man looked lonely, stood by himself. No family had made the journey to Verlaine with him, but at least Raymond of Aurillac was nowhere to be seen. His absence instantly made the Duke of Famine more likable. "Of course," Esterel said. "You will soon be a member of the family, after all. Come, let's take our seats inside. Once we do, Louise will depart the bastion, and she was quite insistent that I don't mess up the running order." Esterel and Aubrey led the two groups into the cathedral, taking their seats on either side of the central pew. Pierre sat next to Esterel on the front bench of the bride's side. Opposite them, Aubrey sat alone. Pierre turned to watch the space fill up. Duke Domar, architect of this piece, led his entourage from Martres to sit on the groom's side. Lords Cassian, Raymond, Arnoul came soon after. Duke Walter of Beryssia arrived, ostensibly simply representing the Empire. Pierre wondered what help he might request from his father when they met. A silence settled as they waited for the bride. Lord Russell was the first to arrive. With various nods, he got the Bishop of Verlaine to ready himself, the musicians to begin, and the congregation to stand. Then, at last, Louise appeared, her arm through her father's. The king still walked with that damned stick, and it was far from clear who was supporting whom as they made their way down the aisle. But they arrived without anything going awry, and Bastien settled himself onto his seat next to Esterel, visibly relieved. Louise looked beautiful. Her blonde hair had been raised high, and she wore a white gown that glittered whenever she moved. Pierre felt torn between happiness for his sister's moment and a sadness about who she was marrying. But Louise had said, clearly enough, that she was content. So Pierre put a smile on his face as the ceremony began. Pierre's father had earned himself a miserly reputation compared to the generosity of his predecessor. But no expense had been spared on the wedding breakfast for Aubrey and Louise. 2 jellies, with the colours of the 2 houses, red and white for Morbaine, blue and silver for Famians, stood on either side of the Owl of Giverne, delicately crafted from sugar. The delicacies served at the great table just kept coming. Every meat course was stuffed with something or other. There were huge pies full of fish, chicken, or game. The minced veal was named the King's Pie and had a gilt crust formed to look like a crown. At every other table in the great hall, the guests were well fed. Pierre and Humbert made sure, amidst all the indulgence, to save room for Breda's pastries. Humbert complained to Louise at great length about her decision to take Breda with her to Famiens, begging her to reconsider. Everyone, even the king himself, laughed at his impassioned speech. When he was done, Pierre warned him he had imbibed far too much wine. When Bastien got to his feet, everyone at table went quiet, though the hall was still filled with racket everywhere else.
"Everyone knows I'm a man of few words," he said gruffly, "though I like to think that when I speak, the words are well chosen. I would like to welcome Aubrey to our family. I have given you the most precious gift I have to give. I trust that Louise and Aubrey will support one another, that everyone here will support their union, and that we all remember that we serve the people of Giverne first and foremost. Now, let's toast this marriage to Aubrey and Louise."
Everyone obediently raised their cups and toasted the pair. The musicians were told to play, and finally, Pierre could lift his bloated stomach from the table and walk out. He watched Louise dancing to the frenetic tune with a group of ladies she had somehow befriended in a matter of weeks. He spied Esterel talking with Aubrey. His brother then joined in the dancing. They called Aubrey over, but he looked terrified at the idea. Pierre saw his chance, moving quickly before anyone else could get in.
"Prince Pierre, Duke Aubrey, I'd grabbed this chance to have a word."
The man gave a pained look.
"I presume not to congratulate me. To warn you, if I hear you've even looked the wrong way at Louise, your destruction will be my sole purpose in life. Your brother has just passed on similar sentiments. Whatever else I am, I'm not someone who would punish an innocent girl." I would get to you before my brother. I don't doubt that. Very well, we understand one another."
Pierre stalked off, wondering where the hell Humbert had got to. Looking back to the dancing, he saw an ever-increasing knot of ladies, not far from physically wrestling with each other, to get close to Esterel. A big smile split his brother's face as he pranced about like a buffoon. Then he caught Esterel giving a wink. A brunette, holding the folds of her dress as she danced, smouldered back.
Sasha's sister, whatever her name is. I'd put money on her being the one causing my brother so many late mornings."
It was not much longer before Lord Russell got things moving. It was still early for the bedding ceremony. Pierre knew his father must have requested it. A huge crowd took the couple to their room, placing them in the bed with ribald jokes aplenty. They both looked horribly embarrassed. "Here," said a voice from amidst the crowd of bodies that filled the room, Humbert offering Pierre a cup. "Thanks," he said, necking it down. He was relieved when Lord Russell began bellowing for everyone to get out. Esterel slapped him on the shoulder as they left. "Just don't think about it," his brother advised. Pierre tried not to, looking for someone to talk to. The king said his farewells, but the party would go on for some time yet. Then he spotted Duke Walter on the opposite side of the room. He was talking with Lord Casin, but when Pierre approached them, the Lord Chancellor soon excused himself. Pierre and Walter embraced. It had more affection in it than from his own father, and it made Pierre wonder. Walter was a tough man, but had the Duke developed some fatherly feelings for Pierre while they lived together?
"It's good to see you, Pierre. Much has changed since the time you spent in Brescia."
"Aye, in both realms. Farid not here?"
"Looking after the duchy for me."
I assume you are here to speak with the king?
He has promised me an audience tomorrow. Not that I expect your father to solve the Empire's problems. That's up to us.
The election is your business, Pierre agreed. But this business with the Lippers, that sounds more like everyone's problem.
I'm glad you see it like that, Pierre. I was as guilty as anyone of ignoring what was happening in the south, hoping it would just go away. But having seen that power at first hand,
he shook his head.
This is something bigger than any one nation can deal with.
What did you see? Pierre asked, wanting to hear it from someone who was there.
I saw the Emperor of Brisingia lifted from his horse, held in mid-air, then obliterated. But it wasn't just that. A whole army, thousands of us, just watched. We knelt in the dirt and watched it happen, frozen in place. Then we left and returned to our homes, like good little boys. Even the Isharites didn't do that to us. We fought them, spilt our blood. But this feels like we've already lost.
Pierre wasn't sure what to say. He thought of Sonk. What was Ramon doing, dragging his little brother into that kind of fight?
Anyway, there is other news I need to tell you, Pierre. It's about Liesel.
He looked serious, and Pierre knew it wasn't good news.
Atrabia, that's where Farad took her. She's been there ever since. But she was with the Atrabian army in Thess, and Inga found out. She and Salvinus took her, along with Prince Gavin. She's back in Essenberg.
Back in Essenberg? Pierre felt anger and hatred rise in him. It seemed that nothing in the Empire would be right while those bastards lived.
The politics of the Empire are simply excruciating now, Walter said. I don't have the freedom to get her back. Do you understand? It will take all my efforts to stop Brisingia from descending into civil war.
You can't let Leopold become emperor, Pierre said. It should be you.
It can't be Leopold, Walter agreed. So it should be anyone else. But if they play games with Liesel, do you understand what I'm saying? The Empire matters more than any one life.
Pierre frowned. Walter was starting to sound like his father. So what? You're asking me to help? What can I do?
Walter gave him a sympathetic smile. You saved her last time, didn't you? I have an idea or two, if you're willing to consider them. You don't owe her anything, Pierre. Liesel would be the first to say that, but...
Of course, Walter. Of course. I will do what I can. Louise had to leave the next day. Pierre found her, surrounded by servants who were packing up a cart with her possessions. I've brought you an extra pair of hands, he told her. This is Ciela. Hello, Louise said uncertainly. Ciela bowed gracefully. Louise looked Ciela up and down. To help me pack? Not exactly, said Pierre. Ciela is a skilled warrior and has been a valuable retainer of mine. I am putting her into your service. She will be perfectly discreet, but if you ever need someone to carry out those more unusual tasks, the kind that require sharp steel, she will be available. Ciela heaved her sack onto the cart. Don't worry, Your Highness, she told Louise. My sword is in there, but I always have at least half a dozen knives about my person. Anytime you need me to use one, you just say so. Oh, Louise said, a little taken aback. Then she smiled. Well, I suppose it's always good to have options. Welcome, Ciela. She gestured to the other side of the cart. That is my maid, Sibelia. Best not to mention the knives to her. Ciela shrugged. Whatever you think. She clambered onto the cart, watching the servants complete the packing. Thank you, Pierre, Louise said. He saw tears in her eyes and embraced her. Don't mention it. I'll see you soon. Not trusting himself to hold off his own emotions, Pierre left his sister to it. That evening, there was a subdued atmosphere in the hall. Supper was leftovers from last night's feast. Duke Walter, like most of the king's guests, had left for home, but his news about Liesel preyed on Pierre's mind, and he picked at his food. His father and Esterel still weren't speaking, refusing to look at one another. Even though the marriage was done,
It seemed to be driving them further apart. The celebrations seemed to have tired the king out. He looked paler than he had for weeks, with a sheen of sweat on his face. His shoulders were hunched as if he was in pain, and he rubbed at his chest, complaining of indigestion. If it was anyone but the king, someone would have advised him to stop eating. Pierre watched as he stood at the table. He swayed on his feet, a look of confusion on his face as he gripped at his chest.
"Father?"
Pierre asked.
"Are you all right?"
I can't breathe.
Chapter 25. Liesel. Essenberg, Duchy of Kelland, 675. While Gavin and Idris languished in the dungeons of Essenberg Castle, Liesel was free to go where she wished. Wherever she went, a cloud hung over her. Feelings of guilt and helplessness could not be shaken off by new surroundings.
"But I will not quail,"
she told herself. Gavin had told her to steel herself, and she knew she must. For his sake and for Idris. For herself.
"I will play my hand as best I can, and put my doubts aside."
Her brother asked her to attend him. She found him in the great hall with 3 of the thugs he called friends. She knelt before him while they smirked at her.
"Your Grace,"
she said. Leopold gestured for her to rise. It was done in his usual dismissive way. Her brother revelled in his power, but had no clue how to use it. She was done trying to make him change, done with the persuasions, the begging of an older sister. It was time to accept who he was.
"I've missed you so much, sister,"
he said. His friends were silent, gaping fish that fed on cynicism.
"Not so much as I have missed you, brother,"
she said.
"And my home."
"If you missed us so much, why stay away for 2 years?"
"It was a mistake to leave for Arabia. Once there, I couldn't leave."
"Is that so? Well, not to worry, Liesel. Prince Gavin suffers down in the dungeons for his crimes and insults to us."
"Here is a moment, Liesel. Play the game."
Any affection she displayed towards Gavin would only make his ordeal worse. She shrugged, as if disinterested in what befell Gavin.
"His son, too,"
Leopold added. He looked hungrily at her. He wanted to see pain and discomfort, wanted to know just how much she cared. He wanted her to beg him not to hurt Idris. Liesel felt sick with dread at what they might be doing to him. She forced it down.
"I found Arabia to be very poor and backward,"
she said.
"It really shouldn't be called a duchy at all, in my opinion."
Leopold studied her, looking for weakness, finding none.
"I hope I never have to go there myself. My friends and I are off into the city to enjoy the sophistication of what Essenberg offers."
One of his friends snickered out loud. Leopold turned on him, a look of cold rage on his face, and the idiot shut his mouth and looked at the floor.
"You should come with us, sister."
"Trying to scare me now? You'll find all this less easy than it once was, brother." "I'm sure you will enjoy yourselves," she said. "Alas, that ladies such as I must keep ourselves pure."
"Pure?" Leopold asked with derision.
"What on earth for?"
"I assume you will be marrying me off to some lord or another,"
Liesel said. She raised an eyebrow at his blank look.
"To ensure you become emperor, silly? That's what sisters and daughters are for, isn't it? If you want the crown, Leopold, you must use all your pieces. I'm sure your advisors have said as much."
"I know how to become emperor," he said, irritated. "It's already in my grasp. You think you're going to make a difference to that?"
She'd got a reaction from him. That had to be classed as a victory.
"Now, what would Inga do at this point?"
She walked towards him, slowly, confidently. She looked Leopold in the eye, a light smile on her lips, even though she could still see the gawking faces of his friends. She kissed him on one cheek, then the next, lingering a little longer than was seemly between sister and brother.
"I'm sure you know best, brother. You'll be a great emperor, the greatest Brzezingia has ever seen."
Leopold had nothing. She walked away. Keep it slow, Liesel, she told herself, though she really wanted to run away and vomit into a corner. Enjoy Essenberg, she said over her shoulder. Dealing with Leopold was easy compared to Inga. The witch was the real ruler in Essenberg. After what happened on the border of the Empire, she seemed even more powerful. Zenekai had ignored everyone but her. They had all been sheep, and Inga, if not of his species, was the only other carnivore present. As was her wont, Inga appeared suddenly in the corridor as Liesel walked to morning prayers. She walked with her towards the chapel. "You're settled back into life in Essenberg, Liesel?" Inga said in the cloying voice she used when at her most sarcastic. "Oh yes," Liesel said, in a decent attempt to match the tone. "How I wish I'd never left." Inga's lips twitched, though whether she really derived any humor from it, there was no way of knowing. "Leopold tells me you two talked of marriage." "Indeed, I'm not getting any younger," Liesel said, realizing after she said it that she had stolen the phrase from Tegan. "And you tried to teach me a lesson once. Do you remember? You said it was about time I used my body and pretty face." A lecherous smile appeared on Inga's face. "I remember it well. And you are asking me to believe you have come over to my way of thinking? What could have prompted such a change?" "I was in Thess, remember? I'm sure what happened there had a sobering effect on everyone who witnessed it." Inga could hardly argue with that. "And whom do you suppose your brother should marry you to?" the witch asked. Here it came. Liesel knew she would prod and probe, try to trap her. She would have to fend her off. "I was thinking Friedrich would be a good choice, for me and for Leopold." Inga pursed her lips. It was far from a stupid suggestion. Liesel had given it careful thought. The Liesel she had to become would choose Friedrich, she was sure. They entered the castle chapel, a sacred private space. Inga followed Liesel, and they knelt next to one another. The priest nodded towards them both, attempting nonchalance at the appearance of Inga at prayers. They waited in silence as a few more worshippers entered the small space. Inga leaned over. "Because I thought the Atrabian boy was your real fancy." Liesel moved her head a little closer, though she kept her eyes on the priest, who had ordered the door closed and now readied himself for the service. "I didn't say Friedrich was my fancy, but his wife will be Duchess of Thess." She turned to look Inga in the eye, so close she could feel the witch's breath. "That is better than Princess of Atrabia, wouldn't you agree?" The priest had begun prayers, but it was mere background noise as Liesel fixated on the witch's reaction. Inga raised an eyebrow. She doubted Liesel, but Liesel had done enough to make her think what she said might be true. She returned her gaze to the front of the chapel and tried to focus on the priest's words. Then Inga was even closer, whispering, her breath in Liesel's ear. The priest continued, trying to pretend he hadn't noticed. "Often a woman must lie with a man she hasn't chosen. Even me. When I was about your age, a man took a fancy to me. I could hardly say no, since it was the Emperor." Liesel's blood ran cold. She wanted to scream out her denials. Her father wouldn't have. She yearned to slap or scratch, to call Inga a dirty liar. But part of her wondered, why say it if it wasn't true? "I found it hard to understand," Inga continued, merciless. Her whispering voice sounded so loud in Liesel's ear that she thought the entire chapel must be able to hear. "What did he see in me? Your mother is so much more of a beauty than I. Maybe it was the difference between us he enjoyed. But whatever it was, what option did I have but to submit and give him what he wanted? And to be fair, I learned to enjoy it." Thoughts of her father with Inga infested Liesel's mind, mental images that would stay with her. "Control, Liesel. You can play this game. Steel yourself. Her heart thudded, and her stomach contracted, threatening to vomit. She turned slowly and deliberately, bringing her mouth to Inga's ear. "Lucky father," she whispered. Liesel did the precise opposite of what she wanted. She sought out Leopold and Inga as if she enjoyed their company. She said things she didn't mean and acted in a way that wasn't her at all. She feared becoming the Liesel she created, that the real Liesel was disappearing. But she had no choice. Gradually, she found herself included in conversations, as if she was one of them. Then one evening she arrived for dinner in the hall to find Salvinus seated at the top table. He was in a place of honor next to Leopold. Although he was the junior partner among the terrible trio, he was still the one who scared her the most. "Lady Liesel," he said with a broad grin as she seated herself opposite him, next to Inga. "Lord Salvinus, how is mother?" "I'm keeping her satisfied," he said with a smirk. "Mother is truly blessed to have found such a gentleman." "Yes, she is. Though if you want a blessing, I'm open to it." Salvinus glanced at Inga. He looked disappointed that she wasn't joining in. "Very kind," said Liesel, unsurprised by the comment. "But I think you're more suited to the older woman." She looked around the hall. "Lady Cass, perhaps?" Had she hit a nerve? Salvinus glared at her. "Don't worry about that. I'll still make you scream, princess." "Gods," said Leopold. "All you've done so far is talk of screwing my family. I had hoped we would be discussing the plan to make me emperor." "Apologies, Your Grace," Salvinus said quickly, though he shot a glare at Liesel that said she would pay for her impudence. Liesel stole a glance at Leopold. She had never thought to see the day her brother stood up to Salvinus. She had to realize that after 2 years away, others might have changed as much as she had. "Perhaps you could tell us of your recent efforts?" Inga asked him, sounding unusually cold towards her ally. "Emlyn of Atrabia has committed himself to your cause, Your Grace," Salvinus said to Leopold, "in exchange for our recognition of his title, of which I assured him. I visited with Duke Heremias, who said you had the vote of Rotelagen. I also traveled to Trevenza and Griena. The rulers of both provinces were persuaded that you should be emperor." "Trevenza and Griena," Leopold said. "They have no votes. But with Atrabia and Rotelagen I have 4 votes. That is a majority, even if Uncle Walter chooses to make mischief." "You have 2 votes," Inga corrected him. "Kelland and Luderia. The rest are mere promises. The Dukes of Brisingia can change their minds. It's happened in the past. We must do everything in our power to ensure your election and take nothing for granted." Leopold gave her a sullen look, but didn't argue. "What else should we do, then?" "Firstly," said Inga, "we act with humility. No suggestion that you already think of yourself as emperor. The changes in Atrabia can work to our advantage regarding the location of the vote." "What does that mean?" Leopold asked. "Imperial protocol says the vote is held in the duchy of the longest-serving ruler," Inga explained. "That was Gavin. Even if Walter and the others don't formally accept Emlyn as the new prince, they may be persuaded that holding the election there isn't the best idea." "But Walter is the next longest-serving ruler, is he not?" Salvinus asked. "I'd rather Emlyn was our host than that weasel." "An understandable mistake," Inga replied. "But if you cast your mind back, Heremias inherited the Duchy of Rotelagen slightly before Walter was given Berisia. That would make Guslar the host city." Salvinus nodded and allowed himself a smile. "Your brother-in-law would host the election, Leopold." "I get it. What else can we do?" "There's Liesel," Inga said, and all 3 looked at her, like a piece of meat in the market. "A carrot we can dangle in front of the new Duke of Thess." "Friedrich," Leopold asked. He's hardly going to cast a vote for me. He gestured at Liesel, however much she pouts at him. True enough, Inga admitted. But we must also look beyond the election. An alliance with Thess will make ruling the Empire more straightforward. Leopold didn't look impressed. Once I'm Emperor, I shall do as I wish. Anyone who stands in my way won't live long. There was the old Leopold, Liesel told herself. Can't say I've missed him. You do recall what I told you about the final moments of the last Emperor? Inga asked him. Leopold swallowed, nervous-looking. These are uncertain times, the witch continued. We don't want a civil war. Most of all, we don't want the Thessians bringing a Zenekai into our lands a second time. No one said anything to that. It was the shadow at the feast, an inconvenient truth. Their scheming for the imperial throne was like the squabbling of hens before the fox entered the coop. Liesel woke with a start. She looked about her room befuddled. It took a few moments for her to realize she was in Kelland, not Atrabia. A few more to remember the events of the last few weeks. Reality pressed down on her. I wish I were back in my dreams. A knock at the door. That must have been what woke her. Reluctantly, she got out from under her covers and put on her cloak. Pulling ajar the wooden shutter on her window, she could see it was still pitch black outside. Who would be knocking on her door at this hour? She knew there could only be a few culprits, none of them good. Who is it? She asked. Me, Inga's voice. At least it wasn't Salvinus. Liesel stared at the bolt on her door as moments passed. She knew she had no choice. She slid it free, then opened the door. Inga gave her one of her smiles. Sorry to wake you at this hour, she said, making no attempt to sound sorry. She looked Liesel up and down, making her feel self-conscious. Liesel, you even look desirable when you've been woken from sleep. Liesel swallowed, nervous. She had flirted with Inga, just as the witch flirted with people. But did the woman now want to do more than simply flirt? How would she say no? Inga studied her face with a sly expression, enjoying her discomfort. Your brother wants to see you. At this time, Liesel demanded. He has news that can't wait. Several possibilities came to Liesel's mind, each as terrible as the one before. She didn't want to go, but she needed to know. Inga led her through the castle corridors, not down to the great hall, but to Leopold's private rooms. It was eerily quiet. Liesel tried to fight off a sense of dread. She knew nothing good would come from tonight's work, whatever it was. Leopold was waiting with Salvinus inside his chambers. They were excited about something, their eyes gleaming like predators. Liesel fortified herself for what was to come. She had to. But being scared all the time was so tiring. What is it? She asked. Gavin, Leopold said, keen to speak first. He's dead. No. Nausea hit her. She fought it off, making herself stand tall. They've killed him. Do you think you're innocent? She asked herself. Gavin would be alive if not for your foolishness. Didn't intend to, Salvinus said without remorse. Must have had a weak skull. How Liesel wished she could strike out at this thug. Wished she had the power to do the same to him as he had done to so many others. But she didn't, and she must not lose control. Any words she had to say might come out as sobs, and they would judge her weakness. And weakness wasn't an option. Steel yourselves, Gavin had told them, his last words to her. She would honor them. You woke me just to tell me? She asked, keeping her voice neutral. She still didn't really understand why she was here. His son needs to be told, Inga said. All three of them looked at her, eager for her to crack. So that was it, a test. She'd claimed that Gavin and Idris meant nothing to her, that she was one of them. Tonight they would test her claims. Pass this test, and they might decide to trust her. Fail, and they never would again. Her future would be bleak. "All right," she said. "We also need something from him," Salvinus added. "I want to go," Leopold said, sounding like the little boy he had once been, asking to play a game. See how he reacts. Liesel wasn't prepared for what she found in Idris's cell. They hadn't warned her. Idris had a piss pot, but it still stunk to high heaven. Leopold complained about the stench while she tried desperately not to react. "Don't even wrinkle your nose," she told herself. Idris sat on a straw pallet in one corner. He was thinner even than usual, pale after so many days kept underground. Wherever there was skin to see, there was bruising and cuts. His lips and nose were swollen. A careless attempt had been made to wipe his blood from the floor of the cell. What kind of people treat others with such cruelty? Liesel had to wonder. It wasn't even as if they wanted information from him. It was the pleasure of abuse, and she couldn't think of a sin more evil. Idris gave her a crooked smile. "Welcome to my humble abode." Leopold gave a little laugh at the jest. Liesel glanced at him. There is something missing from his mind, she decided. "Please excuse me not getting to my feet," Idris continued. "I'm just not sure I can." "That's all right," said Liesel. "I'm afraid we come here with grave news. Your father has died. I wanted to tell you myself." For a moment he stared at her, disbelieving. When he realized it was the truth, his head sank, his lank black hair covering his face. "Steel yourself," she said to Idris, using his father's words. She feared he would lose it, lash out at Leopold and get himself killed. "I remember when I was told about my father's death," Leopold piped up. "It took me a while to get over it. You'll probably be the same." Liesel looked at her brother, unable to remove the frown from her face. He was staring at Idris with some grim fascination. She was convinced it was their father's death that had damaged Leopold beyond repair. She hadn't noticed at the time. She'd been so young herself and full of grief. Their mother had been no help. She looked from her brother to the man she loved, black and blue, trying to hold himself together. "God, please tell me father isn't watching us from above," she prayed. "He'd be heartbroken to witness this madness that has descended on us." Idris lifted his head. He looked at her, devoid of emotion. "Thank you for informing me," he said. "You're welcome. There's one more thing. We think it would be a good idea for you to sign this." From her bag, Liesel retrieved parchment, ink, and quill. "It says you recognize your uncle as Prince of Atrabia." "Of course," Idris said, a mocking smile on his face. "Best man for the job, if you ask me." Liesel knelt on the cold stone floor and helped him make his name, his fingers barely able to hold the quill. "That's it?" Idris asked when she had the parchment back in the bag. "That is all," she confirmed. "Goodbye," Leopold said, pushing the door of the cell open. "Don't be strangers," Idris's voice carried after them. The bitterness was lost on Leopold, but it cut Liesel. Her ordeal wasn't done yet, though. Inga and Salvinus were waiting for them. "Well?" Salvinus asked. Wordlessly, Liesel handed him the signed parchment. "I quite liked him," Leopold admitted. "Honestly, I think I felt sorrier for him than Liesel did." Salvinus studied her. Liesel ignored him. She looked at Inga instead. A silence stretched between them. "Thank you for doing that job for us," the witch said at last. "He's of little use to us now," Salvinus suggested. "I disagree," Liesel said. "Why's that?" he asked roughly. "Emlin's hardly the most trustworthy of allies. Having an alternative might help keep him honest." None of them argued. It was the cold, hard truth. Liesel returned to her room. She sat on her bed, not even trying to sleep. Wisps of memory and fragments of conversation played through her mind. "I will protect you, as if you were my own daughter," Gavin had said on the day they met.
That only made the pain feel worse.
You will survive this,
Gavin had told her and Idris when they were captured.
you.
Not we. Had he known his fate? Well, they'd done what he asked. They had steeled themselves.
You will survive this, and be stronger for it, he'd said.
Am I any stronger? Liesel whispered into the night. She didn't feel like hardened steel. She felt brittle, as if one more blow would be enough for her to shatter into pieces. Chapter 26. Song. Kingdom of Magnia, 675. King Edgar made the decision to leave Bidcote. The news that had come to court was dire. First, travelers from the Empire told the story of the killing of Emperor Cohen. Sonk and Ramon listened intently to the descriptions of Azenekai's power. An army of thousands had been fixed, immobile, as Azenekai had held their leader in the air before destroying him. Sonk felt like he had learned nothing about their enemy, except that he wielded incomprehensible power. Second, the king received a warning of a building of pressure on his southern border. If Magnia was the next target, he had to act. Queen Elfled and their children remained, with enough support to govern in Edgar's absence. Those reinforcements who left with him were grim-faced warriors who looked like they were riding to their deaths. Sonk and his companions went with them. Sonk felt no wiser about what they might do to stop the threat from Azenekai. Ramon's talk of traveling to other worlds kept returning to his thoughts. To seek some other god and bring them to Dalria? And even if such a thing was possible, what if this other god was just as dangerous as Azenekai? As they rode, they questioned Heron. His physical recovery had been surprisingly fast. Now he was feeling better. There had to be more he could offer them about this enemy.
You say you turned to other people, Ramon asked him.
Yes, Heron spoke softly, as if revisiting his memories caused him pain.
I remember holding them down. Then it was like...
He shivered, grimacing with some internal struggle.
Like Azenekai entered their minds through mine.
Ramon considered this.
Here is my theory. Those like Heron, who Azenekai turned himself, have the power to turn others. Those Heron turned do not.
Makes sense, Heron agreed.
Which raises another question, Ramon continued. Why the need to create this middle class of the turned? Azenekai has intervened in conflicts, often decisively, then disappears again. Why, after killing Cohen, did he not continue to subjugate the Empire? Why, in all this time, has he not led an all-out attack on Magnia in person?
He has a weakness, Sonk suggested, following Ramon's question to its logical conclusion. When he uses his magic, it weakens him, just like us.
Perhaps so, Ramon replied. Then think also of the gods we know of, Jesper said, joining in. Madria and Dis. Both influenced events by residing inside their followers. Dis had Erkendrix, then Siavash. Madria had Alana, then Belwyn. Azenekai lives inside the body of Alippa.
Yes, said Ramon. He is confined in a vessel much weaker than himself. And the power he wields is so great. Do you remember? The very air hummed with magic, like a river floods when it bursts its banks. This body he inhabits must need to recover afterwards.
And now is the time to strike, Heron said. We find him while he is weakened, and finish him.
If only it were so simple, Ramon said. He will protect himself with his slaves, and even if we get to him, killing a god is harder than striking him down with a sword.
What if it isn't? Heron demanded. What if you're overcomplicating it, and we can end this right now?
What if I'm not, said Ramon, and they get us all killed? Then who's left to stop him?
A blade through the heart is enough to stop anyone, Heron mumbled.
But he didn't sound convinced by his own words.
never mind persuading anyone else. Magnia met the land of the Lippers on an isthmus. A chain of ancient-looking stone forts crossed the neck of land at its narrowest point, and this was where Edgar's southern army was garrisoned. These were Lipper forts, the king explained to them as they approached one. He named it the Red Fort. It sat at the end of the road that had taken them south, close to the eastern shore of the isthmus. The red sandstone walls towered above them. The stone had been worked into a large but simply designed square-shaped fort. The Lippers built them to stop the advance of my Magnian ancestors. They worked very well. Our histories suggest the Magnians soon accepted them as our southern border. Perhaps, he added, waving one hand at the arid landscape, because of the infertile land hereabout, the Magnians later relinquished the entire region to the Lippers. When the attacks began, I counterattacked, pushing the Lippers back into their territory. We took every single fort, from Lantinen to Itanen. It seemed they hadn't anticipated such a move. Half of the forts lay completely empty. Anyway, ever since we have held this ground and kept them out. Never less than 5,000 soldiers are stationed here throughout the year. Stonemasons and other craftsmen live here too. A constant stream of supplies must be maintained to keep them all here. It's been no easy undertaking. Edgar paused, looking like he would say more, then thought better of it. Come, there are few comforts here, but there is a warm fire and plenty to eat. Although army life was no longer a novelty for Sunk, he could still find the excitement amongst the hardship. Ramon, Jesper, Heron, and himself were allocated a space on the hard floor of the main hall, rolling their cloaks up to serve as seats. Rations were served, hard bread with a one pot that seemed to be a mush of every ingredient they had in their stores. Different, Jesper commented, spooning the food into his mouth with his fingers. He gave some to Rab, who went begging from one person to the next. May not compare so well with the cuisine of Valenne, Heron said, but it's better than living off bugs and whatever else I've had for the last 10 years. Bugs? Jesper asked. I have one very specific, very vivid memory. And if you think I'm sharing any of this, he said to Rab, who'd come to try his luck, you've got another thing coming. Rab seemed to understand and came over to gaze at Sonk's dinner, licking his lips. Afterwards, they were all invited to a meeting with the king in his chambers. His bodyguard, Bricktwin, stood impassively by the door. The only other person present was Edgar's steward, Wilchard. He looked a similar age to Edgar, with the same blonde coloring as most Magnians, and they spoke to one another as friends. They've been testing the defenses of all our forts, Wilchard explained for their benefit, no doubt having shared all his news with Edgar privately. In greater numbers than we've seen for months, there are small numbers of Caladri with the Lippers. I have also had a report from our westernmost fort, on the Itanen. They claim a Caladri led an attack, and that she used magic. Is that possible? Edgar asked Ramon. I have feared for some time that it is. Zenekai's invasion of the Sea Caladri may have given him access to turret magic users. That's all we need, the king chewed on his lower lip, thinking. The easy option would be to hunker down here, but the invasion of Cordons has changed things. Our eastern border is vulnerable. Why would they attack here and not there? Any general who knew what they were doing would attack from both points, Heron commented. It stretches your forces out. The invasion of Cordons was carried out in surprise, with massive force, Ramon added. They know what they're doing. Then there are the Caladri, Edgar said. More precisely, their fleet. Our entire south coast is vulnerable. He sighed, coming to a decision. Wilchard, I'll take over here. I'll send you with a company of our best to the east. Hold off any probing forces. But if they cross in massive numbers, you'll have to retreat here. Understood, Wilchard said. I'll not risk a defeat. The steward looked at Ramon, his eyes glancing at Sonk and back again.
And long term? The king told me what this Zenekai did in the Empire. We can only hold them off for so long.
I wish I could say there was a clear route to victory, Ramon said, as Zenekai turned aside the army of the Empire as if it was nothing. The sorcerer put a hand to his chin. I have one idea.
Then you'd better think about putting it into practice, the steward suggested, before it's too late.
The Magnians were busy over the next few days. Wilchard gathered his force and marched out for the border with Cordons. King Edgar left to tour the chain of forts that defended his kingdom. He planned to visit each one and encourage the warriors to hold fast. Sonk and his friends remained in the Red Fort. For 2 days there was no sign of the enemy. It was during the night of the 3rd day that Sonk heard the warning cries, quickly followed by the blast of horns. Sonk and his friends slept close to one another, so it was that when he staggered to his feet, shaking off the sluggishness of sleep, Ramon, Jesper, and Heron did the same. They moved as one, heading for the battlements of the fort. The walkways were busy with soldiers. They seemed well drilled, taking up positions next to bins full of rocks, while archers stood by braziers. As he passed one group, Sonk could see they were busy coating their arrows in pitch. A rush of excitement passed through him. Despite the danger, Sonk had always imagined being on the walls of a besieged fortress, fending off an enemy attack. He recalled the tales of the great siege of Burkhard Castle in the Empire. At least this enemy had no dragon to render the walls useless. Sonk and his friends found a space for themselves and stood in a row, peering down into the darkness. Jesper and Heron strung bows and muttered to one another about range and the direction of the wind. The area around the fort was flattened, but still Sonk could see nothing. Then the archers fired. Many arrows hit their target, great bundles of combustible material positioned 30 feet from the walls that the darkness had hidden until now. Several soon roared into life, and their flickering light revealed the enemy. There were not so many, and while they had brought siege equipment, it was basic stuff. Wheeled wooden walls to hide behind, wooden ladders tall enough to reach the battlements. They were all lippers, from what Sonk could make out. He studied one of them, only lightly armored, holding one side of a ladder. He had the same dead eyes as Heron once had. The commander of the garrison ordered his archers to fire, and the lippers came under a hail of arrows. Jesper and Heron joined in. Sonk looked across to Ramon, who shook his head. No need to alert the enemy to our presence, he said.
Got one,
Heron cried with enthusiasm. Sonk looked at the man's eager smile. The fact that a few weeks ago he would have been on the same side as the enemy didn't seem to bother him in the slightest. The lippers retreated into the night, dragging some of their equipment with them, leaving the rest behind. The defenders waited. After a while, with no sign of a return, the commander barked out orders. The night watch would remain on duty, but everyone else was told to stand down. Sonk and his friends returned to their spot in the hall. The space was alive with conversation. Few attempted to get back to sleep, with so much energy swirling through their bodies. What did you make of that? Ramon asked Heron.
Possibly a probe of our defenses,
the Magnian answered.
Or? They've drawn our forces down to the border. Now they'll keep us pinned here with attacks such as this. Then they'll attack on our flanks. From the sea, as Edgar suggested. There are miles of coastland. It's impossible to defend it all.
They exchanged grim looks. Would Magnia fall, just like Cordons? During the days, Sonk and Ramon would leave the fort, trekking out into the arid landscape. Sometimes Jesper or Heron would join them. They acted as lookouts, in case the enemy should appear. Other times, Rab did the job. The dog took his work seriously, finding a high spot from which he silently scanned the surrounding terrain. First, Ramon would locate the other world he had found. Sonk had no idea how he did this, but he lent his teacher his power.
They clasped hands, and Ramon would close his eyes, concentrating until he had done it. Then, his eyes still closed, he would search. The more they did it, the faster Ramon found the world. Then he began to get to the same location within the world more regularly, exploring the landscape. "We have to go to a safe location," he explained to Song. "Somewhere remote, where no people might see, but not so remote that you'd have trouble negotiating the terrain or be threatened by wild beasts. Only when I have pinpointed the place and can get to it quickly can we risk going ahead." "How did you find this world?" Song asked. The whole thing sounded bizarre, even to his ears. He wondered what people without magic would make of it. "It's hard to describe. The idea came first, then I searched. I suppose you could call them visions, since I'm not actually there. But it's a place we can get to, I'm sure of it." After this, Ramon taught Song teleportation. "You've already done it," he explained. "You've moved objects, like stones and arrows. Teleportation is simply moving a person, yourself or someone else, to another location." This made sense, but it was strange. When it came to it, Song came against a barrier. Something about it didn't come naturally. It was the first time magic hadn't come easily to him. Perhaps it was the stress of their situation, but Song struggled to find any success. He moved Ramon from one location to another within his field of view. He moved Rab up and down. The dog simply went floppy, while keeping a straight face. Song wondered what he thought was happening. But Song couldn't move himself at all, and the thought of teleporting someone to a location he couldn't see just seemed impossible. "Don't force it," Ramon advised. "It will come of its own accord." But if there was one thing they knew, it was that they didn't have time to waste. When they returned to the fort, it was to find there were new arrivals. Queen Elfled had come with a small band of warriors, led by her fierce-looking bodyguard, Morlin.
"She's come to speak to you, Song,"
Jesper told him. Song found her standing in the fort's hall with Morlin by her side. She was still in her riding outfit. She looked out of place amongst the grime and stink, but she smiled pleasantly when she saw Song arrive. There was a touch of sadness to it, making him wonder why she had come to see him. "May I speak with you in private, Song?" she asked. "Of course." Morlin led them up to the royal chamber. It was a short walk, but long enough for Song to experience a growing feeling of dread. Morlin waited outside the room. "Sit," Elfled said, gesturing to her husband's bed. She sat next to him. "I'm sorry to bring you sad news, Song. We received a messenger from Velen. Your father has died." Song stared at her. He hadn't been expecting that. Maybe he should have. His father's injuries had been severe after all, but he was not old, and Song had simply thought him too tough to die. "He collapsed at dinner, and didn't recover," Elfled said into the silence. "He passed away the next day. I'm sorry for your loss." "Thanks for coming to tell me," Song said, unsure what else to say. "I know you are here to help us," Elfled said. "And things are getting serious. But no one would begrudge you returning to Velen to be with your family." Song nodded. He heard the words, but was struggling to process them. "There are other news," Elfled added. "Apparently your sister married a few days before your father died." "What? Louise?" "To Duke Aubrey of Famians, so I've been told." Louise had married the Duke of Famine? Part of him refused to believe it, but another part knew it to be true. At Arbiost, Louise had told him she expected their father would soon see her married. And of course, he'd have chosen Aubrey, putting politics and the realm before the happiness of his children. "Song?" Elfled said, looking at him with concern. "Do you need to talk about it?" He focused on the Queen, aware he had been silent, deep in his own thoughts. "I think I need some time alone," he said, getting to his feet. "Of course. Morlin," she called. The bodyguard opened the door and Sonk returned to the hall. Walking felt strange, and he knew he must be in shock. Jesper and Ramon were waiting for him in the hall.
"Everything all right?"
asked the forester. Jesper didn't know, and as much as Sonk just wanted to leave, he had a right to.
"It's my father. He's dead,"
Sonk told them what Elfled had said.
"I'm sorry, Sonk,"
Jesper said.
"Do you want some company?"
"No. I need to be alone for a while. I'm going for a walk."
Jesper looked uneasy.
"It's dangerous out there."
"He can handle himself," Ramon said. Jesper nodded.
"I know."
Sonk gave them a small smile and left. Rab followed him, not understanding his desire to be by himself. But Rab didn't really count, and Sonk allowed him to accompany him out of the fort. They walked. Sonk struggled to understand how he felt about the loss of his father. He'd never known his mother, and his father had been there all his life. Yet, in a weird way, he still felt his mother's loss more. His father had protected him, but he'd never loved him, and Sonk didn't think his death hurt the way it was supposed to. He thought instead of his siblings. Esterel would be made king. Sonk had always thought he would make a good king. Pierre would become even more influential in the kingdom. And then there was Louise. He couldn't really imagine how she felt. If Bastien had died only a little sooner, maybe she wouldn't be married to Aubrey. Because he couldn't imagine Esterel would have made such a match. But it was done now. He shook his head. Queen Elfled had said no one would begrudge him if he returned home. But did his siblings need him? Not really. He'd had his uses when there was the war to win. But now? He knew most people at court hadn't trusted him, disliked and feared him even.
"I'd always be an outsider in Valin."
But if his siblings wanted him to return, maybe he should.
"Did they even try to invite me to Louise's wedding?"
He suddenly wondered. Perhaps that was unfair. For Louise to be married already, it must have all happened very quickly.
"Do you want to return, Sonk?"
he asked himself. All things being equal, he would want to be at his father's funeral, if there was still time. But Magnia was under immediate threat. The whole of Dalria was. He sighed.
"The truth is, I belong here, with strange people like Ramon and Heron."
His magic hadn't been a choice, but it was something he was coming to accept. It brought responsibilities with it. He wouldn't hide from them. He thought of the wizards from the stories Jesper told him. Pentas, with red eyes like his. Gustav the Hawk. Soren, the twin of Belwyn. Belwyn herself, he supposed. They hadn't lived easy lives. They'd all sacrificed themselves in the effort to win the war against the Isherites.
"I'm one of them, and my place is here,"
Sonk decided. He didn't resent it anymore. Didn't especially like it either.
"It's just who I am,"
he explained to Rab, ruffling the dog's head. Rab seemed to understand the gravity of the moment and refrained from licking him. Edgar arrived that night. He strode into the hall, clearly furious that Elfled had travelled into danger.
"What's she doing here?"
he demanded of Morlin.
"Sorry, Your Majesty," said the bodyguard. "The Queen was insistent, and I insisted that you not allow her to come."
"Clearly Morlin does what I tell him," Elfled said.
"This is no laughing matter, Elfled."
"I know, but I had to come and tell Sonk his news."
"No, you didn't."
Sonk felt embarrassed to be at the center of the quarrel. He understood Edgar's anxiety. He was also grateful and surprised that Elfled had felt the need to travel here to deliver his news personally. He couldn't remember whether he'd even thanked her.
"Yes, I did. Sometimes there are things one must do, Edgar."
Edgar fumed.
"You're leaving now."
"It's pitch black. I'll leave first thing tomorrow,"
Elfled said, trying to be conciliatory. Edgar looked around the room, finding Ramon.
"There was an assault on the fort west of here today, full scale. We arrived just in time.
I saw the Caladri witch. His face looked grave at the recollection. I fear things are coming to a head.
Everyone in the hall woke early to cries of alarm. Sonk stumbled around, half asleep. He put on his belt and scabbard, cloak and shoes, then followed his friends to the steps that led to the battlements. No one was surprised there was another assault, and the soldiers moved calmly. Dawn had not long broken, and night mist still clutched at the land. When Sonk reached the walkway, he discovered the attention of the soldiers was not directed south, toward the lands of the Lippers, but east to the sea. As if they all realized at once, Sonk, Ramon, Jesper, and Heron rushed to the eastern battlements. They squeezed through the throng to get a look. The mist extended out to sea, and it was not possible to see far, but they could see enough. Slim Caladri warships knifed silently through the waves, heading for the south coast of Magnia. They moved in and out of the mist like ghosts. Jesper pointed out a larger, flat-bottomed trader, but no one needed telling the Caladri weren't coming to trade. It would be rammed full of soldiers. King Edgar's voice pulled Sonk away from the sight. He was demanding to meet his commanders, and Sonk knew that included their group. Down in the hall, they stood in a circle. The royal couple, the king's lieutenants, and Sonk and his friends. Edgar had fear in his eyes. Everyone knew it was for the queen. Sonk glanced at Elfled, who looked contrite that she had added to her husband's burdens.
Orlin is taking Elfled north now. They won't stop until they reach Bidcote. Bricktwin, he said, gesturing at his bodyguard, will be going with them.
Bricktwin opened his mouth as if to protest, but Edgar raised a hand, and the bodyguard kept quiet.
Everyone else will stay here. These forts must hold. Those bastards won't venture into the heart of the kingdom with us still at their backs. At the least, we'll buy time for our people to flee north. But we can't expect to defeat this menace alone. We need help. The Empire is leaderless and tamed. Shivern is our only hope. The new king, Esterel to be precise.
His eyes moved to Sonk, then Ramon, a mute appeal in them.
Elfled will have her hands full directing our people, he added.
Did the king want Sonk to return to Valen? Perhaps Ramon could teleport him there, but wouldn't his magic be needed here to defend the forts? He looked at Ramon for guidance. Ramon was thinking, looking from one face to another. Finally, he spoke.
Jesper, it must be you. Esterel trusts you, and you can explain the severity of the situation. Sonk and I can't be spared or separated right now.
Jesper looked pained. His instinct, Sonk knew, was to stay with him. He'd always been there for him, even if it was often unobtrusive in the background. Even if, in recent years, Sonk could protect himself. The forester nodded his acquiescence.
You're right, Ramon. I feel a shame in leaving now, but it seems I am the obvious choice for the task. There is no shame attached to any of you, Edgar told the group of 4. But you must go now. Those ships will soon make landfall and cut off any route out of here.
Wait, Sonk said. Let me write a quick note to my brothers.
Be quick about it, Edgar told him. He looked at Bricktwin. Saddle up the 6 fastest horses and get going. He turned to Elfled.
When Sonk saw tears coming to the eyes of the king, he turned away, keen to give the couple a shred of privacy. Ramon helped him to find parchment, ink, and quill. Sonk scribbled down a few words, too rushed to do more. Esterel would understand. He made his way to the yard at the north side of the fort, where Jesper waited. He gave his friend the note, and they embraced.
Look after yourself, Jesper told him. You're too important to get yourself killed.
I will, Sonk promised. Bricktwin and Morlin arrived with the 6 horses, 4 for riding and 2 spares. Jesper and Elfled wasted no time in mounting up, and the horses loped away, taking the road that would carry them north. None looked back, not even Elfled. She had said her last words to her husband, and they each had their tasks to fulfill.
Torek, protect her, Sonk heard the king mutter.
Chapter 27. Heirs. Valenne, Kingdom of Giverny, 675. "You need to speak," Louise told Heirs. Aubrey nodded his agreement. They were in his sister and brother-in-law's rooms in the Bastion. Heirs felt a little sorry for them. They had spent a couple of days in Famiens before returning to Valenne for the royal funeral. They had stayed ever since, for there was a coronation to plan. Louise had become the key organizer for the event, her rooms a center of strategic planning where the great and the good mixed with entertainers, clergy, royal officials, chefs, and countless others who would play a role in the day. For, if Louise's marriage had seemed grand, it would be dwarfed in scale by Esterel's coronation. Their father's funeral had been a muted, somber affair. Heirs couldn't help thinking it was preferable to the extravaganza Louise was planning. He caught himself. "No, I will not turn into my father." "All right, I will speak," he conceded. "Good," said Louise, "because Valenne still needs to get to know you, Heirs. The people must understand your role in things. You are the loyal younger brother. That's what they want, and at the coronation you must be one of the leading actors. Otherwise, Esterel's friends will claim the limelight." "Huh," Heirs grunted. That was accurate. Florent had returned from his short-lived stewardship of Morbagne. He, Sasha, and Miles of Corbonnet were constantly in Esterel's company these days, eating, drinking, sleeping together. Heirs wouldn't be surprised if the three of them stood around while Esterel took a crap. He smiled to himself. They'd probably congratulate him on how sweet it smelt. He realized Louise was looking at him with a raised eyebrow while he smiled to himself like a simpleton. "I was just picturing... Never mind. I will write down some ideas for the speech," she said, as if talking to a child. "Maybe do a draft for you to look at?" Ordinarily, Heirs would have taken offense, but he was perceptive enough to realize that Louise needed all the work she was taking on. It kept her from dwelling on their father's death, and it gave her something to speak about with Aubrey. Or, Heirs considered, maybe it was more than that. It allowed her to demonstrate to Aubrey who she was, an able, intelligent woman. For his part, Heirs had noted, Aubrey seemed completely smitten with his new wife. Heirs was warming a little to the Duke of Famine. Heirs decided to be gracious and allow his sister to draft his speech. He could always add in a few jests and personal anecdotes to her version. Saying his farewells, he left them to it, aware their time alone would soon be interrupted by someone else. Outside the door, Ciela stood guard. "Is it really necessary to have you posted out here?" he asked her. "It's not for your sister's protection, Your Highness," the Barisian answered. "The Duke isn't well liked in Valenne, on account of his rebellion leading to the deaths of a few thousand people, and some important ones at that," Heirs said to himself. Sasha of Corian's father, for one. He'd never really liked Corian that well. Now, with his best friend about to become king, he was becoming insufferable. As if he owned the place. I must stop that from happening, and not just for my own petty reasons. Heirs left Ciela to it, and went to find his brother. Finding Esterel's rooms empty, he tried Sasha's. Sure enough, there was the sound of laughter from inside. Entering, it was no surprise to find Esterel and his three companions, cups of wine in hand. Sasha's sister was there too, along with some other ladies of the court. They too were drinking. "Heirs!" Esterel cried. "Come and join us!" "No point standing to attention like a fuddy-duddy," Heirs told himself. He grabbed a cup and turned to the nearest barrel. "That one's empty," Florence said. "Try that one over there." Heirs managed to get himself a cup of wine and a seat, observing as he did so how many empty barrels there were. He could understand his brother's desire to party. In a few days' time he would be king, with all the responsibilities that went with it. It must feel like he only had a few days of freedom left.
We were just discussing what I should do with Javerne once I'm king, Esterel said, his voice unreasonably loud. Miles, tell him what your plan was. Esterel should build a new palace, the Lord of Corbinay said, turning to Payer. There should be a bathhouse, like they have in Passala, where only the prettiest maids may work. And handsome young men, too, Sasha's sister demanded. Hush your tongue, Coletta, Miles demanded. This is my fantasy, not yours. As well as the usual baths, there will be one filled daily with wine.
Payer considered this. You would drink the wine in which everyone is swimming?
But think how easy it would make life, Miles countered.
Payer makes a point, Esterel admitted. I would have to establish rules. You must get completely clean first, before entering the wine pool. And no pissing in it, Sasha added. One of the ladies giggled, hiccuped, then sprayed wine from her nose with a cry of alarm. Payer stared in astonishment, while Esterel and his friends rolled about laughing. Ignore these fools, Izzy, Sasha's sister said. She helped her stand and led the ladies from the room, while Esterel cried with laughter. Oh, God, I think that was the funniest thing I have ever seen. Esterel got out, clutching his chest in pain. The gesture reminded Payer so much of their father's collapse that it killed the humor of the moment. Although Esterel didn't notice, Payer wasn't the only one who did. I suppose I had better go after them and check the lady is all right, Sasha said. Otherwise, I'll get an earful from Coletta later. This was Payer's moment. I had actually come to speak with you, Esterel, if you are also leaving. I suppose so, Esterel said, confused by the sudden end to the party. Miles sighed, getting to his feet. I guess my wine bath idea is dead in the water after this. Not to worry, Florence said, patting him on the back. I will fill your bath with wine, and you can splash around in that for a bit. How does that sound? Bloody amazing! Payer walked with Esterel. A nap before dinner is called for, Esterel said. He looked sideways at Payer. You disapprove of the drinking, don't you? No, not really. I was thinking I would be doing exactly the same. You might be a little surprised by the matter I wanted to raise with you. Oh, yes? Esterel said. Tell you what, let's go outside. Fresh air might do the trick. Remember when you showed me the bastion when I first arrived? Payer asked him. I do. Let's take another tour, for old time's sake. They exited the gatehouse, guards saluting them as they went. They began their walk around the walls of the fortress, the star-shaped projections creating sharp turns at regular intervals. It's about marriage, Payer began. You'll be king soon, and you can do what you want. Who knows what father would have wanted? I fear you may sleepwalk into marrying Sasha's sister when there are better options. Coletta, Payer? I've told you her name several times now. Sorry, Coletta. And who are these better options? I would argue for Liesel of Brasingia. Esterel looked at him askance. Remember that odd Kellish delegation who came to Arbiost? Nothing more was heard of that, and now you raise it again? Why Liesel? It was her brother who gave you that scar, after all. Not sure I want him for a brother-in-law. The Duke of Famine is bad enough. Payer had gone over how to make the case to Esterel, explaining that he and Walter wanted to rescue her from Essenberg wasn't an argument, even if that's where the impetus came from. She's beautiful and intelligent. She would make a great queen. And, of course, she is as well born as they come. She brings you status. She would be a fitting match for you. But Coletta is beautiful and intelligent, and I already know her. We get on. Most of the time. Why risk a match with someone I've never met? But I've met her, and I'm telling you. What do you have against Coletta, Payer? Is it Sasha's influence? Because it wouldn't mean Sasha had any more power or anything like that. It's not Coletta, Esterel. Please believe me. I don't know her. I'm sure she's lovely. I'm arguing for Liesel, not against anyone. This is a big decision to make,
And I don't want to sound like father. Truly, I don't. But you are choosing the Queen of Javerne, as well as your wife.
Esterel blew out a long breath. I'll think about it, he said. I know it's a big decision, and I know you mean well.
Thank you,
said Pierre.
That's all I can ask.
I can ask, he told himself.
But I needed to convince, and I haven't done that.
The day of the coronation came, and as Pierre wandered around the bastion, down to breakfast, everyone wore a smile. He dropped into a chair next to Humbert. Opposite them, Louise and Aubrey were part way through their meal. With a day of excitement ahead of them, there was a simple pleasure in sitting with his sister and talking quietly before the whirlwind began.
I hadn't quite realized until today just how well loved Esterel is, Louise admitted to him. It seems there isn't a single person who dislikes him.
Pierre glanced at Aubrey and back to Louise. He found it an odd thing to say, since her husband had fought to destroy their family. But perhaps that was how the pair dealt with their recent past, by pretending it hadn't happened.
When I walk about the city these days, he said to her, the thing I notice most is how much hope there is. After the dour reign of Nicholas and the divided reign of our father, people expect a golden age under Esterel. It's a powerful thing he has in his hands, but powerful things can be dangerous. Then it's up to us to support him, Louise said.
Aubrey nodded his agreement. Pierre wondered at the man's transformation. Sonk was the one with magic, but his sister seemed to have weaved a remarkable spell on their former enemy. He thought of Liesel. She was never far from his thoughts. It made him believe the Duke of Famine's transformation might be real. Nice day for it, Humbert commented as the procession left the gates of the bastion.
Of course, the sun comes out for Esterel,
Pierre said. It was just as well, though. Louise had convinced Esterel that his coronation should be a celebration for all the citizens of Valenne, and whoever else had travelled to the city. The cathedral wasn't big enough for such an event, so instead a huge outdoor platform had been built for the occasion. It was located in the open space to the northwest of the city, opposite the bastion. Louise had persuaded the Bishop of Valenne to conduct the service there. The nobility of Javerne were guaranteed the best seats, but there was plenty of room for everyone else to witness the event. As they approached, it looked like the entire city had already congregated there. Those with an eye for money-making had set up for the day. Food sellers, entertainers, and many shopkeepers had simply taken their wares to this new location. The soldiers at the front of the procession had to do a bit of good-humored work to get the crowd to part and allow the notables up to the stage. Pierre was shown to his seat at the top table, where he sat with the likes of Louise, Aubrey, the Duke of Martras, and the great officials of state, Lords Russell and Cassian. He thought it notable that not a single foreign dignitary attended the coronation. Of course, those to the south couldn't come. Even so, Javerne seemed isolated. That was something Esterel should look to change. Once everyone was in their proper place, the ceremony began. Esterel took to the stage with the Bishop of Valenne. The officials shouted for the crowd to quieten, with mixed results. Many of the people now congregated about the stage and watched in silence. On the outskirts, however, citizens continued their conversations. They drank and laughed, children played, sellers hawked their goods. Some in the crowd turned to shout at the offenders, which only added to the noise. Pierre saw heads turning to Louise, who looked mortified. What had seemed a great idea was turning into farce. "Not to worry," Esterel shouted so the people closest to the stage could hear him. "Not everyone need hear every word." The bishop did his best, delivering the list of duties expected of a monarch. When he was done, Esterel responded, agreeing to serve the kingdom and its people, to rule with justice. But the end of his speech differed from Bastien's. Pierre remembered his father's final words, a promise to bring peace to the land,
That, indeed, had been his overriding concern. "I will bring glory and honor to Javerne," Esterel cried. Pierre couldn't help smiling at the idea. It was so typical of his brother. Many of those present, especially of the younger generation, cheered loudly at these words. Pierre found himself grinning and joining in with the shouts. Miles of Corbenay stood from his seat, raising his hands aloft, and many others copied him. Esterel tried to continue. Pierre heard him say something about a great nation, but the cheering had now spread out to the rest of the people who had gathered for the occasion. Pierre was sure most of them had no idea of the words they cheered. They simply understood that now was the moment they had come to witness. Esterel gestured to the bishop that he was ready, and the man went to grab the crown, holding it aloft. Esterel had to bend his long legs to allow the prelate to get it on his head. Then it was pure theatre. Esterel paraded about the stage, lifting the crown up above his head, as if it were a prize he had won in a military contest. The crowd went ecstatic, the noise deafening. Like a fool, the new king pranced about from one end of the stage to the next, a stupid grin on his face, soaking up the admiration. Only Esterel could get away with it. The thing was, Pierre couldn't help the same stupid grin appearing on his own face. When he looked around, he saw that only a few guests could resist. Louise appeared at his side. She looked a little happier, Esterel having solved the problem of acoustics. "There's no point even trying to do your speech," she told him. "Just go up on the stage with him." Pierre felt a weight of pressure he hadn't even known he had suddenly lift. Esterel had his own look of relief when he saw Pierre approach, perhaps having exhausted his antics on the stage. He took Pierre's hand, and they raised their arms in the air, a show of solidarity between brothers. Wild applause and more shouting greeted the gesture. It hit like a wave, and Pierre laughed with joy at the reception. Adulation, he decided, would be easy to get used to. Aubry and Domar of Martres came next. The four of them waved at the throng. The crowd was more subdued at this. Pierre heard some boos. That was to be expected. But the show of unity from the highest-ranking men in the realm wasn't the worst way to begin his brother's reign. After this, the official part of the proceedings was over. Pierre, having avoided his speech, was now free to relax. He found Humbert, and they set off to peruse the beverages on sale. The first seller was keen to get his batch into their hands, giving them free mugs of dark brown ale. "I could get used to this," Pierre admitted to Humbert, taking a glug of foamy goodness. "Why do the richest get free drinks?" Humbert wondered. "Shouldn't it be the other way around?" "Because," said Pierre, "a good word from me and many will visit his establishment." He watched his brother circulate amongst his new subjects. Behind him, a bevy of soldiers carried a chest, from which the king handed each citizen a freshly minted silver penny. The new coinage had Esterel's name and image on one side. They had been made by melting down the coins of their father. How quickly, Pierre thought, the brief reign of King Bastien was consigned to history. But when he thought on it more, this was the day his father had been striving for all along. A peaceful succession, their family secure. The potential, at least, for a long and prosperous reign. Pierre looked up to the heavens in acknowledgement of what his father had achieved. "Perhaps history will overlook you, father, an unsung king, but I will remember the lessons you gave me." The party in the bastion lasted the night. Like many others, Pierre saw little the day afterwards. The next day, however, he was called for a meeting with the new king. He arrived at the council room, where Esterel seemed to have taken residence at one end of the table. It was not a council meeting, however. They were the only two in the room. "Accounts?" Pierre asked, gesturing at the books and parchment laid out next to his brother. "Yes. I felt the need to understand how everything works," Esterel said, looking rueful.
Well, now the party's over, it's time to get to work.
Exactly, Esterel said. He looked serious, and so Pierre took a seat, waiting for him to start.
Pierre, I would offer you the Duchy of Morbagne. Oh, thank you, Your Majesty. You surely aren't surprised. And just call me Esterel when we are together, please.
Morbagne was the greatest dominion in the kingdom by far. Such a gift instantly made Pierre second only to Esterel in wealth and power.
Well, yes, I am a little. There are no rules that it should stay in our family.
There aren't, but it should. I take it you accept?
Of course. I would be honored to serve Morbagne.
Excellent, said Esterel. My first appointment, and probably the easiest. You will need to go to Morbagne and meet with the key figures there, just like I did. But otherwise, I'm not expecting you to stay there. I hope you can still serve the realm on the council. It was a lot to think about. Being Duke of Morbagne, but absent from the duchy, seemed wrong somehow. Esterel had done it, but everyone knew he wouldn't be Duke forever. Still, it was his king asking him.
I will do whatever you want, Esterel.
Good. I need you here. I know I have my friends, and they are full of themselves. I need other voices in council for balance. Speaking of which, Esterel gave a pained expression, I've decided to make Sasha royal steward. It's nothing against Lord Russell. It's just that Sasha knows me, and I'm more comfortable with him.
Pierre shrugged. It's your decision. I'm sure Russell will understand. He was father's confidant, not yours.
I'm sure you're right, but he's a good man. I just wondered if you might help me soften the blow. I was thinking, if you are going to be absent from Morbagne much of the time, would Lord Russell make a good steward for you? It's your decision, of course. Pierre thought about it. Lord Russell was experienced. He trusted him and would no doubt learn a thing or two as well.
It makes sense to me. Russell and Humbert can accompany me south on my visit. It will give us a chance to see if the relationship works.
Esterel looked relieved. I'm pleased. I will speak to him today.
Any other big changes I should know about?
Pierre asked. That's it, really. Casin stays as Lord Chancellor. No one else comes close to his legal acumen, though Florent has the brains for the post if he wishes to learn. Anyway, you'll need to make arrangements to travel. I thought I'd announce your appointment before dinner. There's been a lot of ceremony recently, but we need to mark it properly.
Yes,
Pierre said.
Of course.
He got to his feet. Esterel joined him, and they embraced before Pierre left him to it. It was only on the way to his rooms, his head full of his grand new title, that Liesel crossed his mind.
Damn, I've got nowhere with this marriage strategy, and I have tried.
Of course, he didn't want to see Liesel married to anyone else, even Esterel. But most important was making her safe.
I'll get you out of there, Liesel. Just hold on a little while longer.
Chapter 28. Liesel. Essenberg, Duchy of Kelland, 675. For the next few days, Liesel lived in a daze. Her mind kept returning to Idris's cell. It replayed the stilted conversation, focused on the red markings on his skin. Even worse, she couldn't stop herself from imagining how Idris had received his wounds, or Prince Gavin's final moments. Guilt hovered at her shoulder in her waking moments, and it disrupted her sleep. Then, Tegan came to court. The Atrabians had been informed of Gavin's death, and she had come with a small entourage to bring home his body. At first, Liesel kept her distance, not daring to speak to her. She heard second-hand how Tegan had made her request with dignity, containing the emotions which must have been there. Salvinus and Leopold both mocked her, but Liesel could sense the shame behind their words. Her brother acceded to Tegan's request. Liesel went to see Tegan in the evening. She'd been given one of the worst appointed suites in Essenberg Castle to stay in, and Liesel fumed at the insult.
You took your time,
Tegan said to her as they took a seat together in her bedroom, the rest of her companions giving them some privacy.
I've tried hard to convince people here that I'm no friend of Atrabia, Liesel admitted. She looked at Tegan's expression. Also, I feared speaking with you after what's happened. I hope, Tegan said, given that we're close friends, practically sisters, that you don't think I blame you for any of this.
Liesel felt a lump in her throat and waited to respond, knowing she would cry if she spoke too quickly.
I blame myself, so it was easy to assume you did too. I have done my best to persuade them that Idris may have his uses, whilst feigning that we are not too close. I pray it works. Oh, Idris, Tegan said with a wave of her hand. He always lands on his feet.
Liesel took her hand.
Not this time, Tegan.
Tegan politely but firmly withdrew her hand and returned Liesel's to her lap.
Liesel, I've lost my father. I cannot think about my brother except to assume he will end up all right. I understand.
Liesel felt obliged to change the subject.
Are you and your mother being treated well in Atrabia? Hamlin treats us with respect. The people would turn on him in a heartbeat if he did anything else, of course. Remember, this is Atrabia, not Kelland.
Liesel nodded.
I try to remember, though as each day passes here, I feel I'm losing all the goodness Atrabia gave me. One must be cold to survive here. I wish I had one friend I could trust a fraction as much as I trust you.
Tegan considered this.
Then after my father's funeral, I must return here and help you. I couldn't ask that. Your mother needs you. My mother is safe and has many friends. You need me more. How will we convince them to allow it? Convince Inga, I should say. We must come up with a plan now, Tegan decided. We don't have long.
Tegan and the Atrabians left early the next morning, with Prince Gavin's wooden casket on the back of their cart. Shortly afterwards, Liesel walked along a castle corridor towards Inga, as if by coincidence.
Darling Liesel, Inga said, looking her up and down. I heard you went to visit the Atrabian girl last night.
Liesel made a face and nodded.
She had something to ask me. She wants to come to Essenberg and be my court lady.
She said it as if she was not keen on the idea. Inga always seemed to favor the decisions that Liesel said she disliked. Inga pursed her lips.
She made the same request to me. You don't like the idea? Don't trust her? I don't think it's to do with her brother or anything like that, Liesel said. She's always been very keen to find a good marriage, and she thinks she will succeed if she comes to court. I see, said the witch. The girl has something about her to come here and fetch her father. I'm of a mind to allow it. Just like her brother, she may have her uses. Don't you think, Liesel? I suppose so, Liesel answered, sounding reluctant.
Inga allowed herself one of her sly smiles.
Then it's settled.
Meanwhile, the campaign to get Leopold the imperial title had been progressing well. All the dukes of Brisingia had agreed that Guslar should be the host city for the vote, scheduled for the end of summer. Leopold had been pleased with that, seeing it as a victory. He sent a diplomatic mission to Thess, its role to put out feelers to Duke Friedrich about a potential marriage with Liesel. She cringed every time she thought about it. What would Friedrich make of it? But Leopold and Inga believed she was trying to help Leopold become emperor, and in turn, they had forbidden Salvinus from going near her. He was rarely in Essenberg for long anyway, soon returning to Whitmar from where he governed Luderia with Liesel's mother. At other times, he was sent here and there, cajoling or threatening wherever he went, building an alliance behind Leopold. The diplomats came back with a cautiously warm response from Thess. Even if Friedrich didn't back Leopold, there might be a way for him to join the family and integrate with the new order. Then things took a turn for the worse. Spies came back with news of secret meetings between Walter and Friedrich. Victory looked less assured. "It's Walter," Leopold declared from his throne with a mix of anger and whining. He liked to sit there when he discussed the imperial vote. The chair seemed to give him confidence. Only Inga and Liesel were there to advise him, and he often acted like a spoiled child when solely in their company. "It's both of them," Inga said. "And the trouble is, Friedrich and Emmett will vote as a bloc. An alliance of 3 is dangerous." Liesel kept quiet. Inside, she was pleased to hear her uncle was moving against her brother. "These monsters can't be allowed to rule Brisingia." "You must kill him," Leopold decided. "You can't do that," Liesel exclaimed. Leopold struck the arm of the throne with his forearm. "Why, by the gods? It would end the deadlock for good. I would inherit Borussia and be the only logical choice for emperor." "The Borussians wouldn't accept the murder of their duke. You'd start a civil war." "They'd accept it, once I strung up a few dissenters. Most men are craven, Liesel," he said as if imparting some great wisdom. "They'll fall into line once it's clear who's in charge." "That would be the last resort," Inga said, putting a hand to her head. "Though I'm not ruling it out. Better if we can assure ourselves of getting to 4 votes. That means, firstly, ensuring Emlyn of Atrabia stays true. Salvinus regularly visits with him and doesn't waste a chance to remind him that what we did to Gavin, we can do to him. I doubt he'll switch allegiance. That just leaves Heremias."
"Well, Heremias will elect me," Leopold said with confidence. Then he frowned, looking at Inga's response. "Won't he? He's my brother-in-law for Gerhold's sake."
"I think he will," said Inga. "But it wouldn't harm to remind him of his loyalty to us." The witch looked at Liesel. "How your father and the Kellish saved Rotelagen from the Isherites. How Leopold gave him his sister in marriage. How he and Katrina have 2 beautiful children. How lost they would be if what happened to Gavin happened to their father."
Liesel frowned.
"You want me to go to Guslar and speak with Heremias?" "Yes," said the witch. "And threaten him?" "Don't be stupid, Liesel," Inga said.
Inga rarely spoke with such hostility in her voice, and Liesel tensed, fearful she'd made a bad mistake.
"You don't threaten him directly. You just make sure he knows what happened to Gavin here. What might happen to Gavin's son. You say how terrible Salvinus is, how powerful I am. You tell him what you saw in Thess, how close the Empire came to obliteration. Heremias isn't the brightest man in Brisingia, but he knows all these things already. You remind him of these things to ensure he doesn't get ideas about discarding his alliance with us. Then you repeat it all to your sister. You're a clever girl when you put your mind to it, Liesel. I'm sure you are capable."
"Of course I can do it," said Liesel, pretending to be offended. Liesel was given a guard of 3 men and 3 women. She knew their role was to prevent her from escaping as much as it was to protect her. Not that escape was her plan. The last thing she wanted was to inflict herself on anyone else. Every step of the journey from Essenberg to Guslar was taken on the Great Road, and it only required 1 night's stop. In the town of Herdorf, she stayed in a house owned by Leopold. From her bedroom window, she could see the hulking form of Burkhardt Castle, 2 giant cast rocks that loomed over the surrounding territory. It was where her father had staved off the hordes of Drobaks and their Isherite masters, until it was taken, prompting a hasty but successful retreat. She'd heard that no attempt had been made to restore the damaged fortress. Stone walls lay broken where they'd fallen, and the bridge that had once linked the 2 crags had not been replaced. No one had the will to see it done. She doubted that Leopold ever would. Her brother thought only of himself, not the realm. He even seemed disinterested in Azenakai and the threat the creature posed. He'd welcomed the death of Cohen, not seeming to worry that if he took the imperial title, he might be next. She sighed, making herself look away. She felt lonely and couldn't wait to see her sister.
By late afternoon the next day, their little party had made it to Guslar. The Rotalagan capital was a Persalian city by design, built to a plan, straight roads everywhere, leading to the central square. Here lay the ducal castle, a Brisingian stone monstrosity amid the elegance of its surroundings. Guslar was a distinctive, proud city, on the up since it had been deserted during the Isherite invasion. In pure size, though, Liesel could tell it held only a fraction of the population of Essenberg. Her brother-in-law's officials were quick to welcome her and get her settled in a pleasant guest room. After refreshing herself from the journey, she was taken down to the main hall.
"Liesel!"
cried Katrina. There was her sister, 2 little children in tow. The only thing that stopped Liesel from running over while screaming was that it might scare her niece and nephew. She walked sedately, like the daughter of an emperor was supposed to. After embracing her sister, both trying not to cry, she knelt down and took the hand of her niece.
"I'm so pleased to meet you, Hilda. You look just like your mother."
The girl looked up at her mother doubtfully.
"Say hello to your auntie, Hilda."
"Hello, Auntie Liesel,"
the girl said, and Liesel fell in love. She stood to get a peek at her nephew, wrapped in blankets and held tight in his mother's arms.
"And Stefan looks like his father,"
Liesel observed.
"Yes,"
Katrina agreed.
"I've just got him to go to sleep, but you can hold him later."
They left the hall and walked through the gardens. After a while, Hilda held Liesel's hand, and she thought she was in heaven.
"Your children are adorable, Katrina. I wondered when you would get a chance to see them. When I heard what happened, that you'd been taken back to Essenberg, I feared the worst. Yet, here you are. How did you manage that?"
Liesel's mind returned her to the visit to Idris's cell, but her sister didn't need to know those details.
"I've convinced Inga I'm a changed woman, loyal and trustworthy. It was actually her idea to send me here." "She trusts you that much?" "Not really. I have guards with me. It's a gamble on her part, I suppose. She wants me to speak to you and Jeremias." "Oh, I see,"
said Katrina, a nervous look coming to her face.
"Still, a few guards couldn't stop us spiriting you away somewhere?"
Liesel shrugged.
"I don't know where to go that would be safe. For the people who took me in more so than myself, I'm in no immediate danger. But Idris would be if I betrayed Leopold a second time. Inga has agreed that my friend from Atrabia can come and stay with me. I'm all right." "That's such a relief to hear. It gives us time. Uncle Walter has spoken to us about you. You know what he's like. He wants to get you away from them again, but with everything going on right now, I understand. And you? I need you to tell me everything I've missed. Honestly, apart from worrying about you, the last few years have been bliss. I have these 2 little ones now, and I know it sounds awful to say it, but when Jeremias' mother passed away, it made my life so much happier."
"Katrina!" Liesel gasped, nodding at her niece. Hilda shouldn't hear such words.
"I know, but she was an old hag, and the people here were so used to doing what she told them they didn't seem able to stop. At last, I feel like I am the Duchess of Rotalagan, not her. It's like a dark cloud over Guslar has gone. I've given Jeremias and the people an heir, and, well, I feel loved and blessed." "I'm so happy for you,"
Liesel said.
"Thank you. And really, the last thing I want is to see what I have here threatened."
It was an ominous statement. Liesel could understand her sister's point of view. She swallowed her response, rather than saying it out loud.
"Good luck with that, sister."
In the evening, Liesel dined with Jeremias and Katrina in their main hall. They were alone at the top table, their children elsewhere, occupied by their nursemaid.
"So, Inga sent you?"
Jeremias asked.
"She and Leopold have become worried about the election. They're convinced Uncle Walter has come to an agreement with Friedrich of Thess. If true, it means they need to make sure they have your vote."
Jeremias and Katrina gave one another a long look. "It's true," Jeremias said at last. "Walter has made contact. He says Borussia, Thess and Gottbeck are ready to make me emperor." Liesel's jaw dropped. A plan to make Heremias emperor? She was quick to see her uncle's thinking, quick to admire it. Heremias might be reluctant to risk his alliance with Kelland, but an offer of the imperial title itself could persuade him like nothing else. And Heremias was infinitely preferable to Leopold. "And what have you said?" she asked. "That I'd consider it." "You must say yes," Liesel said. "Why must he?" Katrina demanded. "Why risk everything we have here and earn the wrath of Inga?" "Because Heremias would become emperor. You would be empress, Katrina." "I don't care about that," her sister said. She exchanged another look with Heremias. "And it's naive to think Inga would accept such an outcome. It's the lives of our children we would risk as well as our own." Liesel frowned. "I don't think even Inga would take it out on your children." "Stefan is Leopold's heir right now," Katrina said. "I know Leopold. He would see him as a threat." Katrina's words had more than a hint of paranoia to them. But Liesel knew she was right about one thing. Inga and Leopold weren't likely to shrug and accept the outcome if Heremias was elected. But there was more to this. "What's the alternative?" Liesel asked her sister. "Allow Leopold to become emperor? Bad enough in itself. But I was there in Thess, Katrina. I saw Zenekai and what he did. The Empire's facing a threat not so different from the one our father had to deal with. You think Leopold is the person to handle it?" "You want my husband to take a Zenekai on?" Katrina asked. "Besides," she added, sharing another look with Heremias, "Father wasn't always the hero you make him out to be." "I know," Liesel admitted. For a moment she was transported back to the chapel in Essenberg Castle, Inga whispering in her ear about her relationship with their father. Something else she would spare her sister. Or did the look she had shared with her husband mean Katrina already knew about it? "But Brzezingia needs to do something. If Leopold is elected, it could be the end for all of us. Rhodelegen will not be immune if the Empire disintegrates. Or it could all just blow over," Katrina said. "We keep ourselves to ourselves and survive. What's the point in making enemies of these forces and drawing them down on us?" Liesel studied Heremias. She could tell he was in two minds. He was, more than anything else, a survivor. His father and brothers slain when he was a child, his duchy taken from him. He'd regained his birthright against the odds. Now he faced an unenviable choice. Whichever path he took might lead to his destruction. She pushed her food around her trencher. An unpleasant thought had come to her. What if all the choices and paths they had before them ended with the same result? She shook her head. Surely the gods could not be so cruel. Chapter 29. Song. Kingdom of Magnia, 675. King Edgar sent messengers to the other forts in the chain, warning them of the new threat from the north. The Caladri ships would have made landfall by now. Zenekai's enslaved warriors would be marching on Magnian soil. Time seemed to drag. It was excruciating, simply waiting for the enemy to arrive. But Edgar's strategy was defense, and he didn't have the numbers to confront the enemy out in the open. The day wore on, and there was no enemy to be seen. The king came to speak with them as the sun set. "What if they ignore us and march deeper into Magnia?" he asked Heron. Heron had commanded armies, and Edgar valued his opinion. Or, perhaps, Sonk realized he could talk to Heron as an equal, instead of having to have all the answers. Leadership looked like a lonely place. "The Caladri will have landed men on the south coast and secured the area," Heron suggested. "The Cordentines will have crossed into Magnia, with the goal of meeting up with the Caladri. I would place serious money on them coming here. Taking these forts will allow the Lippers to join with them, head north unimpeded, and bring supplies overland." Edgar nodded. "Maybe I should have marched north when we saw the ships, abandoned these forts." Heron shrugged. "Depends. You wanted to buy your kingdom some time. ask for aid. This is the best way to do it.
Yes, Edgar agreed. That's what I wanted. The king wished them good night and left them to it.
Song sat, pulling his cloak about him. He didn't feel like sleep. A fire burned at one end of the hall, but otherwise it was pitch black. Ramon and Heron were a presence nearby, even if he couldn't make them out in the darkness. He felt the absence of Jesper by his side.
I fear we must make provision for a worst-case scenario,
came Ramon's voice to one side of Sonk. He said it quietly, not wanting the Magnians to overhear.
Go on, said Heron. He was in front of them, lying down.
I can teleport a few of us out of here should the fort fall to the enemy. There would be risks involved, and I would have to leave myself enough spare power to do it. If Zenekai comes, he could stop me. I have escaped him in the past, and he may have learned from it.
Zenekai might come? Sonk asked. Their situation was terrifying enough without that thought.
He might, Heron said, if you two frustrate his plans enough. There is no way I'm letting myself be captured again, by the way. I can't let him capture me either, Ramon said. He would use me against the nations of Dalria. But it's Sonk that matters the most. He's the one who has the potential to save us. By traveling to another world and finding a power that can match Zenekai. If Sonk is lost, we all are.
There was a silence as Ramon's words sank in. Sonk found himself grateful for the darkness, so they could not see the fear in his eyes.
So, what are you saying? Heron asked.
I'm saying we must be ready to leave. Ready to leave the people we fight with behind. That will not be easy.
The night passed without incident. The first warriors to arrive came from neither north nor south, but from the west. Magnians bringing hard news for their king. The westernmost fort in the chain had been lost in a nighttime attack, led by the Caladri sorcerer. Sonk could feel the noose tightening on them, and he went up to the battlements. It felt better to look out across the terrain and watch for the enemy's approach than wait inside. He was one of the first to see the cavalry force coming down the coast road towards them. The warriors on duty shouted a warning, and soon King Edgar appeared, his lieutenants with him.
It's Wilchard,
someone cried. Indeed, Sonk could make out the royal steward. He rode with other Magnians, perhaps as many as 200, easily distinguished from the nations who served as Zenekai.
Thank Torek they escaped,
Edgar said, some good humor entering his voice for the first time in days.
Let's get the gate open for them.
Wait, Sonk said, his eyes trained on Wilchard. He noticed the familiar dead eyes he had observed in Heron. He's turned. They all are.
It's true,
confirmed a warrior with eyesight as keen as Sonk's. Edgar looked from Sonk to Wilchard.
No, it can't be.
He looked at Sonk with a mute appeal in his eyes, as if it would change Sonk's mind. Sonk didn't know what to say, and returned his gaze to Wilchard's Magnians. They stopped close to the gatehouse, looking up silently at the battlements. One of Edgar's lieutenants drew their attention to a second force on the road behind the cavalry. This was a much larger host arriving on foot. As they neared, Sonk could see it comprised both Cordentines and Caladri. They kept coming, hundreds becoming thousands. It was exactly as Heron had predicted. They had come to clear the forts. Ramon and Heron arrived on the scene. They looked out grimly at the new arrivals.
Expect a force from the south,
Heron said, gesturing to the other side of the fort. With reluctance, Edgar drew his gaze from his lost friend.
Defend the walls,
he ordered. Then he pointed at Sonk and his friends.
I must speak with you.
The king strode over to them. He looked around, assuring himself there were no eavesdroppers.
I need you to rescue Wilchard, he said.
Bring him back, like you did with Heron. Ramon gave the king a sharp look. That is near impossible. How can we capture him when he is surrounded by an army?
With magic, of course, Edgar hissed. You would do it for someone you valued. Well, I need Wilchard. He is my most trusted advisor, and my best friend.
Grief and anger played out on the king's face, threatening to overwhelm him. "We will do what we can," Ramon said reluctantly. "But getting ourselves killed in a half-baked rescue attempt will only make the situation more hopeless." Edgar closed his eyes, breathing deeply. When he opened them, a measure of control had returned. "I know I already owe you much, Ramon. Just, if it's possible, please do it." "I understand," Ramon said, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. "But focus your mind on the people who still fight for you now. We have work to do." Heron was proved correct once more. The Lippers arrived from the south in numbers that equaled those to the north, led by the Caladri sorcerer. It was impossible to know whether the other forts still stood, or if the Red Fort was the last. It seemed the attackers to the north had been waiting for their allies, because now Wilchard raised a hand, and the Cordentines and Caladri moved closer, surrounding the fort on all sides. Some carried long wooden ladders, which they readied for the assault. "Look here," Heron called from the gatehouse wall. Sonk and Ramon joined him. The Lippers had ladders as well, but Heron pointed to a large battering ram being wheeled towards the gates. A canopy of animal hides protected the engine's operators. It was soon prickled with arrows, but even fire arrows got nowhere, failing to spread their flames to the contraption. Ramon looked at Sonk. "Let's see what we can do." They both held a hand out towards the siege engine and released their magic. The weight of it resisted them at first, but then it rose. Another burst of power and it toppled over to one side. The Magnian archers fired at the Lippers inside, revealed like insects under a rock. A blast of magic came at Sonk's position, but Ramon blocked it. Sonk looked for its source. The Caladri wizard looked at them with a blank stare. She was blonde-haired, slim, of indeterminate age. She looked no different to the other Caladri he could see, and she was a wisp of a thing, really. But looks can be deceptive. When Sonk sent a volley of magic at her, she negated it as if it was nothing. Ramon had told him plenty of times that defense was the easiest of spells, and Sonk declined to waste more energy on the enemy sorcerer. If they continued to target the Lipper siege engines, the enemy would still struggle to breach the walls. Frantic shouts came from the north walls, and, with a grudging look at one another, Sonk, Ramon, and Heron left their position and made their way to the source. As they reached the north walls, Sonk got a shock. Turned Cordentines, men and women of all ages, had somehow climbed the walls and were on the battlements. A swathe of Magnian fighters lay dead in their wake, and they were threatening to overrun the battlements completely. As he ran towards them, Sonk sent blasts of magic at those he could see. Ramon joined in, and Heron let off an arrow before discarding his bow and drawing his sword. Seeing this, Sonk did the same. "Careful," Ramon warned him. But Sonk was keen to see action. Whilst Heron wielded his sword two-handed, Sonk combined his sword with his magic. He exulted in the power he had. He had never been a great fighter, but the combination of the two was exhilarating. His magic could defend him while he swung his blade, so much more versatile than a shield. It could protect him from head to toe. Then, in an instant, he could switch his approach, using his magic as an offensive weapon, his sword becoming a blocking tool. Hacking one enemy down, blasting away the next, he cut his way through to the source of the Cordentine offensive, Heron fighting at his side. The problem was obvious. A ladder propped up over the top of the fort's battlements had a magical aura around it, preventing the Magnian defenders from getting close. With Heron protecting him, he built up his power, then blasted the ladder. The top part of the ladder exploded into splinters. He peered down, searching. Ramon joined him. "There," Sonk said, pointing out a Caladri figure who was looking up at them from the center of a unit of Caladri fighters, hand outstretched. Ramon sent an arc of fire at the Caladri sorcerer, who placed a disk of defensive magic above himself until the fire burned out. Revealed to the defenders, the Caladri was then forced to defend himself from a hail of arrows. Ramon pulled Sonk away from the edge of the battlements. "So,
They have 2 magi, one on each side, he said. Both are well protected by warriors. We could try to take one out, but that's a mighty risk, and it would give the other the chance to breach the fort's defenses.
What do you think we should do?
Sonk asked. The safer option is for us to split up. We each defend one wall. Keep an eye on the west and east walls as best we can. They'll struggle to repeat their success if one of us is trained on them all the time.
Sonk nodded. It sounded more sensible. There were so many turned down there, so many more of them than the Magnians had, that Sonk was sure the walls were their only chance of survival. If they made a breach, it would all be over very quickly.
Stay with him, Heron,
Ramon said, before returning to the other side of the fort. Sonk looked at his blood-stained weapon as the people he had killed were tossed over the side of the battlements onto the attackers below. Men and women who had been turned by a Zenachai. Innocent, since they had no control over what they did, he had slain. Of course, they would have killed the Magnian defenders. Even so, he felt sick at what he had done, at the exultation he had felt while he did it. Heron noticed and took his sword from him, cleaning it of gore.
It's not as easy as in the stories, eh?
The warrior said.
Here, he said, returning the weapon. You can sheathe it now.
Sonk did as Heron suggested and took up position on the northern battlements. What preceded was a test of focus against a turned Caladri sorcerer. The Cordentines approached the walls, pushing their long ladders up against them. The Magnians used poles to push them away, and axes to break off the top sections. Sonk's opponent would protect the ladder and the attackers who climbed it. Sonk would smash through the protection. The Caladri would send a blast of magic, which Sonk had to defend. Occasionally, he was targeted by Caladri archers from down below. His opponent was targeted just as frequently. The contest continued, and Sonk lost grip of time. It wasn't possible for either of them to win, since they negated each other's power. More likely to swing the outcome would be a lapse of concentration. Sonk worried about it. The Caladri was a puppet of a Zenachai, mindless. He would keep going forever. Sonk was inexperienced. He started to wonder whether an attack on the sorcerer might have been the better option. That said, the enemy were prepared for that too. Surrounded by armed Caladri, a direct attack on the sorcerer looked almost suicidal. Sonk was slow to notice the new power that joined the siege, concentrating as he was on his contest with his Caladri opponent. A fizz and dryness in the mouth. Then a shaking, as if the red fort moved back and forth. The voice he heard screaming sounded familiar. He turned, searching for the origin. He saw Ramon, wild-eyed with terror. Sonk knew what it must be before Ramon got his words out.
"He comes!"
Ramon cried.
"We must leave!"
The sorcerer didn't wait for a response, hurtling down the stone steps into the depths of the fort. The warriors of Magnia had stopped. They looked from the departing sorcerer to Sonk. Heron looked at him. Edgar looked at him.
"What of my followers?"
asked the king, his voice somber.
"Everyone get to the hall,"
Sonk shouted.
"Now!"
He followed Ramon down the steps, knowing there was no time to debate it. Either they followed, or they didn't. They followed. Almost every warrior left in the fort, it seemed, packing into the hall, hundreds of them, Edgar and Heron among them.
"I can't get this many out,"
Ramon said to him, frustration vied with panic on his face.
"I can,"
Sonk said, trying to lend him some calm.
"We've been casting magic for hours,"
Ramon argued.
"We don't have the reserves left to bring this many."
"Use mine,"
Sonk assured him.
"If we don't make it, at least we died trying to save people."
Ramon let out a breath. Sonk's words seemed to work, as if leaving it to fate removed his doubts. "Link hands," he commanded those assembled, grabbing Sonk's. Heron grabbed hold of Rab before taking Sonk's other hand.
"Use my power, Ramon,"
Sonk said. Ramon looked at him with a strange expression, as if reminding himself who Sonk was.
"I'll have to choose a closer location if we're to stand a chance of this working."
"So be it."
Ramon closed his eyes. Song fed him his magic, and Ramon took it, greedy for his power. It left him in waves, and he cried out in pain. He felt the fort shake again. Dust and rubble fell from the ceiling. The sound of a wall collapsing. "He's here," Ramon hissed through clenched teeth. Fear clutched at Song. Then he felt his stomach swim with the sensation of moving. His sight left him, though he felt it when they exploded through the stone wall of the hall. Then his hearing went. He could still feel the hands he clutched in his. One was Ramon's, still feeding on Song's power. It was impossible to put a time on how long they traveled like this. They stopped. Song opened his eyes, then shut them again when dizziness hit him so hard he thought he would faint. He realized he was gulping in air, could feel his chest panting with the exertion. He slowed his breathing and felt his body gradually relax. He opened his eyes once more. He saw his hands. His fingers had dug through the turf he knelt on, into the soil underneath. The smell of vomit assailed him. He staggered to his feet, looking around. Everyone had made it, but many were stretched out or doubled over, losing the contents of their stomachs. Then, close by, he saw Heron knelt beside Ramon. His teacher was pale and lifeless, blood trickling from his nose. Song lurched over. "He's all right, lad. Well, he's breathing at least." Song looked at Ramon, worried. The Haskin had told him plenty of times, if a sorcerer overuses their magic, they can lose it, forever. Had he pushed Ramon too hard by insisting they all leave? How would he live with himself? "Don't worry, Song," Heron said, sensing his concern. "You did a brave thing. No one could fault you for it." "Agreed," Edgar declared, walking over. "I thought I would never see my wife again." He gestured at his warriors. "I wasn't the only one. Now we have a chance." He offered his hand. Song took it, and the king embraced him. "Well," Heron said, looking about them. They had traveled to a hillock. Open country surrounded them. "I know where we are. May I suggest we get moving?" "What about Ramon?" Song asked. "Help me get him up. I can carry him." As they began moving him, Ramon woke. He looked about wildly before realizing where he was. Heron helped him to his feet. He stood, legs wobbling. "We did it," he said to Song, evidently surprised. "Are you all right?" Song asked him. "Your magic?" "Yes, I can sense it. I did as you asked and used whatever you could offer. You are fine too?" "I feel drained," Song admitted. "Nauseous." "I'm surprised you don't feel worse. You used a lot of power, not to mention the teleportation itself. That's enough to mess with anyone." "Thank you for getting us out," Edgar said to the sorcerer as Ramon took in some deep breaths. "You're welcome, Your Majesty. May I suggest you get your people moving? We are not so very far from the Red Fort, and if it's not already apparent, Song and I have no reserves left to get us out of further trouble." The Magnians wasted no time in moving. Nervous looks were cast behind them. Nervous looks were cast ahead too, since they couldn't be sure that the invaders hadn't already passed this way. But without a single horse between them, there wasn't much anyone could do except put one foot in front of the other. At first, they looked a sorry lot, but the exercise and fresh air gradually removed the effects of the teleportation, and Song was impressed with the pace they were able to set. Ramon suffered with it the most, but the sorcerer's fear propelled him on. He didn't once ask for a rest. It had been a long day, but they pushed until the light faded. Then came a discussion about whether to walk through the night. Perhaps if they hadn't survived a siege that day, they would have. But many were dead on their feet, and a night march would doubtless see some fall behind, get lost, or even injured. When the outskirts of a village came into view, the debate was settled. They would sleep, and with any luck, find food and drink. The village would also offer the first clue as to the situation in Magnia. As they walked past the first buildings, it soon became clear it was deserted. "No signs of a struggle," Heron commented. "I don't think the enemy has got this far." They waited as Edgar sent his men into houses. They were all empty. Some scraps of food were found, but most things of value had been taken. a group of soldiers came back from their investigations with an older man.
Your Majesty,
One of them said to Edgar, presenting the man.
he says they were all told to leave, on Queen Elfled's orders.
Song saw the visible relief on the king's face. His wife had made it out. Of course, that meant Jesper had too. It was the news they had all needed to hear.
You didn't follow my queen's orders?
Edgar asked the villager.
Your Majesty, the man said with a bow. I told them I trusted that you and our fine boys would hold the pass against the Lippers. No need for everyone to overreact and leave.
We didn't hold the pass, Edgar said sternly. Barely escaped with our lives. And the enemy has come through the Corentyne border anyway. You're lucky it was I who came through here first, not those killers. He paused, eyeing the man, who looked suitably chastened. You will leave with us in the morning.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Edgar set up a watch around the village. It didn't involve Sonk or Ramon, who were both desperately tired by this point. They lay down in one of the empty houses on empty stomachs. Heron sat by the door with Rab peering outside. His presence helped Sonk to feel secure, and he soon gave in to sleep. Chapter 30. Payere, Duchy of Morbagne, 675. Payere left Verlaine with a score of companions. There was his good friend Humbert, and Humbert's father, Lord Russell. They would help him with the government of Morbagne. Elga led the Barisian Guard, who had served Payere ever since he had left Colderberg for Verlaine 2 years ago. They had no loyalty to any other lord in Giverny. They owed their positions to him alone, and he had rewarded them generously. Such things were important in Payere's mind. Almost all the original group had stayed with him. The only noteworthy absentee was Ciela, and she now served Lois in Famiens, at his request. They took the road south through Giverny, then through the newly conquered lands of the Middersteppe, now as much a part of Giverny as any other. Payere had been there for the conquest, had been sent into exile in Buzingia at the end of it. It was strange to recall those moments. His uncle, the king, at loggerheads with his father, the Duke of Morbagne. Who would have thought both brothers would be gone so soon?
Now it is Esterel and I who hold those titles. I hope we don't make the same mistakes they did.
Once they crossed into Morbagne, Lord Russell manoeuvred his mount next to Payere. Where would you like to start? He asked. It is usual to stop at half a dozen towns to meet with the nobility of each region.
Would it be wrong to go to Arbiost? Payere asked him. I'm being sentimental, I suppose.
Not at all. That is one advantage of being Duke. You get to decide. And after all, your father ruled from there.
Then let's spend a night or two at the chateau and plan a route around Morbagne.
You get to decide.
Of course I do, Payere reprimanded himself. I will have to get used to it. After all, Esterel slipped into the role of king easily enough.
Humbert rode ahead to warn the chateau of their arrival. Finding an extra 20 mouths to feed would doubtless take a bit of preparation, not to mention finding somewhere for them all to sleep. When they reached the village, it looked just the same. At the chateau, he took his father's rooms to live in.
You are the Duke now,
he reminded himself. It was as he sat alone and looked about the room his father had slept in that it finally sank in.
He's not coming back,
he told himself.
You are in charge, Payere.
The steward of the chateau fed them in the hall. All 20 of them sat together at a long table. Payere hadn't met the man before, an appointment of Florent, Esterel's friend, apparently. Indeed, there were few faces he did recognize. He couldn't help finding it a little sad. The people who mattered to him didn't live in Arbiost any longer. So what was the place to him now? Any old memories returning? Humbert asked him, like sneaking food from the kitchen and riding off for the day? Payere had to smile at that.
Aye, carefree days, weren't they?
I never did find out what the pair of you got up to on those expeditions, Lord Russell said. Payere shared a look with Humbert. I am sworn to secrecy, father, Humbert informed him. I see. It's like that, is it? The steward approached the table. "A man by the name of Jesper is requesting an audience, Your Grace," he said to Pierre. "He insists it's of the utmost urgency." "Of course, let him in." Jesper was soon striding towards them. Pierre could tell from his demeanor he had serious news to impart, and from his mud-stained riding clothes and fatigued appearance that he had been riding hard. "Come," said Humbert, clearly reaching the same conclusion as he got to his feet. "Let's find Jesper space at the table." He grabbed a chair and placed it opposite Pierre. When Pierre gestured for Jesper to take it, he sank down with gratitude. The forester took a cup of watered wine, downing it quickly with a shaking hand. "News about Sonk?" Pierre asked him, fearful for his brother. "About Sonk, and about Magnia, Your Highness. When I heard you were coming to Morbain, I came here as fast as I could." "Your Grace," Lord Russell said, correcting him. When Jesper frowned, Pierre felt the need to explain. "Esterel has made me Duke of Morbain. That's why I'm here." "Ah," Jesper acknowledged. "Please accept my apologies. My condolences for the loss of your father, the king. So much has happened, it slipped my mind." "Of course, Jesper," Pierre said. "Please, tell us." The light of hope found its way to a face that had looked so grim, as Jesper considered Pierre anew. "We travelled south with King Edgar to the chain of forts the Magnians hold against the Lippers. There were renewed attacks on these that we had to fight off. Then, one morning, we saw Caladri's ships, heading for the south coast of Magnia. The king and his advisers thought it inevitable the enemy would also come from the border with Cordons. The king stayed in his fort with Sonk and Ramon. Their plan was to delay the enemy and give his people time to escape." Pierre didn't know where to start first. Sonk trapped in a fort while Azenakai's army surrounded them from all sides. And then there were his new responsibilities. "So Azenakai's conquests continue," he said. "And if Magnia falls, this creature will get as far as the border with Morbain." "Precisely," Jesper said. "I left the fort in the company of Queen Elfled of Magnia to seek help. When I left her, she was making plans for the evacuation of her people north. I can't say what has happened to Sonk and the king, or how much territory the Magnians have conceded. But King Edgar and Ramon made it clear they needed the help of Javan. That you are here in Morbain may be great fortune, Pierre. You could raise an army and head south far quicker than if I had to travel on to Valenne." The forester looked from Pierre's face to Lord Russell's and back again. "I know it's a lot that I ask, but this is a message I was asked to bring. Speaking of which, Song asked me to deliver this," he said, taking a folded piece of parchment from inside his tunic and handing it to Pierre. "Even if his grace felt able to act without the consent of the king," Lord Russell said, "it would be with the army of Morbain only. I sympathize with the plight of the Magnians, but I would advise it would be far wiser to defend our own border and wait for King Esterel to hear this news." Pierre nodded, looking up after reading his brother's scrawl. "Either way, an army must be raised immediately and taken south. We must inform the king as soon as possible, though regarding my right to act, I am the Duke, and such a title brings certain advantages." He allowed himself a slight smile as he looked at Lord Russell. "I get to decide." Jesper was clearly exhausted, and so Pierre made the hard decision to send Humbert and Elga back to Valenne with a message for Esterel. They were the men he trusted most, and with the best horses and a spare each, he was sure at least one of them would make it to Valenne within a week. Everyone else left Arbiost for their tour of Morbain. Pierre's visit to the duchy had taken on a new importance. He was grateful for Lord Russell's skills of organization and diplomacy as they spoke with each group of noblemen and asked for their help. As for the warriors they recruited, they were easy to convince. Pierre knew most of them from the campaigns in Javan. There was a bond of shared experience that made the task much easier. Pierre received the sympathy of the men who had fought under his father and helped put Bastien on the throne. Then there were the newcomers, mostly younger men, who seemed keen to serve. The veterans of the campaign in Giverny had returned home with tales of victory and purses full of coin. Enthusiasm to fight for Heirs was high. He didn't mention they would face a very different enemy, with little chance of enrichment. But privately, he worried what he was leading these people into, and felt a weight of responsibility for them he had never experienced before. When all was done, 4,000 warriors congregated in the southeast corner of the duchy. The locals had no information that added to what Jesper had already delivered. Rumors of war had come to Morbagne, but that was all.
"I see little point in sitting here," Heirs said to his council of noble leaders. "Even if Esterel were to do everything in his power to join us, his army would still be 2 weeks away."
He got nods of agreement from some, looks of concern from others. Their willingness to venture into Magnia varied considerably from one man to the next. Heirs knew his job wasn't to convince them all. If he gave a clear order, they would come because he'd told them to. Their private thoughts they would keep to themselves, or at least to some hushed conversations with those they knew agreed with them. More of a concern was the logistical support. Heirs knew very well that his father worked for days, if not weeks, before a campaign, on getting the right supplies in place. For all Lord Russell's help with this, they'd simply not had the time. 4,000 was a lot of mouths to feed. Any intervention in Magnia would, from necessity, need to be brief.
"I will take 3,000 into Magnia with me," he told them. "Lord Russell will oversee the rest here. They will be busy fortifying the border."
Ideally, Heirs would have taken Lord Russell with him. But he had one eye on the worst of outcomes. What if his force were defeated and he was killed? At least he wouldn't be leaving his duchy completely undefended. Once the division was organized, Heirs wasted no time in leading his force into Magnia. He was aware the Magnian army might be desperate for help, and the difference of a day or even a few hours could be the difference between success and failure. He traveled at the front of the column, while behind him most of his warriors marched on foot. Jesper led mounted scouts ahead of the army. It wasn't just a matter of looking out for enemies. The local Magnians needed reassurance about the army that passed through their lands. It took a full day's march until Heirs was able to get a better grip on the task he faced. Jesper directed the army to head southwest to the town of Radstock. The town burghers were welcoming and helped them pitch camp in the fields outside town. There was no room inside because Radstock was already full of Magnian refugees from the south. When Heirs met with the burghers, they did their best to help in other ways, sending some food for his hungry soldiers. Clearly, though, they were already stretched, but they had been in communication with Queen Elfled. "What warriors she has are occupying the castles on the old border between North and South Magnia," one of them explained. "If you can take your army there, it will make a huge difference," he added.
"The Queen doesn't have a large army?"
Heirs asked. The man made a face. "She doesn't really have an army at all. Most fighting men were stationed on the border with the Lippers."
"Any news of them?"
"No. Only that there are Cordentines, Galadri, and Lippers heading north as they please through Magnia. We just hope the king hasn't fallen." Heirs nodded.
"As I hope the same for my brother."
Chapter 31. Sunk. Kingdom of Magnia, 675. Edgar roused his troops before sunrise. Sonk struggled to wake. His body craved more sleep. His magic was far from replenished. Some harsh words from Heron got him to his feet, however. Then they were all walking again, still in darkness. At least they now had a road to follow north, leading them into the rich heartland of Magnia. "The enemy front cannot be that far behind us," Heron mused, as a band of orange spread on the eastern horizon, and pinks and purples appeared in the sky above. "I wonder what Azenekai's plan is." "How do you mean?" Sonk asked, not understanding what he was getting at. "This invasion follows on closely from the conquest of Cordons. Is his goal Magnia only? Does he intend to press on further?" Further north meant Morbagne, and a protective feeling for his homeland came over Sonk. For the first time in a while, he thought of his family, dealing with the loss of their father.
Because for all that they're winning, Heron continued, his numbers are not overwhelming.
They seemed overwhelming to Sonk, but then he thought, suppose Javern and Brisingia raised great armies against Azenakai. Would they not then have the advantage in numbers?
He does not yet have the numbers, Ramon agreed.
But he stopped the entire Brisingian army, Sonk said. So what difference do numbers make anyway?
With a shudder, he recalled the sensation as the god approached the Red Fort. The fantasy he had allowed himself in his most private thoughts, that he would be the hero who would defeat Azenakai, had vanished in an instant.
That's the point, Sonk, Ramon said. It is still Azenakai himself who makes the difference in battle. That is why there is hope. Kill him, and Del Ria survives. Azenakai is not all-powerful. If he was, he would have taken the forts himself and wiped us out. He didn't. He only came to the Red Fort when we were holding off his forces, perhaps attracted by our use of magic as well. Think of how we feel today after our expenditure yesterday. Then think how much Azenakai expended to immobilize an imperial army 1,000 strong. It costs him, Sonk, like it would cost any magic user. He cannot do it day after day. But the longer this goes on, the more realms he destroys, the more the balance tips in his favor.
Sonk nodded his understanding.
So it comes back to your plan to find help from some other world?
Yes, it always comes back to that. They walked all morning, passing through villages and towns, all emptied of people. Just after midday they saw the horseman. He was some distance away, on a high rocky ridge, looking in their direction.
"He must be a scout," Heron said, some relief in his voice. The Magnian soldiers waved at the rider. Edgar told them to stop when some started shouting. The horseman left his position, and the Magnians kept walking, with more of a spring in their step than before. The next sighting came mid-afternoon, a score of riders heading straight for them. King Edgar called a halt, and the Magnians peered ahead, trying to gain clues about who it might be. As they neared, Sonk noticed half a dozen of the horses were riderless. A little closer, and Edgar recognized one of the figures.
"Brictwin," he said, pleased.
The king's long march was over. Sonk, Ramon, and Heron's too, since they were each given a mount. A few of the riders were ordered to stay with the rest of the Magnians, who still had a long way to walk, for Brictwin informed them the closest occupied settlement was Bidcot. The riders wasted no time in departing north, leaving the hundreds of Magnians who remained on foot to jeer them, mostly in a good-natured way, as they left.
Queen Elfled ordered that everywhere south of Bidcote should be evacuated and no protection given, Brictwin told them as they rode. He looked at his king awkwardly. "We had to work on the basis that you were lost, Your Majesty," he said guiltily. "Of course you did," Edgar agreed. He glanced at Sonk. "We almost were. Where is Elfled now?" "She has withdrawn most of our forces to the castles that lie on the old border between north and south. It was agreed that was the best place to make a stand, should we need to." Edgar raised an eyebrow at this. "Seems the kingdom functions perfectly well in my absence." They reached Bidcote in the twilight. As he lay in bed, finally fed, Sonk considered the changes that had come to the king's estate. It was sparsely settled. People, animals, machines, even crops had been taken north. It was some undertaking, but at what cost? Giving up so much land threatened to cause a famine. Sonk considered the outcomes Elfled had been forced to weigh up. Arguably, hungry Magnians were a lesser evil than Magnians turned to do Azenakai's bidding. Surely their enemy had invaded the kingdom to win himself more slaves. So far, they had denied him the numbers he would have anticipated. Next day, they made the final leg of their journey north, through land not yet abandoned to the enemy. By midday, they came upon the Magnian castles. Brictwin led them to one of the largest of these, called Grandstow. It was impressive, with stone walls and towers in each corner, but it was no Red Fort. These castles were homes as well as fortresses,
each one manned by a Magnian nobleman, with his family and servants. Their strength was in their number. If the Lippers and their allies got this far, they would find them everywhere, halting their progress in each town, each crossing of river or road, each high place. They passed under the raised portcullis of the Barbican and entered the lower bailey. A small group waited for them. Queen Elfled stood with her son, Ida, her bodyguard, Morlin, close by. With a cry, Edgar leapt from his horse and ran to her, holding her to him. He grabbed his son next. It was an affecting scene. Sonk knew it would be played out many times over when the poor Magnian warriors from the Red Fort finished their long march. Everyone else followed Edgar's lead and dismounted. "I'll take your horse, your highness," Bricktwin told Sonk and took the reins from him.
"Come," Elfled said to Sonk and his friends. "Get refreshments, and tell me about your remarkable escape."
"Aye," Edgar said, "though we have much else to discuss and plan."
"We must still find time to celebrate,"
Elfled said, and Edgar didn't argue, beaming at his wife. They stood in the hall of Granstow Castle as Edgar told the story of the assault on the Red Fort, the pain of seeing his friend Wilchard, the fear engendered by the arrival of Azenakai, how Sonk and Ramon had spirited them to safety. Elfled found the energy to react to each part of her husband's tale, but talk had to turn to their current predicament. "I can't argue with your strategy," he told his wife. "A stand here, in the center of the kingdom, makes the most sense, though it almost broke my heart to travel through South Magnia emptied of people. They are being cared for?"
"Those who can't fight, I sent north. It has been beyond my resources to organize their support, but I trust that the North Magnians will give them shelter."
"What of Jesper?" Edgar asked, "and his mission to Juverne?"
"He wasted no time in continuing his journey northward. I have heard nothing from him since."
Edgar nodded. "We must prepare as if no help is coming. Hold these defenses if we are able. If we cannot hold, I am lost as to what can be done. A retreat north, perhaps. Maybe our two wizards could repeat their heroics from the Red Fort." "I fear not, your majesty," Ramon said. "Sonk and I have arrived at a hard decision. He must be sent away to fetch help for Dalria." "But he is needed here," Edgar declared.
"You think he can stop Azenakai?"
"Maybe not, but we are in more trouble without him."
"Sonk will always be needed," Ramon said. "If Magnia falls, he will be needed to defend the next realm Azenakai attacks. There will never be a good time to do this. Then there is the other danger. Should Azenakai capture and turn Sonk, it will give him a powerful tool to complete his conquests. You saw yourself how the Caladri Magi he turned have given him new possibilities, to lead attacks even when he is not present."
Edgar looked sorrowful. "I understand what you say. Gods, I had hoped I would pass a strong kingdom onto my son. This is an inheritance of ash and blood."
"Don't lose hope, Edgar," Elfled murmured. "You won't be going with him, Ramon?"
"I will stay here to coordinate the resistance as best I can. Our role is to give Sonk the time he needs to bring help."
"If he can't?" Edgar asked.
"Then at least he escapes this," Ramon sighed. "There is much I cannot see, I admit. Maybe I'm sending Sonk on a useless, dangerous quest. Maybe he'll be better off wherever he goes than here. But the basic truth is this. Azenakai is too powerful for us. If we really want to save Dalria, we need some other god who can match him."
The small group looked at one another, the gravity of what they faced weighing on them. "You are happy with this, Sonk?" Edgar asked him.
"I see no other option," Sonk admitted. "You're sending him alone?" Elfled asked.
"He must be sent far away, Elfled," Ramon explained. "An extra person is more cost. I am not even sure our magic can do it, though I am more confident than I was after what we managed a few days ago."
"Try sending me," Heron suggested.
"If I did," Ramon told his friend, "Sonk would be the priority. I would sacrifice you, if need be."
"I'm dispensable," Heron said. "I know that, but a companion would be useful."
"It would.
If you are willing to risk your life, then so be it.
There's no need, Sonk told Heron. I can look after myself.
Heron grunted. You saved my life. That's how I see it. So we'd only be even. Very well, Ramon said. Then there's no time like the present.
Now?
Sonk blurted. He needed time. Time to ready himself. There will never be a good time, the sorcerer said.
For goodness sake, Elfled said sharply. Let me get them a pack of supplies each first, at least.
Sonk waited with Ramon and Heron on the grassy area outside the castle for the Queen to bring them their provisions. Sonk sat on the ground as the reality of what he was about to do threatened to unnerve him. He stroked Rab, which gave him a little comfort. If they were alone, he would have spoken to him, explained why he was leaving. But he didn't think the great heroes had stupid, one-sided conversations with animals. He couldn't help feeling like he was running away, leaving these people to face catastrophe without him. He had got used to the idea of being a sorcerer, accepted, to a degree, that his powers were a blessing as well as a curse. But what was the point if he couldn't even protect those he loved from a Zenekai?
You'll explain it to my brothers and sister? He asked Ramon.
Of course. You trust me? He asked, looking at both Sonk and Heron. As much as anyone, I suppose, Heron said. You know, I once served this, Ramon reminded them, but he looked at Sonk. A god who came close to taking Dalria for himself. I decided, with Heron, to turn on him. At the last minute, some might say. But I'd have rather died than helped him to enslave our world. I would do anything to stop a Zenekai. This, I believe, is the best chance we have.
Don't worry,
Sonk heard himself say.
We've got this.
Ramon allowed himself a smile. Elfled and Edgar returned with Morlin, who handed them each a pack. Heron gave his a sniff.
Meat, eggs, cheese, bread, wine, Elfled told him. Blankets.
Not bad, he acknowledged. Good luck, Edgar told them. Ramon, Sonk, and Heron gripped each other's hands, forming a triangle. Sonk could feel his teacher begin the teleportation. Rab whined.
Don't worry, boy,
Sonk said to him, feeling himself choke up.
It'll be all right.
Sonk felt that nauseous sensation and began to move. The dog ran at him and leapt. Sonk let go of Heron's hand and caught Rab, pulling him into his chest. His vision blurred until he lost it completely. Time seemed to disappear. His hearing left him. He felt the sensation of movement, of air rushing past his face. He could feel his grip on Ramon's hand, his teacher drawing on his powers to help with the magic. He could feel Rab tucked into his chest. A dizziness pressed on him. He fought against it. Then the last of Sonk's senses deserted him. Chapter 32. Heirs, Kingdom of Magnia, 675. It was a 2-day march to the central belt of Magnia, where the castles built by earlier generations to fight one another were now being used to defend themselves from an external menace. The road south would take them to one such Grandstow, where it was said Queen Elfled had established her court. The light was already disappearing when they came upon the first castle. It was located near the southern border of the old North Magnia. The family who owned it had done their best to make it ready, relying on only a few warriors, and the people who lived on their estate. They had been instructed to look south, either for allies to give shelter to or enemies to keep out. Beyond that, they knew little, except they had heard that King Edgar had joined his queen at Grandstow. Heirs was not surprised they hadn't heard of one Sonk of Javerne, but it still gave him some hope that his brother had escaped from the overwhelmed southern border. He decided to keep the march going, driving his force on to reach Grandstow. The sun left the sky, and they still marched, content to know all they had to do was stick to the road they were on. When Jesper returned with his scouts to say that Grandstow was up ahead, a cheer rose from the ranks, and Heirs breathed a sigh of relief. A small group of riders appeared, some holding torches, as Heirs' army approached the castle walls that loomed in the darkness.
He recognized the figure of Ramon the sorcerer, the torches shedding enough light to illuminate his long orange locks. He didn't realize King Edgar himself had come to meet him until Ramon was introducing them to each other.
Pierre is Duke of Morbagne now,
Jesper offered, correcting his friend.
I'm sorry to hear of your father's death, Your Grace, Edgar told Pierre. He was a good man.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Is Sonk here?
Pierre asked. A shadow fell across Ramon's face then. Was there guilt, too?
He is not. There is much to explain. May I suggest we get you into the castle and get your warriors settled? Then we can explain all that has happened since we left Follen.
Is he dead?
Pierre demanded.
No. As far as I know, he lives.
What weasel words were these?
Come,
said the king, perhaps sensing Pierre's dissatisfaction. He looked at the warriors behind Pierre with some unease before gesturing to his castle. It is a complicated story. There is no way I can thank you enough for heeding our call and help in our darkest hour. But at least let me get you a bed and some supper. I promise I will tell you everything I know before I go to my own bed.
Very well,
Pierre said. Part of him had marched all this way to save Sonk, even if defending Morbagne was the reason he had given. Now it sounded like the chances of even seeing him were small. But Edgar's look had been one he recognized well enough. There was magic to be discussed, and it seemed Edgar, just like Pierre's father, preferred to do that with as few people listening in as possible. Pierre woke in a bed in Grandstow Castle. It would have been rude to turn the offer down and return to his troops. He had been ready to do it last night, full of anger at the story he'd been told about Sonk. Now he wasn't sure what to think. Sonk had saved the lives of King Edgar and many of his warriors. His reward? Sent to some far-off land alone. Well, with a dog and a Magnian for company, on a vague madcap quest. But Pierre's outrage of last night had dissipated. Sonk wasn't a boy anymore. He had the right to make his own decisions, and it was debatable whether he'd have been any safer here. Azenekai's army was expected today. If Sonk were here, he'd have been in the thick of the fighting. Sonk was a sorcerer. That was the reality Pierre had to accept.
My brother's life will never be safe or natural.
He met with the inner circle of the Magnian defense, the king and queen, Ramon and Jesper. It was noticeable that no other Magnians were there, but Edgar had told him about the fate of his friend and steward Wilchard, turned by Azenekai's followers into an enemy. It seemed this man had been a key cog in the king's government, and Pierre equated it to if his father had lost Lord Russell.
The nearest enemy is 3 hours' march from Grandstow,
Jesper informed them.
They do not make camp like a regular army, but lie on the ground wherever they have stopped for the night.
Their threat is in their numbers and complete obedience to their orders, said Edgar. We have never seen them show fear or any emotion, but they do make intelligent decisions. They retreat when they are beaten and coordinate attacks. Still, they are not the best trained army. Our plan had been to hold them off in our castles, keep them from breaking through into the northern half of Magnia. But Duke Pierre's army gives us another option. I can bring 3,000 warriors into the field to match his. Take the fight to the enemy, rather than wait in our strongholds to be overwhelmed.
I would agree, Pierre said. My army would be best used in such a way. We are not here to garrison your castles. I can't keep them in the field more than a few days on our own supplies.
Agreed, said Ramon. Before you leave to give your orders and set the plan in motion, I have some things that need to be said should the worst happen. I will use my magic to aid you, but should the Zenekai come, I must escape. The last thing I want is to become one of his slaves.
It's the last thing any of us want,
Pierre said to himself, though he understood how a turned sorcerer like Ramon would be a problem for them.
If I fall today, Ramon continued, there is a task that must be carried out. I would pass it to you. For Sonk to carry out his quest and bring aid, our own task must be to hold off Zenekai until he returns. The people of Dalria need to unite as they did against the Isherites. But also, in that war,
the 7 weapons of Madria came together. None of us have the power to kill Zenekai with them, but that doesn't mean they can't be of use. Of course, King Edgar said. They would be of great help, but where are they? Ramon grimaced. I have no special knowledge about their locations. All I can do is summarize what is known. Ocean, king of the giants, returned with the spear to Halvia. I know Ocean, said Jesper. Perhaps I can get passage across the Lentinen and find him. But the last I heard, he and the Vismarians were still at war with the Drawbacks. Ramon nodded. You are the best man for that task, Jesper. The champion who wielded Bolivar's sword, Maragan, is still a Kriker chieftain. It might be possible for a party from Givern to meet with her, he said, looking at Pierre. Pierre shrugged. He knew the stories of the 7 weapons of Madria. They had filled his childhood. Was he now expected to search for them? The sorcerer presumed too much if he thought Pierre would become his lackey. Gyrmund returned the Halak bow to Khan Gansuk, as he had promised. It is said the Khan used it himself to destroy the remnants of the Isherites and the Drawbacks monsters. The chances of him relinquishing the weapon seem slim. I assume Moneva kept Torik's dagger, but neither Gyrmund nor Moneva have been seen for nearly 20 years. The one person who might know where Gyrmund went is Farad, said King Edgar. I know Farad, Pierre said reluctantly. Perhaps he can help us, Ramon said. After that, I'm unsure what happened to the weapons of the fallen champions. The cloak of the Queen of Asray. Was it returned to their mysterious isle? The shield of Persala that Heron's brother Clarin wielded. Finally, Onella's staff, used by Soren. Maybe the other champions can shed light on their whereabouts. Maybe the Calinthians know, since the champions fell in their capital, Heractus. The sorcerer held his hands out, indicating he was done. We understand what needs to be done, Ramon, Queen Elfled said. But you will lead the search for the weapons, I am sure. Indeed, said Edgar. Now, I must send orders out to the castles asking for their soldiers. When we are ready, it will be an honor to fight with the warriors of Morbagne, Duke Pierre. Pierre nodded to the king at the compliment. We have taken a battering and suffered loss, Edgar continued. Now it's time for revenge. Edgar got what he wanted. A force as large as Pierre's with which to face the invaders of his kingdom. Ramon was somewhere in the Magnian force, positioned to the right of Pierre's Morbagne. Edgar himself stood in the shield wall, stretched along a rise. The Magnians had barely any cavalry, their horses lost during the invasion of the south. We must beware of the Caladri wizards, Jesper warned Pierre as they watched the enemy drawing close. Pierre had positioned his units on the same rise that looked down on the approaching army. The enemy's force comprised Lippers, Cordentines, Caladri, and any Magnians they had turned. It was larger, perhaps 10,000 to their 6. But battles weren't won by numbers alone. Pierre's Morbagne were well drilled, with victories in Givern to draw on. What can we do about them? Pierre asked. That was the problem he knew. In Givern, they had Sonk and Ramon to support them. Now they had Ramon only, against 2 Caladri sorcerers. Jesper patted his bow. It's not the Halak bow, but it might serve us. Taking them out seems to be our best chance. Even Sonk struggled to penetrate their magical defenses. Pierre's anger threatened to resurface. Why send Sonk away now when they needed him? But anger would get them nowhere. He knew what his father would say. Work with what you've got, Pierre. Wishing for more was a waste of energy and focus. The enemy slowed, organizing themselves into rows of fighters. Not a shield wall, though. The shield wall was all about discipline. Warriors working together to defend and counter. But their enemies were too irregular for such a tactic. Some carried shields, but their neighbors didn't. Lippers stood next to Caladri, different sizes and different fighting styles. It was a mishmash of peoples, united only because they were under Zenekai's control. A few rode horses. Wilchard, Edgar's friend, was among them, according to Jesper. We have the best cavalry on the field, Pierre told himself, keen to find the positives as the moment of truth neared. The enemy came, uphill, unhurried. Pierre tried not to dwell on the most distinctive thing about them. Not a single one spoke. It was unnerving to hear the marching feet, the clink of armor and weapons, but not even one voice. In contrast, the Morbanais shouted, sang, and jeered at the enemy. Some took surreptitious looks behind them at Pierre. Mounted on a huge stallion in full armor, he hoped he gave them courage, for the time fast approached. Doubts crept through Pierre's mind. Why risk his people's lives in Magnia? Why not wait for Esterel? Why was he fighting without his most steadfast supporters like Humbert and Lord Russell? Had he gone to war without preparing properly? He imagined Esterel sat on his throne in Valais, being given the news of his brother's death, and the destruction of the army of Morbagne. Well, too late to change his mind now. People would judge his decisions on what happened next. The time had come. He rode around the flank of his troops. They cheered his passage, and he drew on it, feeling his confidence rise. By the time he stopped before the front rank of the Morbanais infantry, it seemed every warrior shouted his name. When he scraped his sword from its scabbard and raised it aloft, they howled like mad things. Men of all ages, some women amongst them, bared their teeth and roared. Weapons cracked against shields sounded like thunder. He had thought to say a few words, but like Esterel's coronation, there was no way he would be heard beyond the experienced men of the first rank, and they didn't need his advice. Instead, he pointed his sword towards the enemy who came for them. The challenge his warriors sent would have frozen the blood of any other army. But Pierre supposed it didn't even register with the Zenachais turned. He kicked his horse and rode aside, returning to his place with his cavalry. Jesper was gone now, inserting himself within the ranks of the Morbanais. There was no one else to talk to. Not his father or Lord Russell, not Broncat or Esterel, not even Humbert, Gosse, Elga, or Ciela.
You are in charge now, Pierre.
He nodded to his trumpeters. They blew their buccines, giving the order to advance. His infantrymen moved forward in clean lines. The gap between the two armies closed rapidly as both sides marched against one another. Pierre looked across at the Magnians. They followed his lead, marching down the rise. A crack rang out across the battlefield as the Morbanais shield wall met the enemy. The turned didn't speak, but Pierre heard them grunt, roar, and scream in pain. They were uncomfortable noises to hear, reminding him of hunting animals more than battling men. These had been ordinary people, some of them mere days ago. Did they deserve to get hacked to pieces on this rise? No, but they had to be stopped. His first ranks were tearing through them, their shields blocked and shoved, spears skewered, swords found gaps. The turned were being pushed back under the onslaught, the bodies that fell soon stepped over by the advancing Morbanais. A different kind of opponent would have turned and run at this point, but Pierre knew the turned wouldn't. His warriors were moving so fast that Pierre now worried about the flanks of the enemy. Longer than his lines, they could come around his infantry and attack from the side and rear, encircling them. He watched until he could wait no longer. "Ready! Line!" he shouted to his cavalry. Feet were placed inside stirrups and helmets placed on heads. Pages came with lances, and the Morbanais knights gathered together, their long spears pointing to the sky. Pierre's trumpeters put the mouthpieces of their buccines to their lips. Pierre looked at the men beside and behind, waiting until he was satisfied with their positioning. "Trot!" he shouted, and they moved off, the trumpeters repeating his command. To lead a band of cavalry into battle has to be one of the finest things in life, Pierre thought. The weight of his armor carried by his mount, the bounce of the beast's legs across the turf, its excitement, so keen to be unleashed, the thud of the other riders who were with him, so that together they formed a mighty, mobile hammer that could hit anywhere on the battlefield. Esterel had taken all the glory of leading the cavalry in the campaigns in Giverny. Now it's my turn. Gallop! They crossed the field towards the fighting, the ground flying past. Peer swung them out wide, then back, facing the turned who were moving in behind his infantry. He exulted at his timing. The enemy had moved around, concentrating on the Morbanais infantry who were carving their way through their opponents. They had their backs to Peer's cavalry. He knew the turned wouldn't break at the sight and sound of his horsemen. They lacked the sensible fear of normal men. But with their backs to him, they wouldn't have the time to stop his advance. "Charge!" he yelled when they got within distance. He gave his stallion its head, and it leapt towards the enemy. The speed was exhilarating now. He lowered his lance, tucking it under his armpit to secure the weight. Even so, it took a bit of adjusting to get his grip just right. Few of the other horses had kept pace with his, but he could feel the pounding of his companions behind him. Those in the rear would fan out to the sides so they would hit in the shape of an arrowhead, sharp enough to punch a hole in the enemy's defense. The enemy heard them coming at the last moment, but there was nothing they could do, nowhere for them to run. Peer aimed the point of his lance at a lipper, and the impact drove the weapon into its chest. As soon as he felt it stick, he released without even thinking about it, Broncat's training kicking in. Peer's mount buffeted a Caladri, knocking it to the ground. He drew his sword, and as the creature got to its feet, he chopped into its neck, sending it back down. He heard a scream behind him, and turned to see a horse had been speared by a lipper. A group of turned dragged at the rider. Peer drove his stallion towards them. It reared up, kicking out at the nearest assailant, who went down like a sack of grain. As he fought to control the animal, more knights appeared with lance or sword. It was carnage, as the enemy was hacked to pieces until the rider was freed from his horse and standing on 2 feet. Peer looked around him. The ground was littered with the dead, slick with blood and innards. The enemy, who had survived the charge, had backed away from them, returning to the safety of their main force, which itself was still being pushed back by the Morbanais infantry. He looked across at the other side of the battlefield. The Magnians were having a tougher time of it, not progressing nearly as much. Edgar and Ramon had talked of Caladri sorcerers, and Peer wondered if one or both were on the opposite side of the field. Perhaps they had need of his cavalry over there. He dismounted. "Pick up lances!" he shouted. His cavalry was free to rearm, and the idea of crossing to the other side of the battlefield grew in his mind. Another successful charge, and they might claim a victory. Peer readied his force. Some held reclaimed lances, some swords, or other close-fighting weapons. Placing himself in the front row again, Peer turned to inspect his riders before issuing the order to advance. He took them towards the front line of the Magnian army. "Gallop!" he shouted. But he hadn't gone far when he saw the enemy cavalry force heading their way. "They mean to hinder us." "Charge!" he shouted, nudging his stallion towards the threat. He could see they were Magnians. They held short weapons rather than lances, and were not so well armored as his unit. They rode in a line, not in a wedge. As the two forces met, Peer's confidence soared. His lance strike didn't connect cleanly, but he thought he'd done enough to knock his target from his horse. His stallion barged past the enemy horse as he drew his sword. He took a blow on the arm, but it scuffed off his armor. Then he was through the enemy. He turned his mount about, returning to the fray as the main body of his cavalry hit the enemy. He came in from behind, laying about with his sword. The space soon resembled a butcher's yard as the turned Magnian were put to the slaughter. With only a few of them left to be mopped up, Peer turned back towards his destination, trotting towards the Magnian lines once more. As he did so, a wave of dizziness came over him, and he struggled to stay in the saddle. As he righted himself, he saw 2 of his riders had slipped from their mounts. The dizziness was affecting his whole unit. A few moments of confusion followed, before Peer realized what the cause must be. His Zenekai had come. "Beware!" he shouted. It came out unclear, his mouth struggling to form the word. A ripple of energy spread across the battlefield. His horse whinnied and skipped back and forth, unsettled. "Line!" Peer called. He understood what was happening. A Zenekai always seemed to interfere when his army was facing a setback.
I can't allow him to turn the tables, Pierre told himself. Let's see what he can do against us.
He called the trot early, knowing his cavalry weren't lined up perfectly, but he couldn't afford to wait. Catching a Zenekai by surprise was his best chance. He could see the enemy withdrawing from the Magnians as he called the gallop. As they neared the space where the two sides had fought one another, he felt the magic get stronger. His throat constricted, and there was a fizzing sensation on his tongue and gums. Suddenly, a patch of ground ahead of him seethed and churned. Pierre was forced to pull his mount up sharply. His entire unit was stopped, desperately trying to avoid clattering into one another. Ahead, the lines of turned parted, and a single figure walked between them. One hand was pointed in Pierre's direction, the other straight ahead, which was where he looked.
"You cannot escape me this time,"
it said, the voice larger than its body, dry like parched earth, echoing like some vast cavern. A Zenekai made a series of brisk, pulling gestures with his arm, as if winding in a fishing line. From the ranks of the Magnians, Ramon staggered towards him, caught on a Zenekai's invisible line. He raised a hand and let rip a ball of burning fire. A Zenekai flicked his other wrist and negated the attack as if it was nothing.
"You have done it more than once, and I was wary of your young ally. A presence I have observed for a while now, growing in power. But I sense them no longer. They are gone."
Pierre dismounted. He drew his sword and strode towards a Zenekai, hoping that an attack might give Ramon a chance to escape. The creature, who looked no different to any other Lipper warrior, swiveled his head towards Pierre and made a fist. Pierre was immobilized. What was more, he could feel his heart under pressure. It thumped alarmingly, as if threatening to explode.
"Move again, and I will finish you,"
Zenekai said, anger pouring off him.
"I asked you a question,"
he shouted, turning to Ramon, who screamed in agony at some invisible torture. Pierre turned his head slowly to look at the Magnians. They were held in place, many on their knees. It was the same as the stories of what a Zenekai had done to the army of Brisingia, but seeing it in the flesh was a different thing entirely. "He is dead," Ramon got out, face still crumpled in pain. Zenekai gave the sorcerer a look of disdain.
"I will get the truth from you when you become my follower."
He turned around, putting his back to the Magnians, and began to walk away. "No!" Ramon screamed, his face full of terror as he was dragged behind. Instinctively, Pierre moved to help him, but he was still restrained, and he felt his heart shudder as he tried to move. He stopped, weeping tears of frustration. Then he saw movement from the corner of his eye. Jesper had left the infantry and crossed the battlefield, getting as far as Pierre had done. Down on one knee, he released an arrow. Pierre watched it arc high, and then come down at a frightening pace. It was close to its target. He saw Ramon lurch at the last moment. The arrow took him in the eye. His body convulsed once, and then went still. How did the sorcerer do that? Pierre asked himself, aghast. Move into the flight of the arrow? He couldn't imagine having the will to do such a thing. Zenekai continued to walk. When he stopped, he turned to see he was dragging a corpse behind him. He emitted a chilling roar of frustration. Pierre saw a snarl of menace appear on the god's face.
"You will pay for that."
He shot his hand towards the Magnians. He doesn't know who shot the arrow, Pierre realized. As a Zenekai's hand rose, a figure ascended into the air from the ranks of the Magnians. Edgar. The Magnians gave a desperate moan as the king was held, unmoving. They all know as well as I how this ends. Edgar looked down at a Zenekai, brave and defiant. Then he exploded, the shattered body parts falling onto his people.
"Your king was a thorn in my side for many years," a Zenekai told the Magnians. "I give him credit for that. Even at the last, he surprised me, coming to fight here?"
The Lipper turned to Peer and gestured at him. The pressure on Peer ended. He sucked in a deep breath.
It's my turn now, he realized.
"You turned the tide here,"
he said, looking Peer up and down.
"You are from Giverny?"
I am Peer, Duke of Morbagne, he stated,
determined not to show fear.
My king will arrive soon to drive your forces from Magnia.
Ezenekai seemed to study him for a moment.
"Nobly said, Duke."
Peer thought his time had come, but Ezenekai turned back to the Magnians.
"It was high time the Lippers took this land. It is theirs from times past, and they have waited patiently to regain it. But the Magnians have shown themselves to be brave and resourceful. So I offer your kingdom this. Where we stand now will be the new border between our realms. The Lippers will not go beyond it. Magnians may live in peace. But if any of your people cross this border, it will be seen as an act of war. The truce will end. I will destroy Magnia and Giverny. Their people will become my followers, just like the people of Cordance."
Ezenekai turned from them one last time, not waiting for a response. He walked away. His entire army followed him. At one point, Peer had thought they would win. He didn't know what to call this outcome. He shuddered at what he had witnessed. He looked around, making eye contact with Jesper, his cavalrymen, the Magnian warriors. Haunted faces looked back. Peer didn't know Queen Elfled. He was surprised to find her so strong. He had expected inconsolable wailing. Her husband had been killed, after all, in a most brutal fashion. She insisted on hearing all the details. Then it was she who raised the spirits of those who had gathered in the hall of Grandstow Castle. "You defended Magnia, and most of you came back alive. That is the outcome Edgar hoped for. So don't despair that he has gone." The Magnian noble mumbled an acknowledgement. One of them, the warrior named Brictwin, who had been Edgar's bodyguard, said nothing. He seemed devoid of speech. Instead, he wore a blank look of utter loss that was hard to look at. There was one other who looked as bad. Peer glanced at Jesper. The forester stared at the floor, a disturbing look in his eyes. He had killed Ramon. He had lost Sonk and his other friend Heron to some other world. He'd even lost Rab. He was the one who looked more alone, more vulnerable than Elfled. She continued to speak. "What you must do now is serve our son Ida, as you have served Edgar so well. You must have faith in him, as I do, that he will lead us out of this nightmare." Peer wondered at that. The boy was only Sonk's age. But then, look how much faith and hope people have placed in my little brother. When Elfled was done, she took Peer aside. They left the hall and walked outside together, saying nothing for a while. "I am sorry for your loss," Peer said at last. "I am broken by it," she admitted in a quiet voice. He looked at her. It was strange that someone who admitted such a thing could also be so beautiful. "But there is too much for me to do now to give in to that," Elfled added. "Thank you again for your help. You saved us." Peer felt himself go red. "Hardly," he said. "I understand you must return to Morbagne now, but I trust you will tell your brother of our situation." "Yes, of course. I will tell him we must continue to support Magnia." "Thank you. Ramon told us what our priority must be now," she said. "Find as many of Madria's weapons as we can. Unite the people of Talria." Peer nodded. He wasn't going to disagree with a grieving widow. They said their farewells. Elfled had to speak to her children. Peer did not know how someone would go about having that conversation, but something told him the Queen would cope. Alone,
Pierre stared across the fields surrounding the castle. He gazed to the northeast, to Essenberg.
I have had enough of gods and sorcerers and talk of magic weapons. I've had my fill of titles, crowns, and armies, of war and bloodshed. There is only one thing that truly matters to me anymore. I have delayed too long already. Hold on a while longer, Liesel. I will free you from that nest of vipers.
This is the end of Book 1 of Heirs of War. Sunk, Pierre, and Liesel will return in Book 2, A Crucible of Fire and Steel. Grab your copy now. This has been an Inheritance of Ash and Blood, Book 1 of Heirs of War, written by Jamie Edmondson, narrated by Aaron Smith. Copyright 2022 by Jamie Edmondson. Production copyright by Jamie Edmondson.